Chapter 316. Northtown City. On the reserved land of the Sky Garden, there were all kinds of building materials piled up. Because of the lack of manpower, the Sky Garden had not yet begun construction. Sulan came here to do some preliminary research. Sulan had already made the blueprint of the Sky Garden in the Tower Spirit's 3D simulation. He had to admit that the Sky Garden's 3D model did look very shiny. Sulan was now thinking about adding a spring of vitality to the Sky Garden. Sulan got this spring of vitality when he killed a water monster. It had always been stored in his storage dimension. The spring of vitality looked very normal. It was a spring with a crystal ball wrapped around it. The spring kept pouring out water, but the water in the crystal ball did not increase at all. This spring of vitality was not a normal spring. It was a magic spring. Sulan wanted to put this spring in the Arcane Garden. Spring of vitality. This is a magical spring. It was born in nature. Its spring water has magical effects. The spring water has the effect of restoring life force. It can quickly restore stamina. Pure water plus 15. Life recovery plus 15. Stamina recovery plus 20. Limitless plus 25. Magic spring water was very precious in this world. The most precious magic spring water in this world was called the Spring of Life. However, the Spring of Life only appeared in some records of the ancient arcanists. No wizard had ever seen it before. Many wizards doubted if this spring water really existed. The effect of the Spring of Life was very simple. After using it, it could heal all the injuries on the body and restore the body to its best condition. At the same time, it could also increase the user's lifespan by 1,000 years. Of course, each person could only use it once. The Fountain of Youth was actually the initial stage of the Spring of Life. It could heal all the injuries on the body and increase the user's lifespan by 200 years. Again, each person could only use it once. There were a few records of the Fountain of Youth on the continent. The most famous one was the legendary pirate king, Bartholomew Roberts. This pirate king was born in a noble family. He was a baron. Once again, he was captured by pirates during a sea trade. He joined the pirates and quickly became the leader of the pirates. This pirate king liked to wear a gorgeous black suit and jewelry. He looked gentle, but in fact, he was ruthless. He never left anyone alive when he robbed merchant ships. This pirate king rose quickly like a comet. It was said that he robbed hundreds of ships and defeated the navies of the coastal countries several times. He also established the pirate law and became a pirate king. It was said that this pirate king's wealth was tens of millions of kinner. It was a pity that no one had discovered this wealth until now. This pirate king accidentally entered a sea after a robbery and finally came to a strange island where he found the Fountain of Youth. Unfortunately, he did not live to be hundreds of years old. He met another more powerful opponent, the ancient Red Dragon, who was now the Red Dragon Queen. The Red Dragon Queen defeated Bartholomew Roberts and enslaved all the pirates under this pirate king. Then, in a few years, she established the Red Dragon Kingdom in the Southern Sea and completely monopolized the sea trade in the Southern Sea. However, she was different from Bartholomew Roberts. The Red Dragon Queen encouraged trade, and she collected taxes on every ship. As long as you paid the taxes, you could pass through the Southern Sea unimpeded. These ships would fly the Red Dragon Queen's flag, and the Red Dragon Queen would attack the pirates who attacked the ships flying the Red Dragon flag. Legend has it that Bartholomew Roberts used the Fountain of Youth to stimulate his life energy and successfully advance to the legendary level. Then his rise began. Some people speculated that Bartholomew Roberts hid all the gold, silver, and jewelry he robbed on the island where the Fountain of Youth was found. As long as one could find that path, not only could they obtain a huge amount of wealth, but they could also obtain a long life. Because of this, there was a period of time when a large number of adventurers rushed into the Southern Sea to find the legendary island. However, until now, no one had found it. Nature bred many treasures. The Fountain of Youth and the Fountain of Life were all bred by nature. Legend has it that when the world was born, there would be a world tree. The ancient elves used to serve the world tree. It was also because of the power of the World Tree that the ancient elves had a lifespan of thousands of years and powerful strength. Of course, the ancient elves never admitted this because it was too long ago and there were no records left. It was a time when the ancient gods were active. Perhaps only the ancient gods hiding in some corner of the multiverse would know whether this was true or not. In addition to the Fountain of Youth, there are also petrifying springs and lucky springs. The petrifying springs could turn all kinds of objects into stone, so some people called it Medusa Springs. The lucky springs could increase luck. Although these springs were not as powerful as the Fountain of Youth, they were still precious. The Fountain of Vitality that Sulin obtained could increase the recovery speed of his HP and stamina. It could also be used to make magic potions. The success rate of making magic potions with this Fountain of Vitality was also high. Although in theory, the Fountain of Vitality could be placed anywhere, Sulin decided to place it in the Arcane Garden after asking the system. This was because the natural treasures were usually born at the central point where the elemental energy of nature gathered. Only in these places would there be a very low chance of being born. If someone wanted to move it, it would be very easy to destroy it. Of course, the Arcanists had found a way to transplant it. However, after the transplant, they still had to find a suitable place to place it. Once the elemental energy of the place was insufficient, the production of the Fountain of Vitality would decrease, and the Fountain of Vitality would gradually dry up. There was even a phenomenon where the Fountain of Vitality would be downgraded to a normal Fountain of Vitality. On the other hand, if the Fountain of Vitality was placed in a suitable place, there was a chance that the Fountain of Vitality would continue to grow. It was even possible that it could even level up. Of course, this possibility would take at least a few decades or even centuries. Sulin didn't want to level up the Fountain of Vitality, but he couldn't let it be downgraded again. Therefore, he planned to place the Fountain of Vitality in the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden was actually an artificially created treasure land. Through runic matrices, legendary elemental cores, and a special layout, a central point where the elemental energy gathered was created. It couldn't be more suitable to place the Fountain of Vitality here. Hathaway was a little busy during this period. In addition to making obsidian golems, she was also making materials from the legendary water monster. The scales on the water monster's body had been processed. These scales were originally excellent magic materials. After some simple processing, these scales were handed over to the Grey Dwarf blacksmith for processing. The Grey Dwarf blacksmith would use these scales to make a set of dragon scale armor. In fact, it should be called fish scale armor. After all, these scales came from the water monster and not a dragon. The production of the dragon scale armor had already begun. The one who did it was the most skilled blacksmith master among the Grey Dwarves. After some research, Hathaway found that the meat cut off from the water monster was still edible. It also had some special effects. It could slightly increase attributes by about 1 or 2 points. Of course, this meat was not for ordinary people to eat. It was so poisonous that ordinary people would be poisoned to death in one bite. If the poison was removed, although the meat of the water monster could be eaten, the effect inside would disappear. Only Cryopteris could eat the meat of the water monster, so Sulin fed all the meat to Cryopteris. Cryopteris inherited part of the dragon's blood and had a high resistance to poison. Although the toxins in the meat of the water monster were high, they didn't feel any discomfort eating it. The meat of the water monster was about 12 tons, and the one that ate the most was Sulin's Ice Quetzalcoatlus. After eating the water monster meat, the Cryopteris grew stronger and their bodies grew a lot. The meat of the water monster also had the effect of accelerating growth. The blood and heart of the water monster were purified by Hathaway into a kind of bloodline potion. After this bloodline potion was integrated, one could become a bloodline warlock. However, because of the level of the water monster's bloodline, it was difficult to advance to the legendary rank after using this bloodline potion. Even so, it was very precious. It was not easy to integrate the water monster's bloodline because it was very poisonous and corrosive. The integrator needed a high enough compatibility. Only when the compatibility was more than 70% would the success rate be more than 50%. When the compatibility was more than 80%, the success rate would reach 70%. When the compatibility was more than 90%, there was basically no possibility of failure. Sulin didn't plan to integrate the water monster's bloodline. The water monster was no match for him when it was alive, let alone someone who integrated its bloodline. However, although Sulin didn't like it, it didn't mean it was trash. A bottle of water monster's bloodline like this could create a warlock family. As long as Sulin was willing to sell it, there were still many people who were willing to buy it. Not all wizards had the chance to advance to the legendary rank. In fact, 90% of wizards would never cross the threshold of the legendary rank in their lifetime. Therefore, it was acceptable to be called a bloodline wizard. If this bottle of bloodline potion was done well, it could be sold for at least a few million kinner. Sulin planned to put this bottle of bloodline potion up for auction when he had time. The legendary water monster's skin had been cut up. This legendary water monster was more than 10 meters long, and there were a lot of skin that was suitable for making wizard robes. Hathaway, Alex, Karina, and Grace each got a piece. As for the rest of the skin that wasn't suitable for making wizard robes, it would be made into leather armor. The skin of the water monster was much better than that of the ice Quetzalcoatlus. The remaining leather could be used to make about a dozen half-body leather armors. Some parts could be used to make belts, leg guards, wrist guards, and so on. Nothing was wasted. Chapter 317. Hathaway's alchemy shop was doing very well during this period of time. With the wizard apprentices as free labor and the magic plants in the secret realm beginning to mature, the alchemy shop had a large number of low-level potions. Many merchants saw that the price of the potions was not too high, so they would buy a batch. After the orc invasion, several surrounding countries paid a heavy price and finally drove the orcs back to their hometown. The trade in the North City began to recover. However, in addition to these caravans, Sulin also found that many adventurer teams had also come to the North City. These adventurer teams were preparing to go to the northern wilderness through the city. The northern wilderness was vast, and there were countless monsters and various tribes scattered all over the place. Although it was desolate, barren, and cold, there were still some precious magic plants and high-value magic beasts in many unknown corners. There were still many relics and buildings from the Witch King era and even the Arcane Empire era left in the northern wilderness. Most of these relics had become ruins, but there were probably many precious things buried in them. Among the adventurers, there would often be some lucky ones who found things left behind by ancient arcanists in the ruins and became rich overnight. Of course, such things did happen, but most of them came up empty-handed. Every year, many adventurers died in the various traps in the ruins. The life of an adventurer was not like the protagonists in the stories sung by bards. There were all kinds of thrilling experiences. Every time, they could turn danger into safety and gain a lot of benefits. Their strength would continue to increase, and finally, they would find the legendary treasure, gain a huge amount of wealth, and become a well-known adventurer on the continent. In fact, the adventurer's life was completely a business of life and death. Some down-and-out adventurers could not even afford to eat. Death was the most common thing among the adventurers. As for the treasure, many people had never experienced it in their lives. There were many adventurers in the North City, which made the city's security a little chaotic. Many adventurers were unwilling to follow the rules of the North City, so they could only let the security army educate these people. Of course, it was not a good idea to chase all of them away. The strength of the adventurers could be said to be uneven, with the weakest being a farmer who had just discovered a hoe, and the strongest being a legendary powerhouse. Moreover, these people were not only capable of causing chaos, but could also be of help if used well. Sulin had the town hall set up an adventurers guild, which specialized in issuing quests and paying rewards for adventurers to complete. For example, clearing monsters, capturing goblins and kobolds as slaves, or purchasing special plants and rare magical plants. Of course, adventurers could also be asked to gather intelligence in the wilderness. On one hand, They were offering quests and rewards. On the other hand, they were cracking down on adventurers who broke the rules. The adventurers of Northern Town City quickly learned to adapt to this city. Due to the rapid development of the city and the influx of merchants and adventurers, the taverns in the northern part of the city were no longer enough. Therefore, Sulin opened 2 more taverns on the same street. There were now 5 taverns in the northern part of the city. At the same time, on a street near the Adventurers Guild where quests were issued, many adventurers spontaneously formed a small market there. Sulin would occasionally come here for a stroll. There were often some strange things in the market, but of course, most of them were useless trash. "Hey, buddy, you're dressed like that. Are you going on an adventure?" Just as Sulin was strolling, a fat man in a dirty linen robe with a wretched face sneaked up to him. Because he was strolling, Sulin did not wear noble clothes. Instead, he was dressed like an adventurer. "Hey, let me finish. Don't be in a hurry to leave." A lot of newcomers like you have come here to try their luck, but most of them returned empty-handed. Some unlucky ones even lost their lives. The Northern Wastelands are still very dangerous. There are many places that cannot be conquered with brute force. You need more information. Also, you need to know which places are deadly. You must not go near them. Look, I have a map of the Northern Wastelands. With it, you will know which places are dangerous, which tribes you can trade for food, and which tribes you can't go near. As he spoke, the wretched fat man grabbed his collar with both hands and pulled it out. There were a dozen books hanging inside his windbreaker. Sulin roughly counted. There were maps of the wastelands, maps of the wasteland's ruins, maps of the wasteland's magical beasts, maps of the wasteland's territories, and so on. There were at least a dozen books. Information about the wastelands? Sulin glanced at the so-called information maps of the wretched fat man. Most of the information was fake, or something that one would know after living in the northern town for a period of time. These unscrupulous businessmen made these information books to cheat the newcomers who had just come here. Yes, this is definitely the latest information about the wastelands. Even a mayor of the northern town city bought it from us, Fat Ben said proudly. Sulin looked at the scammer in front of him and said, "If it's so good, then give me a copy. 1 silver in AR per book. I don't sell on credit." Fat Ben's eyes flashed. "Sure." Sulin flicked his thumb and threw a silver NAR over. Fat Ben caught the NAR with an agility that far exceeded his body. He then pinched the NAR between his thumb and middle finger and blew hard on it. He then put it to his ear. After hearing a crisp sound, he opened his windbreaker with a smile and said, "Pick anything you like." Sulin picked up a book called Dangerous Wastelands. The book was written on paper that had been improved several times in the northern town city. The paper was yellowish and rough, but it could be written and read. The book only had a dozen pages, and it looked rough at first glance. He flipped through the pages. As he expected, most of the information recorded in the book was from the past. Sulin curled his lips and waved at a few security guards not far away. Fat Ben was still talking to Sulin about the rest of his books. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Just as Ben was trying to sell his books to Sulin, 2 security guards had already arrived behind him. Fat Ben looked behind him in confusion. After seeing that it was the security guards, his face changed and his body instinctively wanted to run away. "This man is selling fake information here. Arrest him." "Yes, sir." Ben sensed that something was wrong and wanted to run away. However, as soon as he moved, he was subdued by the 2 security guards. "F***CK, you guys are trying to trick me. You have no morals. You guys are working together to trick me." Fat Ben. "Throw this guy to clean the trash and public toilets for 3 months." Sulin said directly, "Sir, I'm really not a scammer. Please forgive me this time." Ben's face turned green when he heard that he would be punished to clean toilets for 3 months. He quickly begged for mercy. "That won't do. Selling fake information and cheating people. You're lucky I didn't punish you for a year." Sulin waved his hand and signaled the security guards to take him away. "Sir, I'm not lying to you. It's true. I just got an important piece of information that I didn't have time to tell you." Seeing that he was about to be taken away, Ben couldn't care less and quickly said, "Wait a minute." Sulin took a few steps forward and stood in front of Ben. You said you have important information? What important information? If I tell you, you have to ask these people to let me go, Ben said carefully. Sulin glanced at him. You have no room to bargain. If it's really important information, I can let you go this time. But if it's not, I swear, it's definitely important information. Sulin waved at the two security guards and asked them to let go of Ben. Speak. Ben moved his sore shoulders and then said, Sir, this is the information I just got from an adventurer. That adventurer had a small team of 5 people. Except for him, the rest were all left there. Sulin looked at him expressionlessly. Ben forced a smile and said when the guy came back, he had a mental breakdown. He said they encountered monsters in a canyon north of the city. There were a lot of monsters, and they were fearless. Go find the survivor. Sulin frowned and said to one of the security guards. Soon, according to Ben's description, the security guards found the survivor in a tavern. However, the survivor was just as Ben said. He was mentally traumatized and almost went crazy. Monsters! So many monsters! Run, run, where is the canyon? Sulin asked Ben, who was next to him. It's northeast of the city, in the Sierra de Lotus. I named it the Canyon of Despair. There's a map in that book, Ben said quickly. Sulin opened the book in his hand and found the description of the Canyon of Despair. There was a simple map at the bottom. The Canyon of Despair was marked with red paint, and the words extremely dangerous were written next to it. Okay, if this information is correct, then you've done a good deed. Your sentence will be reduced to 1 month. You'll only have to clean the streets, not the toilets, Sulin said as he put away the book. Then, as Ben wailed, he signaled the security guards to take him away. Sulin then waved his hand again, and another security guard came forward to greet him. Sir, what are your orders? Go and inform the people in the council hall to gather the basic information about Northern Battlefront City. Let the newcomers know more about Northern Battlefront City so that they won't be tricked. Yes, sir. Chapter 3:18. The Adventurers Guild was not a unified guild. Most of them were formed by nobles. There were no large guilds in this world that could be found all over the continent. Whether it was nobles or churches, such guilds were not allowed to exist. For example, the Thieves Guild and the Adventurers Guild were basically formed by the local people. After checking some information, Sulin decided to go to the Canyon of Despair to have a look. According to the collected information, it was very likely that there were monsters in the Canyon of Despair. Monsters were different from magical beasts. They were a kind of mutated and distorted monster that had been contaminated by radiation. They had strong vitality and were very polluting. If they were given time, these monsters would evolve into evil creatures. It was said that the ancestors of these monsters were some ancient evil creatures. The wizard world did not have a conclusion about how these things came to be, but their danger level was on the same level as abominations and hatred. Ancient evil creatures were very difficult to kill. Their bodies were very strong and they were very polluting. Many times, when they couldn't kill these ancient evil creatures, they would choose to seal them. For example, the rune-sealing magic array of the sorcerers was specially prepared to deal with these ancient evil creatures. There were also many legendary monks in the monasteries, which also suppressed some ancient evil creatures. What Sulin was worried about was whether the things that appeared in the Canyon of Despair were monsters. Many ancient ruins did not contain treasures. Some ancient ruins were used by the ancient arcanists to seal powerful creatures. Some evil creatures would gradually weaken under the seal of the arcanists and eventually die. There were also some monsters that had been sealed for a long time. Once the seal lost its effect, those monsters might break out of the seal. When that time came, these monsters that had been sealed for thousands of years would definitely make a big fuss. After putting on his cloak, Sulin whistled. The Pegasus quickly galloped over. Sulin jumped lightly and skillfully flipped over the Pegasus. Then, according to the mark on the map, he galloped toward the Canyon of Despair in the Sierra de Lotus. The Pegasus galloped in the air. In less than 2 hours, Sulin arrived near the Canyon of Despair. A piece of black land appeared in front of him. Everything in the Canyon of Despair, from the soil to the rocks, was black. At first glance, The entire canyon gave off a ghostly feeling. Su Luan frowned. This place didn't seem to be simply polluted. It was mixed with the aura of death. This is the stench of the undead, and it has been contaminated. Su Lin grabbed a handful of black soil and squeezed it lightly. There's also the power of ice. What kind of monster is this? Su Lin frowned. Evil creatures were difficult to deal with because of their ability to pollute. They could pollute almost all living things, which was why there were so many types of evil creatures. Su Luan snapped his fingers, and the ring on his hand flashed with a spiritual light, and an energy shield enveloped him silently. Little fellow, you go play by yourself first. I'll look for you when I'm done with my business. Su Lin rubbed the Pegasus' mane. The Pegasus snorted and rubbed against Sullen's body. Then it turned around and went into the forest. The Pegasus was the darling of nature. The trees and vines in the forest would automatically avoid it, and they could even help it hide. Seeing the Pegasus leave, Su Lin turned around and walked towards the Canyon of Despair. As soon as he entered the canyon, he felt an elemental vibration. Someone is casting spells here. Su Lin immediately reacted. Then he saw that not far from the entrance of the canyon, a man dressed as a wizard was fighting with two strange-looking corpses. A fireball the size of a soccer ball flew out. One of the corpses was directly blown into pieces. The other corpse was also blown away. Before the corpse could stand up, the man dressed as a wizard quickly rushed up and chopped off the corpse's head with his long sword. Then, with a few more slashes, he skillfully dismembered the corpse. After the man dealt with the two corpses, he looked back at Su Lin. Then, the wizard frowned and walked toward Su Lin. Didn't anyone tell you that low-level wizards can't get close to this place? When you came out to explore the continent, didn't your teacher tell you? The middle-aged wizard seemed to treat Su Lin as a low-level wizard. Indeed, if one only looked at the wizard's level, Su Lin could only be considered a low-level wizard. The mana wave on his body couldn't lie unless he learned how to hide it. Su Lin didn't know how to answer. He couldn't tell the wizard that he wasn't a wizard, but a warrior. In the wild, not many people would take the initiative to reveal their trump card, let alone a stranger. So, he just smiled at the wizard and didn't answer. All right, whatever. Don't blame me for not reminding you when the time comes. After seeing Sullen's reaction, the wizard was obviously dissatisfied. He didn't say anything else and turned around to walk into the canyon. Most wizards were more introverted. Only the wizards from the academy were relatively better. As for the wizards from the divination school, they were all like charlatans. In comparison, warlocks had much better communication skills than wizards. Perhaps it was because many warlocks were from noble families. Also, a warlock with a high innate charm could easily gain the favor of others. Su Lin watched the wizard leave. This wizard strength should be a high-grade wizard, very close to a rank 4 wizard. What surprised Su Lin was that he should be a combat wizard. After all, although many wizards had learned close combat, there weren't many who were as proficient as this one. System: scan the surrounding terrain. Create a 3-dimensional image. Following Sullen's command, an invisible light spread out from Sullen's body and swept across the canyon. Soon, a 3-dimensional image of the Canyon of Despair appeared in front of Su Lin. Warning: undead magic creatures are approaching. There are more than 20 of them. Unknowingly, a fog rose in the canyon. After Su Lin entered the canyon, the fog became thicker and thicker. Now, it had affected his sense of direction. Ordinary people couldn't tell the direction at all. In the fog, there were some vague figures moving in the fog. From time to time, there were sounds that sounded like the howling of the wind and crying. Along with the surrounding fog, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Su Lin swung his long sword and cut the thing in half. Looking at the monster on the ground, Su Lin couldn't help but frown. This monster looked like a human corpse, but there were some twisted tentacles growing out of its body. There was also an ugly sarcoma on its head. Its body was as shriveled as a corpse. What kind of monster is this? Su Luan frowned as he saw that the monster that had been cut in two wasn't dead. Its two arms and tentacles seemed to be trying to reattach its body. Su Luan swung his sword and cut the corpse into pieces. The tentacles were also cut off, and he stomped on the ugly lump of flesh and exploded it. It really is a contaminated body. Dark brown blood flowed out, and a sizzling sound came from the ground. It sounded like acid corrosion. Haste! Enchanted weapon. Wizard armor. Sulen quickly cast a spell and buffed himself. He was now preparing to combine wizard spells with his fighting style. It was a bit similar to the fighting style of combat wizard, but he was more like a warrior. Of course, this was also the idea of hiding his strength. In fact, many people had done this before. There was once a sword saint who was a wizard. He buffed himself with petrifying skin, haste, bear's tenacity, energy deflection field, and wizard armor. Then he raised his sword and slashed people. The sword saint's attack was already very strong, but their body's defense was not even as good as a wizard's. In the end, after buffing himself with so many buffs, this sword saint rushed into the crowd like a berserker. No, it was a sword storm. It was a massacre, because sword saints gave up on defense and pursued the ultimate attack. Their attack power could be said to be the highest among all the physical professions. They also mastered the eye of insight and weak point attack. Even the energy shield of an elite wizard could be broken in front of them. Once they had a chance to show off, it would be a nightmare. Therefore, on the battlefield, as long as the opponent was a sword saint, the first thing they would do was to focus fire on him. The death rate of sword saints was also the highest among all the professions. Of course, the number of enemies they killed was also much higher than other professions. Most sword saints died before reaching the legendary level, which was why legendary level sword saints were so rare. Most of the time, wizards looked down on warriors, but all wizards respected sword saints. Fireball. An orange fireball appeared in Sullen's palm, and he instantly flew forward. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The fireball exploded, and the corpse that was hit directly turned into pieces of charcoal. Even the other monsters around it were affected. Sulen dodged a black ray attack. Ray attacks were the fastest among all the spells, so they needed to be dodged in advance. After Sulen gained the ability to dodge, he could easily predict the attack. Sulen exerted force on his feet and jumped up in an instant. His long sword directly cut a monster in half, and a large amount of black blood gushed out. The blood of these monsters was very corrosive, just like strong acid. Luckily, Sulen had enchanted his weapon. Otherwise, he would have to change his weapon after a few battles. Other than these corpse monsters, Sulen also found a type of monster that had a sarcoma on its head that had turned into a giant eye. Compared to the monsters before, these monsters' bodies were no longer shriveled. They looked a lot stronger. Other than a mouth full of sharp teeth, there was also a giant eye on its face. It looked very disgusting. That I also shot out a black ray. Chapter 319. In the era of the Arcane Kingdom, the ancient evils belonged to the most dangerous type of enemy. What was more dangerous than them were the abominations and the ancient abominations. The abominations were simply the children of the gods who died prematurely. The more powerful the life, the more difficult it was to have children. The children of the gods were born as gods, so it was more difficult to be born. The abominations were the children of the gods who died before they were born. There were also some abominations that were born from the corpses of the gods, but no matter which kind, they were very dangerous. Because they died prematurely, these abominations hated all life and even hated the whole world. Every abomination had endless hatred. Although the abominations were not gods, they still had many godlike powers, which made all the abominations very powerful. As for the Archean abominations, these monsters lived in the same period as the ancient gods. In the knowledge of wizards, there was a special database for each Archean abomination. Of course, that database only recorded the Archean abominations that had been discovered. The most famous one was the Abomination Dragon. In the information of the Dragon of Hatred, there was a description, the abominations left over from the ancient times. They're the general name of a group of powerful creatures left over from the era ruled by the dragons. The Dragon of Hatred is the strongest among them. The oldest dragon of hatred can easily destroy everything, including the gods. Even other creatures of hatred are afraid of them. At present, the known dragons of hatred were the illusionary dragon of the color dragons, the Hui dragon of the metal dragons, the blue diamond dragon of the gem dragons, the stardust dragon of the spirit dragons, and the 38 pterosaur of the iguana dragons. In fact, the difference between the legendary dragons and the dragon of hatred was not big. The legendary dragons of the ancient dragon era were not weaker than the dragon of hatred, such as the time dragon of the ancient dragon era. In addition to the dragon of hatred, there were also Cinemanes, Hydra, Typhon, and so on. None of these monsters were easy to deal with. Since entering the era of the new gods, the abominations and the ancient abominations rarely appeared. Occasionally, some of the ancient abominations that appeared were sealed or exiled after paying a huge price. Sulin killed the last demonic monster that had surrounded him. He shook his sword lightly to get rid of the dark brown blood on it. These monsters were not very powerful. The only troublesome thing was that the demonic eyes that had grown to maturity could use energy rays to attack. It was a kind of ray filled with corrosive and death energy. Sulin guessed that these energy rays were likely to have the property of instant death. Instant death spells had a very disgusting ability, which was that they had a certain chance of directly killing the enemy. Among them, the most representative was the Angel of Death. This kind of monster that lived in the bottomless abyss was born with the ability to cast the gaze of death. In other words, it was the legendary ability to impregnate anyone it glared at. Of course, the instant death rate of this kind of spell was very low, about 1 in 1,000. Of course, if the level difference between the caster and the target was too big, the success rate would also increase. In addition, there were many factors such as divinity, the opponent's physique, and so on. The Wizard's Finger of Death spell was said to be a spell that imitated the gaze of death. These demonic monsters in front of him had a similar disgusting ability. Although the probability was very low, when there were enough of them, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. If Sulin was unlucky and really bumped into them, he would not even be able to cry. Arcane Missile. By UBUBU. A series of arcane missiles shot out, directly turning the demonic monster that dared to sneak attack into a sieve. Sulin piled the bodies of these monsters together, then took out a special die used to assist in the release of fireball and directly ignited the bodies of these monsters. Although these monsters' bodies were already dead, they were still very polluting. The simplest way to deal with them was to burn them. After cleaning up these monsters, Sulin continued to move deeper into the canyon. Soon, he found a lot of human remains. These corpses were badly damaged, and there were many badly damaged swords and equipment scattered around. According to the information Sulin had obtained, these people had died at most a week ago. It was very likely that the surrounding fog had caused them to become like this. Damn it! Why is there a monster here? Fortunately, I found it early. If I had waited for it to grow slowly, it might have become an evil creature, and then it would be even harder to clean up. Sulin pursed his lips. The most disgusting thing about monsters was their corruption, pollution, and rapid evolution. As long as there was enough flesh and blood, it wouldn't take long for an ordinary monster to transform into an evil creature. Of course, it was still very difficult for an evil creature to transform into an ancient evil creature, but it was still very fast compared to other creatures. It seems that I still need to send more people to investigate the surrounding area in the future. This time, I was lucky to find it. If I hadn't found it and given them enough time to grow, the losses would have been great. Sulin calculated in his heart. Bang! There was a loud noise. Sulin's figure flashed, and he ran toward the place where the sound came from. After passing through the mist, he immediately saw the figure of the Magus from before. However, the Magus seemed to be in a sorry state. There were a few corpses of demon-eyed corpses scattered on the ground. There were also 2 monsters that looked like mountains of flesh. There were more than 20 eyes of various sizes on the mountains of flesh. These monsters could make a person's sanity level drop by just looking at them. However, at this time, the The two monsters had become a pile of mud, and the wizard's face had become a little pale. Obviously, this guy was not doing well. Sulin looked at him and said, "You're not in a good condition now. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible." The wizard did not answer. Instead, he took out a bottle of potion and raised his head to drink it. "Can you solve the problem here? You should have seen those monsters. They're monsters. If we don't get rid of them as soon as possible, they will grow into evil creatures, and we will be in big trouble." Sulin looked at the wizard with a little surprise. He never thought that, as a selfish wizard, there would be someone who would sacrifice himself to save the world. "Don't look at me like that. The monsters in this canyon were originally sealed by the wizard school I belong to. Since the day the school was established, we have made an oath to seal this monster forever. Although thousands of years have passed, and the school I belong to has withered to this point, the responsibility on our shoulders does not allow us to retreat. For some people, an oath was more important than their lives. It was very sacred, and many oaths had magical powers. The most typical example was the monk. The commandments they followed were actually a kind of oath. This wizard in front of him had made an oath to seal the monsters in this canyon. Sulin put away his long sword and said slowly, "Can you still fight? Let's work together to clear out the monsters here." "You?" The wizard looked at Sulin suspiciously. Sulin did not mind. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Sulin, the Lord of the Northern Town." "You are the Lord of the Northern Town?" the wizard said with a surprised face. "Let's go." Sulin did not answer. He took the lead and walked into the canyon. "Oh, right. What's your name?" "Lorraine Anders." Sulin chose to go with Lorraine not only because he wanted to help her, but more importantly, Lorraine knew about the monsters sealed in this canyon. She must know more about the situation here than Sulin. With Lorraine's help, things would be easier. Sulin originally thought that there was a monster here, but now it seemed that there was a big monster sealed in here. The monster was at most a small boss. The monster was sealed in the deepest part of the canyon. As they continued to move forward, they encountered more and more monsters. However, these monsters could not resist Sulin at all. The lightning wrapped around Sulin's weapon easily electrocuted all the monsters into ashes. Even the Flesh Mountain monster eyes were hit by Sulin's lightning spear as soon as they appeared. In the deepest part of the canyon, there were many traces of corrosion on the ground. This was the sign that the sealed monster's power was corroding outwards. Screech! A sharp sound was heard. The energy barrier in front of Sulin flickered a few times, and then with a bang, it shattered like glass. Sulin felt a sharp pain in his brain. Soul howl! At this moment, sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground, trying to pierce through Sulin. Sulin suddenly felt a sense of danger. Although his brain was in pain, his body instinctively dodged, and he just happened to dodge the spikes. At the same time, he summoned a lightning spear and threw it at the ground. The ground shook, and then a large amount of black blood gushed out. "Be careful. This is a corrupted prowler." Sulin's brain quickly recovered from the pain, and he did not stop. He quickly threw out a few lightning spears. Seeing that Sulin was fine, Lorraine breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The soul howl just now must have been caused by that evil creature. We made a mistake in our judgment. That monster has transformed into an evil creature." The main target of the soul howl just now was not him, but he was also affected. Sulin was unharmed, but Lorraine's wizard robe was pierced and his body was injured. Evil creature? That's even better. Sulin grinned and then took out the purple dragon halberd. In the depths of the canyon was a huge crypt filled with chaotic, corrupt energy. As soon as the two of them stepped into the cave, a large number of devil-eyed corpses and demonic eyes of flesh appeared before them. Next, they furiously attacked the two of them. Tens of negative energy beams shot out in an instant. Sulin's face sank, and he instantly stuck close to the wall to hide behind a protruding rock. Lorraine's reaction was just as fast. With a flash of light, Lorraine's figure disappeared from the prime material world and entered a crack in the dimensional space. A large number of negative energy beams hit the rock, but it was a pity that the rock was not alive and only some fragments fell off. Chapter 320. Sulan didn't dare to take the risk of being killed by dozens of negative energy rays. He could only dodge for a while, but he soon came up with a solution. Roar! War roar! A loud sound came from Su Luan's mouth in an instant. This kind of sonic attack exploded in the narrow cave, and its power was even stronger. The sound waves reverberated throughout the cave, and the sound was deafening. A wave of sonic attack was like a tidal wave. The demon-eyed corpses that were originally gathered together were cut down in rows by this sonic attack, as if they were grass. If one looked closely, they would see a large amount of black blood spurting out from the eyes, mouth, and ears of these monsters. In fact, their brains had been shattered into paste by the sound wave attack just now. A wave of clearing. Sulan was relieved. He felt a little uncomfortable from the wave of attack just now. After all, sound waves couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. Did you do this? Lorraine came out of the dimensional crevice and looked at Su Luan in shock. Not far away, there were hundreds of monster corpses lying on the ground in disarray. Who else could it be other than me? Sulan glared at this guy. He wasn't very powerful, but his ability to escape was top-notch. That spell just now, even if there was a nuclear explosion here, it wouldn't affect him at all. Of course, this kind of spell had a counter, such as space-time shield and dimensional anchor, which were specially designed to deal with this kind of escape spell. Lorraine pretended not to see and pointed at the depths of the cave. Let's go. Let's quickly get rid of the thing inside and then seal it. If we delay too long, that monster will break out of the seal and we'll all be in trouble. A large number of strange sarcomas appeared on the ground in front of them. These sarcomas looked like hearts, beating very rhythmically. There was also a slippery carpet on the ground around them, which looked very disgusting. Seeing this, Lorraine said with a serious expression, "This is an evil creature hatching monsters." Chain of fireballs. Bursting flames. Lorraine waved the staff in his hand, and in the next second, a dazzling light appeared. Fireballs flew past one after another, and a dull explosion sounded. Scorching flames rose up, and the air was filled with a burning smell. The carpet on the ground quickly withered and died. The sarcomas were burned into charcoal by the flames, and there were traces of melting on the ground. Be careful. Do you want to be buried alive? Sulan said as he patted the falling stones. Using an explosive spell like fireball in this kind of underground environment was a test of the cave's structure. If they weren't careful, the cave wouldn't be able to withstand it and would collapse. At that time, the two of them would be buried alive. It's too late. That evil creature is mass-producing monsters. We don't have time to waste, Lorraine said anxiously. Let me know the next time you cast a spell, so I can dodge it first. Sulan glanced at him, and quickly rushed through the cave where the ground was still hot. A thick smell of blood came from the cave, and a huge blood pool appeared in front of them. It was about the size of a basketball court, filled with a viscous liquid that looked like fresh blood. In the middle of the blood pool, a huge meatball with a diameter of 3 meters was beating rhythmically. Tentacles like blood vessels went deep into the blood pool, transferring all kinds of energy to the meatball. Purple veins bulged on the meatball, and in the middle of the meatball, a humanoid creature was rapidly growing. This was an evil creature that was evolving. This kind of evil creature would create all kinds of monsters, and then use these monsters to collect all kinds of nutrients for itself. Finally, after receiving a lot of nutrients, the evil creature would continue to evolve into an ancient evil creature. Of course, the evil creature in front of them wasn't evolving into an ancient evil creature. There weren't enough animals and humans around for it to devour. If it wanted to evolve from an evil creature to an ancient evil creature, it would need at least a few 100,000 people. There weren't enough animals around the Sierra de Lotus for it to evolve. The evil creature in front of them sensed danger and changed from its incubation state to its combat state. However, it changed a little too late, and the two just happened to bump into it. Lightning Spear. Sulan reached out his hand, and dazzling lightning appeared in his hand. A spear made completely of lightning energy appeared in his hand. Compared to the lightning spear before, Sullen's was more powerful this time. A huge amount of lightning energy was compressed into the spear. The spear emitted a violent aura, as if it was going to explode in the next second. Even a meatball in the middle of the blood pool sensed danger. A large amount of energy was quickly extracted from the blood pool, and the meatball shook even more violently. Go! The lightning spear turned into a ray of light and instantly hit the meatball in the middle of the blood pool. Boom! Dazzling lightning instantly exploded, and the entire blood pool was shrouded in lightning energy. The flesh and blood turned into charcoal in an instant, and a large amount of blood evaporated. The original meatball exploded under this attack. However, such a serious attack didn't kill the transforming evil creature. After the meatball exploded, the half-transformed evil creature gave up on its perfect state and ended its evolution prematurely. The lightning energy wreaked havoc on its body, and the evil creature's body was charred black. However, the charred areas were quickly covered by new flesh and blood, and the evil creature's injuries began to recover quickly. What tenacious vitality! Seeing this, Sulin flipped his hand, and the purple dragon halberd appeared. In the next second, his body was shrouded in dazzling lightning, and countless lightning energy appeared around him. Sulin was like the god of thunder, and directly rushed toward the evil creature. The flesh and blood around the evil creature was quickly withering, and its body was quickly recovering. Sullen's body was like lightning, and he instantly passed through the blood pool. The purple dragon halberd stabbed out with endless lightning. Puff! A dull sound was heard, as if a balloon had been pierced. The purple dragon halberd and the crescent halberd next to it stabbed into the evil creature's body. A large amount of lightning energy instantly poured into the evil creature's body. After a short moment of silence, there was an explosion. The whole body of the evil creature burst open in an instant. A large amount of purple-black liquid burst out in all directions, and the surrounding flesh and blood quickly withered at this moment. With a flash of lightning, Su Luan's figure appeared on the edge of the blood pool. His body was surrounded by lightning, and all the flesh and blood near him were electrocuted into a mass of charcoal. In Sullen's hand, there was a huge head, and in the middle of the head was a terrifying eyeball. It was the evil creature's head, and its body had been completely turned into nothingness by Sullen's attack. Soul extraction. Soul-sucking technique. After seeing the evil creature, Lorraine's staff shot out a purple light. A mournful scream was heard, and the sound seemed to be able to penetrate the soul. In reality, this was an illusion. The evil creature was already in a soul state, so it couldn't make a sound. However, this evil creature's soul was very powerful, and it had reached a level where it could interfere with reality. The evil creature's soul was pulled out without any resistance. It was a huge mountain of flesh, and its body was covered with tentacles and eyes. Looking at it made one's scalp tingle. A large amount of souls rushed out of the mountain of flesh, and in the blink of an eye, the mountain of flesh shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, a strange ball of flesh with a dense evil aura appeared in front of them, and in the next second, it was sealed in a gem by a ray of light. The souls that regained their freedom instantly woke up. They calmly said something to the two of them, and then, under the guidance of a strange force, they turned into countless fluorescent lights and disappeared. Ding, ding, dang, dang. A messy sound was heard, and gray soul crystals fell to the ground. Although they couldn't hear the voices of the souls from the shape of their mouths, it seemed like they were saying thank you. These souls were lucky. They hadn't been digested by the evil creature yet. If Sulin came a few days later, these souls would have been digested by the evil creature. Sulin looked around and saw about a dozen gray soul crystals on the ground. This level of soul crystal could be used in many experiments. It was a good material. Here you go. These are your spoils of war. A gem was thrown over. Sulin raised his hand and caught it. He opened his hand and saw that it was the gem that imprisoned the evil creature's soul. It's a pity that it's not a legendary rank, but it's still a top-quality soul crystal. Sulin nodded at him and played with it for a while. Then he put it away. All right, You rest first. I'll repair the seal here. He didn't even need to do anything in the battle just now. Sulen had taken care of the evil creature. This evil creature was very difficult to deal with for wizards below the legendary rank. It had powerful recovery abilities and many attacks. It would take a long time to kill it. However, Sulen could kill it in one round. Lorraine was shocked by Sulen's power. Soon, he found the seal runed circle in the cave. At this point, many of the runes on the circle were damaged. Many places were corroded by the corrosive energy, and a powerful polluting energy kept leaking out. On the rune circle, a pale golden light was fighting against the corrosive energy. It was because of this energy that the polluting evil energy didn't continue to expand. This energy was absorbed by the fungus and transferred to the evil creature. It was because of this that the evil creature was able to transform into an evil creature so quickly. Lorraine took out some silver metal and summoned a flame to melt it. He then added some other materials. Finally, a silver liquid with a strange glow began to flow down the rune circle. The damaged area was quickly repaired. The corroded area once again flashed with a golden spirit light. The golden spirit light quickly expanded, completely dispelling and suppressing the corrosive energy in the surroundings. Done. Where are you going next? You still haven't decided? Do you want to come to Northtown City? I'm going to build, sure. Chapter 321. Seeing that Lorraine agreed, Su Luan felt that things seemed to be going too smoothly. What? Are you surprised that I agreed so easily? Lorraine laughed. Indeed, Sulen said. Lorraine shrugged and said helplessly, Sir, wizards also need to eat. The materials to strengthen the seal cost about 300,000 kinnar. I'm broke now. Another wizard who doesn't know how to manage money. Congratulations, host. You have successfully recruited a hero. Lorraine Anders, loyalty, 78 profession, wizard alchemist rank, high-grade wizard strength, 12 agility, 10 will, 26 vitality, 17 charm, 15 characteristics, talent elemental affinity, strength and will, spellcasting exemption, focus, calm, talent for magic, lightning reflex skills, magic trick, mage hand, illuminate, hypnosis, charm person, arcane missile, grease, shield, featherfall, web, burning hand, acid arrow, invisibility, scorching ray, protective arrow, bull's strength, cat's grace bears, endurance, chain lightning, rune craft abilities, proficient spellcasting, silent spellcasting, magic penetration, talent for magic, spell proficiency, spell enhancement, battle spellcasting weapon proficiency, sword weapon 80, staff technique 103, employment salary, 20,000 kinnar per month. He looked at Lorraine's attributes. She was a grade 3 wizard. Her attributes weren't outstanding, but they weren't bad either. However, wizards were a rare profession, so 20,000 kinnar per month wasn't cheap. The battle is over. You have successfully killed the evil creature, Magic Eye Aberration. You have won a glorious victory. You have completed the random mission, Broken Seal. You have successfully avoided a city destruction. You have received a buff, Blessing of the God of Craftsmen. You have received a golden chest. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil creature, Magic Eye Aberration. You have received 11,200 EXP. You have received a golden chest. You have received Flesh Essence X2. Blessing of the Smith God. Special buff. Increases the construction speed of the city after use. Buildings have a chance to acquire better attributes. Effect lasts for 1 month. Construction speed increased by 200%. After seeing the attributes of this buff, Sulen immediately decided to use it on the Northern Fortress City. 1 month was enough for the Northern Fortress City to finish building the city wall. Even the main structure of the Wizard Tower was almost done. However, when Sulen chose to use it, the system notified him that he needed to return to Northern Town to use it. Flesh Essence. The power extracted from the life and flesh of the demonic eye aberration. Using it can speed up regeneration and increase lifespan. However, because it is made of evil, It will increase the chances of bloodline aberration and cause slight contamination to the body. It can be reused. Note, reusing it will double the chances of bloodline aberration and contamination. Increases lifespan by 10 to 15 years. Permanent +3 recovery speed after use. Chance to obtain regeneration talent. Chance of bloodline mutation increased by 3%. Pollution +1. The flesh essence looked like 2 red gems. It contained a powerful life force. It was obvious that this was not an ordinary item. After looking at the attributes of the flesh essence, Su Lin was a little hesitant. This thing could increase lifespan, but the side effects were also very strong. 3% chance of mutation and contamination. He didn't want to become as ugly as the aberrations he killed. Bloodline mutation was irreversible. However, he could ask Hathaway to try and see if it could be made into a potion to reduce or eliminate the side effects. In fact, the best thing to increase lifespan was the Fountain of Life. It had no side effects and increased lifespan by a lot. It also had other benefits. Unfortunately, Su Lin couldn't even find the Fountain of Youth, let alone the Fountain of Life. However, even with this disadvantage, the flesh essence was still a very rare treasure. As long as he was willing to sell it, many people would be willing to take the risk of becoming a flesh aberration to use it. In addition to these things, Su Lin also obtained 2 gold chests, some low-level soul crystals, and a high-level soul crystal. Su Lin opened the storage space and opened the 2 gold chests. With a flash of inspiration, a system prompt sounded in Su Lin's ears. Congratulations, you have opened a gold chest. You have received 3 skill points. Congratulations, you have opened a gold chest. You have received a treasure, Moon Dew. Moon Dew. Dew condensed from absorbing moonlight energy. It has a magical effect. It can purify the energy in the body and slightly increase elemental affinity. The Moon Dew was stored in a palm-sized crystal bottle. Through the crystal bottle, one could clearly see the silver-white liquid shining with moonlight. There was about 50 milliliters inside. After opening the chests, Su Lin and Lorraine checked the surroundings. After making sure there were no more survivors, they burned all the corpses and used mud to rock to seal the cave. Only then did they walk out of the canyon. At this time, the fog in the canyon had dispersed. However, the black rocks in the ground didn't change at all. Su Lin didn't change much either. He could only wait for nature to slowly adjust itself. Other than the druids, only the priests of the goddess of nature could deal with this kind of pollution. However, it would still take a lot of time and effort. Moreover, there were some places that were so polluted that even the druids and priests couldn't evolve. On the way back, Su Lin didn't let the Pegasus fly. After all, Lorraine's flying spell was too slow, and he didn't have any magic items that could help him fly. He couldn't keep up with the Pegasus' speed at all. Su Lin didn't have a special hobby of sleeping with men. Naturally, he wouldn't bring him along. Therefore, they could only walk slowly. Luckily, Lorraine could summon him out. Although it wasn't as fast as the Pegasus, it was still much faster than a normal horse. After the end of the Orc War, the northern city became more and more prosperous. There was an endless stream of caravans at the city gate every day. A melodious camel bell rang. A caravan from the Desert Kingdom was entering the city. The northern city didn't collect entrance taxes now. However, the caravans that came to trade had to pay taxes in the market before they could trade. Of course, they also had to pay taxes when they bought the goods. This way, they actually collected taxes twice. Even so, there were still many caravans that came to trade. After all, the other lords collected more taxes. Also, there were many good things that couldn't be found anywhere else in Su Lin. The Desert Kingdom was rich in all kinds of preserved and dried fruits, such as dates, walnuts, raisins, and all kinds of enchanting female slaves. The female slaves of the Desert Kingdom were very popular in kingdoms such as Florence. Many taverns would buy a few on purpose. Sullen's eyes wandered around the graceful bodies of the female slaves. Then, he looked away reluctantly. He planned to buy a group of dancers in the Lord's castle. The dancers of the Desert Kingdom were very good at belly dancing. Lorraine was astonished by the prosperity of the city after he entered the city. He did not expect such a prosperous city to exist in the northern wasteland. What surprised him even more was that there were several magic buildings in the city. Wasn't a little too exaggerated? There was also the wizard tower that was under construction. Was this a wizard tower? That was the extent of the floating space tower. When he saw that the wizard tower was still under construction, Lorraine was already thinking about what to do after he took control of the wizard tower. However, before he could think of a name for the wizard tower, he looked up and saw a few female spellcasters walking towards him. What surprised him even more was that these spellcasters had a higher level than him. My name is Lorraine. I'm an advanced wizard of the Northwind sect. It's a sect, but in fact, I'm the only wizard left in this generation. Originally, I thought I would die in the fight against the evil, but a legendary strongman came to help me complete the seal and invited me. I agreed. What I didn't expect was that I would become the chief wizard of the northern city. In the end, I became an ordinary wizard in the northern city. The whole wizard team had one chief wizard, 3 team leaders, and 1 ordinary member. Sulin didn't care about Lorraine's self-pity. He directly threw him into the laboratory to train the apprentices. Then, he took Hathaway to another laboratory. This time I got something special. See if you can use it. What is it? Hathaway's eyes lit up. She stared straight at Sulin. She knew very well that Sulin often had some precious magic materials in his hands. Sulin took out 2 pieces of flesh essence from the storage space. That's it. Take a look first. Hathaway looked at the 2 pieces of ruby-like flesh essence in surprise. What a rich life force. This is a strange thing that can increase one's lifespan. However, there's also a dark force entangled in it. The side effects should be severe if you use it directly. Yes, this is flesh essence. It's obtained from killing the magic eye aberration. It can increase one's lifespan by 10 to 15 years. However, there's a chance that it will cause the flesh to be aberrated, and this kind of thing is contaminated. See if you can make it into a potion to remove the side effects. If you can't remove it, then try to minimize the side effects as much as possible. Hathaway picked up the flesh essence. A light flashed on her finger. After a while, she slowly exhaled. The dark force isn't too serious. I'll give it a try. All right, there's also this. Sulin handed Moondew to Hathaway. This is Moondew? Yes, great. Hathaway took the crystal bottle and said, if I only had a 30% chance of success before, now I have at least a 70% chance. Moondew has such a great effect. Moondew is said to be a gift from the Silver Moon Lady. It's a rare material specially used to purify the dark force. Hathaway shook the crystal bottle and said, the Silver Moon Lady and the Dark Lady are sworn enemies. The power of the Silver Moon can purify the dark force. Chapter 322. Hathaway closed the lab after she got the flesh essence and Moondew. It was very difficult to make such high-level magic potions. She needed a better environment. The construction of the northern battlefront city was still going on. During this time, there were some refugees who came here with the caravans to look for opportunities. The population of the northern battlefront city had been slowly increasing. Since the army often went out for training and captured many monsters as slaves, the labor shortage in the northern battlefront city was slightly filled. After arriving at the northern battlefront city, Sulin inspected the various construction sites. The fastest progress was the 3rd phase of the northern battlefront city. The residential area and the city wall were mostly completed. The wizard tower was also built to the 2nd floor. It would take some time to complete it. If the city and the city wall were completed, the wizard tower would be built much faster. As for the mathematical Olympiad garden, the materials were almost ready. Moreover, he had captured many slaves during this time. He still had a lot of manpower. As long as he wanted to, he could start immediately. After inspecting all the construction sites, Sulin opened the system panel and chose to use the blessing of the craftsman god buff. An invisible light flashed from Sulin's body. Then, a strange energy swept across the entire northern battlefront city. Outside the northern battlefront city, in the Wisdom Temple, the Wisdom Priest was praying. At this moment, he suddenly felt a strange energy spreading out from the center of the city. It quickly enveloped the entire city. This energy is God's power. A deity has blessed this city. Wei Na looked at the sky in shock. At the same time, the priests of the other churches also felt the same way. At this moment, these priests were all wondering which God had sent a miracle. It seems like we have to change our attitude toward that Lord. Wei Na thought to herself when she felt the God's power in the sky. A Lord with a God as his backer also had great power. It was completely different from a normal Lord. Sulin didn't know that his blessing of the craftsman God, Buff, had caused the churches to misunderstand that he had a God behind him. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't clarify it. Sometimes, hiding things like this would make the other party believe him more. With the use of blessing of the craftsman God, the construction speed of the various construction sites in Northern Town City began to increase. The efficiency had increased by a few times. None of the workers were lazy anymore. All kinds of construction were completed quickly under the guidance of the craftsmen. The work that would have originally taken 3 months could now be completed in 1 month. The fastest progress was the city wall and the residential area in the market. According to the original schedule, it could be completed in a month. Now it seemed that the city wall and the residential area would be completed in 10 days at most. In northern Battlefront City, the city walls and residential buildings took up almost half of the manpower. If these people were freed up, the construction of other buildings in northern Battlefront City would progress even faster. At the same time, the Arcane Garden was also under construction. The Arcane Garden was built using a lot of stones. There were all kinds of fountains, flower beds, and statues in the garden. Sulin had transferred a lot of master sculptors to work on the garden. At the same time, he also drew water from the underground veins to form the fountains. While the construction of the Arcane Garden was going on, the third phase of the Northern Citadel was finally completed. Sturdy City Wall. This is a sturdy city wall. It has high resistance to all kinds of attacks. Despair when faced with a city wall like this. Sturdy plus 40, defense bonus plus 38, attack range plus 35, impregnable plus 37, tall and majestic plus 36, stability plus 38, comfortable residential house. Clean and tidy houses make people happy and can provide a sense of belonging to the people. Comfort plus 21, indestructible plus 26, tidy plus 24, people's allegiance plus 25, peaceful living plus 25, population growth plus 20, security plus 23. Sulin was very satisfied with the attributes of the city wall and residential buildings. After the construction was completed, a lot of manpower was released. Sulin assigned half of them to the construction of the Wizard Tower and the other half to the construction site of the Arcane Garden. The Arcane Garden required a lot of stones to be built. According to the blueprint of the Arcane Garden, this building was supposed to be 30 meters above the ground. There were all kinds of canals on top of it to transport water from the fountain to various places. Sulin planned to place the Fountain of Vitality at the very top of the Arcane Garden. It had not been built yet. All kinds of materials were quickly transported over from the Northern Citadel. The foundation of the garden was completed in just a few days. Apart from the foundation, the Arcane Garden also needed to bury many energy channels. Fortunately, the crystals on the crystal beasts in the Arcane Garden had matured. These magic crystals would all be used to create energy channels. At the same time, a large runic array was also being constructed. Apart from Hathaway, the other adepts came to the Arcane Garden to help with the construction. Fortunately, the Arcane Garden's runic array was not very difficult to construct. The most important part of this runic array was the Elementium core. After the runic array was completed, the Arcane Garden began to build all kinds of platforms and stairs. This step required a lot of stone. It was also the most arduous part of the entire project. After all, the development of civilization in this world was still in the middle world. Piling up large amounts of stone could only be done with crude tools and manpower. Fortunately, there were a dozen large hunchback beasts in the Northern Citadel. These hunchback beasts were very suitable for moving large amounts of stone. The construction of the Arcane Garden went very smoothly because all the materials had been prepared beforehand. Sulin could finally breathe a sigh of relief during this period of time. The Arcane Garden's construction time was tight. Sulin planned to complete it in a month. In truth, if it weren't for the spellcasters and the blessing of the god of crafts buff, it would take at least half a year to construct such a magnificent structure, even with 30 to 40,000 people working on it. Currently, there were already more than 50,000 workers in the Arcane Garden. For some reason, the temples in the northern citadel had also expressed their willingness to provide some manpower to help with the construction. The 7 temples had each provided 2 spellcasters and 100 craftsmen. With the addition of these people, the construction of the Arcane Garden sped up again. Other than the Arcane Garden, the construction of the Wizard Tower also sped up. Hathaway had made 2 gargoyles and golems. During this period of time, more than 30,000 workers and even more monster slaves were working on various construction projects. The main body of the Wizard Tower was not difficult to construct. Most of the time, it was difficult to transport materials. After all, in this era, it was not easy to transport materials up to a tower that was dozens of meters tall. In order to speed up the construction of the Wizard Tower, Su Luan temporarily suspended the repair work of the Secret Realm. He called the Harpies from the Secret Realm to come to the Wizard Tower to help. The construction of the Wizard Tower was very boring. It didn't need to carve the rocks and consider all kinds of art styles like the Arcane Garden. The Wizard Tower was like building blocks. It was slowly stacked in a fixed shape. The Wizard Tower required a large amount of obsidian. This work required a lot of obsidian. This work required stone to mud to fuse the materials that originally did not want to be fused together. Next, stone to mud would be used to turn the soft materials into hard stones. Then, it was necessary to cast hardening to make these materials as hard as steel. In fact, Sullin's original plan was to build the entire Wizard Tower with obsidian. The problem was that there was a limited amount of obsidian in the northern citadel. Sulin could only settle for the next best thing. Only a part of the obsidian was used as a material. At the same time, many areas were just ordinary rocks. Sulin planned to wait until he had money in the future to replace these rocks with obsidian. The main material of the Wizard Tower at the floating space tower level was obsidian. Then, the wizards would cast hardening on the obsidian. The defense of the Wizard Tower built in this way would reach a very high level. The Wizard Tower in the northern citadel did not cast hardening for the time being. He planned to cast hardening on the entire Wizard Tower after the main body was built. Although the casting requirements of hardening were not too high, such a Wizard Tower would need to be cast at least thousands of times to complete. In the next 10 days, Sulin began to cast stone to mud and stone to mud. He cast at least dozens of spells a day. Every time his energy was exhausted, he would take a magic potion to recover. The recovery of the magic potion was limited, and there was resistance to the magic potion. Every time he took it, the effect of the magic potion would be reduced. The resistance would only gradually disappear after 24 hours. Many times, Sulin could only rely on meditation to recover his magic after his magic was exhausted. The frequent use of spells made Sulin realize that the time he took to cast spells was shorter, and he was getting more and more proficient in casting spells. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have cast a lot of spells, and after in-depth study and research, you have finally mastered the talent of instant casting. Currently, the spells that can be used for instant casting are Stone to Mud and Stone to Mud. Just after Sulin cast Stone to Mud again, the system prompt sounded in his ears, reminding him that he had acquired the talent of instant casting. The difficulty of instant casting was very high, and Sulin had only mastered 2 of the spells. If he wanted to learn other spells and achieve instant casting, he would need to train for a long time. I'm so tired. It almost killed me. Those wizard apprentices must finish their studies as soon as possible, and I need to recruit more spellcasters. It's too difficult to build a wizard academy with so few people. Sulin was lying on the sofa in the Lord's castle, looking exhausted. Ankara and Annie were giving him a full body massage. Ankara and Annie had also mastered some low-level spells. Combined with grease and various massage techniques, it was absolutely wonderful. Chapter 323. The construction of the arcane garden progressed quickly. Tens of thousands of people were busy, but not in a mess. Under the effect of the blessing of the god of crafts, the workers, slaves, and the management system of the entire northern town seemed to have become more efficient. The tens of thousands of refugees and monster slaves on the construction site were like a colony of ants. All the work was carried out in an orderly manner. Although the effect of the blessing of the god of crafts was extraordinary, it was not perfect. For example, the consumption of food had increased by 5 times. However, it was still a good deal to trade food for efficiency. The main construction of the arcane garden was almost completed. Sulen came to the platform at the top of the arcane garden. From this position, he could see the entire arcane garden. The arcane garden looked like a hexagram. In the middle of the garden was a high platform, which was lowered level by level. The 6 corners of the garden were also 6 slightly lower platforms. There were also domes and fountains on these platforms. Although it was not completed yet, the whole building was elegant and mysterious. The entire arcane garden was connected by a large number of canals. These canals continuously transported water from the fountain to various parts of the terrace. The terrace of the garden was built in a 3-dimensional manner. Solid rocks and stone pillars were stacked up layer by layer. Each layer was supported by a marble pillar. Every layer was built with palaces and lofts. Looking from the bottom of the arcane garden, the entire garden extended to the sky. A large number of plants and statues were planted in the garden. When the plants and statues were completed, the palace and attic here would be surrounded by trees and flowers. The whole garden was a perfect combination of nature and art. It was magnificent. Each layer was connected by stone passages. These passages were built with domes and arches. There were various animal reliefs on the doors and pillars. There were even artificial waterfalls in some places. There were many exquisitely carved animal heads in the channels. The water on the upper layer would flow through these animal heads. Below the water flow, there was a beautifully shaped flower bed. There were a total of 6 exits in the garden, each 12 meters tall and 8 meters wide. Exquisite patterns were carved on the doorposts, and there were statues of arcane creatures on both sides of the gate, such as Pegasi, griffins, angels, and so on. The ground was decorated with colorful bricks that were arranged into geometric patterns. To prevent water seepage, Sulen had set up protective circles between each layer. As long as these circles were not destroyed, the layer would not be damaged. Therefore, special soil was needed to be piled on top of the layer. At the same time, some energy pipes had to be installed here. Many magic plants needed sufficient energy to grow. Sulen came to the highest platform in the center of the arcane garden. The basic construction here was almost complete. The flower beds, fountains, and domed corridors were all completed. However, the various flowers and plants were not yet planted. There were also some places where the carvings were not completed. All of this needed to be done by the workers in a while. He was now preparing to place the mouth of the fountain of vitality here. Taking out the spring of vitality from his storage bar, he found that it was still stored in a crystal ball, and the mouth of the crystal ball was constantly spewing out spring water. Sulen snapped his fingers and went to the location that he had checked before. He then chose to use it. Are you sure you want to use the fountain of vitality here? Note, once used, the fountain of vitality cannot be moved. Use. With Sulen's confirmation, a light flashed, and a crystal ball flew from Sulen's hand. In the next second, the outer shell of the crystal ball quickly melted, and the mouth of the fountain of vitality that was wrapped in it slowly floated to the ground. The moment it floated to the ground, it directly merged with the earth. Sulen's spiritual sense clearly sensed that there was a water vein that contained a strange energy extending into the earth. In the blink of an eye, it extended to an unknown place. At the same time, a trickle of water began to flow out from the mouth of the fountain of vitality. Soon, more and more spring water gushed out, and a layer of water gathered in the marble pool. Ding! Installation of the fountain of vitality successful. The fountain of vitality can produce 30 liters of fountain of vitality per day. After hearing the system's prompt, Sulen nodded with satisfaction. 30 liters of fountain of vitality sounded like a lot, but in fact, it was equivalent to less than 2 barrels of water in his previous life. However, it should be enough to make potions. Activating the protective circle of the fountain of vitality, an invisible energy barrier instantly appeared, enveloping the entire spring water and the pool, and then disappeared. After installing the fountain of vitality, Sulin began to use the underground spring to create other fountains. Unlike the fountain of vitality, the purpose of these fountains was to irrigate and beautify. Half squatting on the ground, Sulin stretched out his hand and pressed on the bottom of the marble pool. A wave of energy instantly ignited from his hand, and in the next second, a strong stream of water gushed out from the ground. The clear stream of water rushed into the sky and then exploded into countless water droplets. For a moment, the sky was filled with mist, and a rainbow appeared above the fountain. Then, Sulin began to summon fountains in the arcane garden. In addition to the fountain of vitality, there were more than 100 fountains of various sizes in the arcane garden. Sulin spent 2 days to finally guide all the fountains out. At the same time, the construction of the arcane garden was coming to an end. The basic building was all completed, and only some carvings were not completed. These parts needed time to be carefully sculpted, and the arcane garden was also preparing to plant magical plants. Now, there was not a single magical plant in the arcane garden. Sulin came to the center of the arcane garden. This was an inconspicuous palace. In the palace, there was a runic circle, and the runic circle exuded a mysterious aura. At this time, Sulin was standing in the center of the runic circle, and there was a fist-sized gap. He took out the legendary earth elemental stone from his storage space, and a wave of energy flowed from his hand into it. The entire stone emitted an earthy yellow light, and a heavy aura like the earth spread out. Then the stone gently flew up and then slowly spun a few times in the air, and then quickly fell. With a soft pop, it was perfectly embedded in the runic circle. As the stone fell, the entire runic circle was instantly activated, and a surge of elemental energy gushed out from the earth. The energy of the earth veins gathered, and the entire runic circle emitted a dazzling brilliance. A huge amount of elemental energy flowed through the energy channel that had been created long ago, and the entire arcane garden lit up little by little. In just a few breaths, the entire arcane garden was lit up. Soon, the huge arcane garden was shrouded in a mysterious aura, and then the elemental energy quickly expanded, enveloping the entire city, and then disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The arcane garden has been completed. Arcane garden, sky garden, this is a beautiful garden that is exquisitely made, filled with a mysterious aura and power. With this garden, the chances of a spellcaster hero being recruited will be increased to 1% within 30 miles of the city. At the same time, all magical plants will have a +4 production rate, and all spellcasters in the same faction will have a 200% mana recovery rate within the city. Elemental land +35, arcane aura +35, indestructible +37, delicacy +35, rapid growth +33, mana pool +20. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Due to the influence of the arcane garden, the elemental energy around the spring of vitality is abundant, and the production rate of the spring of vitality has increased by 20 liters. What a good thing! Sulin was a little surprised when he heard the system notification. With the help of the arcane garden, the spring of vitality could produce 50 liters of spring water every day. The other attributes of the arcane garden were also very good, especially the one that Sulin cared about the most. It could increase the chances of a newborn becoming a wizard after birth. In other places, the chances of a newborn becoming a wizard were between 1 in 3,000 to 1 in 1,000, but here in the northern town, it had increased by 10 times. In a few years, there would be a lot of children with wizard potential in the northern town. These children would be the apprentices of Sulin's building Wizard Academy. The strange phenomenon of the arcane garden naturally attracted the attention of several churches. After seeing the beautiful arcane garden, they were also secretly surprised. They could clearly feel the huge elemental energy around this beautiful and magnificent building, but they all tacitly agreed not to peek. Su Luan had proved his strength, and there was a god behind him. They didn't want to cause Su Luan to dislike their church because of these things and make enemies out of nothing. They also felt that after the arcane garden was built, the elemental energy around it had become a lot denser, which was a good thing. After the arcane garden was built, Su Lin began to arrange for people to plant all kinds of magic plants. At the same time, he also announced that he would be buying magic plants at a high price in the Adventurers Union. Although there were many magic plants in the arcane garden, there weren't many types. Su Lin could easily get a lot of them by spending some money. Su Lin planned to give some of the production of the arcane garden to the northern town's spellcasting team as a benefit. Su Lin planned to give each spellcaster an area, and the harvest of this area would belong to the spellcasters. As for how they would grow it, that was their own business. The plants in the arcane garden grew much faster than in other places. It was almost the same as the planting area in the arcane garden, but the land in the arcane garden was limited. It was far smaller than the arcane garden in the arcane garden. However, other than planting, the arcane garden could increase the spellcaster's mana recovery speed by a few times. It could also increase the chances of summoning a spellcaster hero. If Su Lin wanted to build a wizard academy, it would be too slow if he only relied on Hathaway and the others. Chapter 3:24. After the main body of the arcane garden was built, the rest of the work was to carve some statues, repair the roads, and other trivial tasks. These tasks did not require too much manpower. Su Lin left some people to continue the work, and the rest of the workers were assigned to the wizard tower. The rest of the workers were to build the infrastructure of the outer city. The main body of the wizard tower was also nearing completion. As for the various facilities inside the wizard tower, they could only be built slowly in the future. After all, ordinary people could not participate in these things. Su Lin checked the progress of the construction and made sure that the construction could be completed before the buff of the blessing of the craftsman god ended. Hathaway sent a message that the 2 pieces of flesh essence he gave her had been made into potions. Su Lin was ready to go and take a look. When he came to the lab, the new teacher, Lorraine, was teaching the apprentices. Su Lin did not disturb the class and went to Hathaway's lab from the side aisle. "This is the potion you made?" Su Lin said as he held a crystal bottle. The crystal bottle was filled with red liquid. As the crystal bottle shook, the liquid inside kept flashing. "The potion in your hand is actually a defective product," Hathaway said as she took off a pair of special glasses. "Defective product? What do you mean?" Su Lin asked curiously. Hathaway moved her shoulders, and a loose wizard robe in front of her chest was pushed up. "That's the first time I made a potion. The side effects of the flesh essence were not completely removed. Look, the color of the potion is still dark red. I used identification. This potion can increase one's lifespan by 10 years, but the side effect is a certain chance of mutating into an aberration. It's just that the contamination has been removed." Su Lin put down the crystal bottle. "Have you made any successful potions?" Hathaway flipped her hair, and Sullen's heart skipped a beat. "Of course, and I made 3 bottles," Hathaway said as she handed the 3 crystal bottles to Su Lin. Compared to the crystal bottle just now, the liquid in the 3 crystal bottles was light blue. The liquid shone like the stars in the moon. "This is the potion that completely removes the side effects?" Su Lin was a little surprised. "That's right. However, because the power of darkness in the flesh essence was deeply entangled, even the lifespan increase in the flesh essence decreased slightly after it was completely removed. Therefore, the lifespan increase of these potions was not as much as the previous one. 1 bottle can increase one's lifespan by 7 years." Su Lin smiled. "That's already very good." He then picked up the potion and let the system identify it. "Unnamed potion. Precious, The user's lifespan increase and the user's lifespan increase the user's lifespan and increase the user's lifespan. Unnamed potion. Precious. Made with flesh essence and moon dew as the main ingredients. Because all the dark energy was not removed during the making process, there is a 3% chance of flesh distortion. Using this potion will increase the user's lifespan by 10 years and increase the user's recovery speed. Sulen named the 3 potions Moonlight Potion. As for the failed potion, he named it Life Potion. Actually, it was not a failure since it could increase one's lifespan by 10 years, although there were some small side effects. Sulen planned to trade this life potion with the oddities. This kind of potion that could increase one's lifespan without too much of a side effect was very popular. If he spread the word, those nobles who were nearing the end of their lives would definitely spend a lot of money to buy it. Although wizards had many ways to increase their lifespan, they all had some side effects. This life potion was very effective. Of course, this was not attractive to legendary wizards. Sulen gave 1 Moonlight Potion to Hathaway and put away the other 2. Ever since he broke through to legendary, Sulen could vaguely feel the limit of his lifespan. Originally, a legendary warrior's lifespan was between 200 to 300 years, but Sulen's lifespan was more than 1,000 years. After he gained divinity and the power of his territory increased, Sulen's lifespan became even longer. He was not in a hurry to use the Moonlight Potion now. As for Hathaway, as a wizard, as long as she broke through to legendary, her lifespan would also increase to 1,000 years. As time passed, the time for the blessing of the craftsman god to end was getting closer and closer. Finally, on the afternoon of the last day, the main building of the northern town Wizard Tower fell to the ground. The few spellcasters in charge of the construction also let out a long sigh of relief. Using a lot of spells every day made them very tired. Looking at the towering Wizard Tower in front of him, Sulen also felt a surge of excitement in his heart. In such an era of backward technology, it was absolutely a miracle to build a building more than 100 meters high, although the interior of the Wizard Tower had not been built at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The construction of the Wizard Tower is complete. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The Wizard Tower has received the special effect of the blessing of the craftsman god. The Wizard Tower has received the energy reduction attribute. Energy reduction. The energy consumption of the Wizard Tower with this attribute is reduced by 50%. Sorcerer's Tower. Unnamed 10 floors, 3 underground floors, 7 floors above ground, 135 meters in height, constructed using magical steel, obsidian, and granite. Indestructible plus 57, mind intimidation plus 45, energy control plus 48, casting difficulty reduction plus 2, mana recovery plus 60, spell research speed plus 48, money consumption plus 30, advancement speed plus 15, energy reduction. Looking at the attributes of the Wizard Tower, Sulen was very satisfied. The next thing to do was to build the interior of the Wizard Tower. The elemental pool should be put on the agenda. Only with the elemental pool could the Wizard Tower be considered a real Wizard Tower. Otherwise, this Wizard Tower would at most be a sturdy tower. In addition to the elemental pool, the Wizard Tower also needed a large number of fully constructed puppets. At the same time, it also needed to install various attack systems, and most importantly, the Tower Spirit. The Tower Spirit of this Wizard Tower was at least a legendary Tower Spirit. However, Hathaway had not advanced to legendary yet. Although Sulen had a legendary soul crystal, he still could not make a legendary Tower Spirit. A Wizard Tower with a Tower Spirit and various fully constructed puppets had to be prepared. Even if there was no one in charge, the challenge level of this Wizard Tower was at least level 21. In other words, at least a standard adventure team with 5 legendary members would be required to try to attack. Of course, most of the Wizard Towers were extremely challenging. Legendary wizards had a long lifespan. Although they preferred to study all kinds of spells and the nature of the world, the defense of the Wizard Tower would never be sloppy. In a few hundred years, Even a most lazy legendary wizard would have accumulated a ridiculous number of all kinds of advanced golems. 200 steel golem legions, 1,000 rock golem legions, and even a few legendary golems. Under the command of the tower spirit, the challenge level of such a wizard tower was likely to be above level 26. In Sullen's wizard tower, he was also preparing to build a golem legion. Obsidian golems, steel golems, and other legendary construct golems were necessary. If there was a chance, Sulin would definitely build them. The information of legendary construct golems was still very precious. Hathaway's original wizard school did not have such legendary construct golems. However, because of the successful construction of the wizard tower in Sullen System Store, some products were unlocked. Among them, there were a few legendary construct golems for sale. The price was also very high. The cheapest one was the diamond golem. The price of the diamond golem was 1 million kinnar. The diamond golem was not made of diamond. This kind of golem was made of a special kind of crystal. The hardness of this crystal was very high, close to the hardness of diamond. Its appearance also looked similar, so this kind of golem was called the diamond golem. In fact, it was not diamond. A diamond golem was 5 meters tall and weighed up to 10 tons. Such a behemoth was not so easy to deal with. Although the diamond golem could not fly, its strength was very high. Moreover, the diamond golem had strong defense and magic resistance. Ordinary weapons could not cause damage to it, and spells below level 5 were ineffective. Compared to the diamond golem, the mithril golem and the adamantine golem were slightly better. These two types of golems were mixed with some mithril and adamantine when they were built, which made them more powerful than the diamond golem. The mithril golem was characterized by its fast speed. It had far more speed than ordinary golems, and its defense and magic resistance were no worse than the diamond golem. The adamantine golem was much slower, but its strength, defense, and magic resistance were stronger than the mithril golem. In fact, in Sullen's view, these legendary golems were basically not much different from Gundam mechs, except that they could not fly. In addition to these golems, there were several other types of legendary golems in the system shop, such as arcane guards, magic breakers, and magic constructs. These golems made Sullen's jaw drop. These golems had the ability to fly. Among them, the arcane guards could cast spells. The magic breakers were not only terrifyingly fast, but also had high magic resistance. They had the ability to fly, and their weapons had the ability to break magic. They were definitely difficult to deal with for wizards. As for the last magic construct, Sulin preferred to call it the magic mech. This kind of golem had to be piloted by a human. Its functions were no worse than the Gundam in various anime and manga in his previous life. This was because the magic mech's challenge level was as high as level 35. If there was a pilot, the challenge level would be even higher. P.S. Everyone give a name to the Wizard Tower, and by the way, give a name to the Wizard Academy. I think the Northern Wizard Tower is too casual. Chapter 325. Although there was information about magic constructs in the system shop, it was locked. The construct golems that Su Luan could currently purchase were diamond golems, mithril golems, and adamantine golems. He was planning to build a golem army in the Wizard Tower. The main force of the golem army would be the iron golems. Sulin had a dozen iron golems in the secret realm, but they were all repaired. Hathaway was still researching how to make iron golems, so it would take some time before she could make one. Also, iron golems were expensive to make. The entire golem army was built with kinnar. As for legendary golems, they could only be created by legendary adepts. In addition to the steel golems, the Wizard Tower was also preparing to build a gargoyle golem legion. The gargoyle golems were an improved version of the obsidian golems. The gargoyle golems had good physical defense and, at the same time, higher magic resistance. With these gargoyle golems, the Wizard Tower's anti-air power was supplemented. Moreover, the gargoyle golem was different from the steel golem. When the gargoyle golem was not activated, it would enter a petrified state. In this state, The gargoyle golem was like an ordinary statue, but its defense was very high. It was a good place to place it and act as a guard. After the wizard tower was built, a large amount of manpower began to be released. Some of the serfs continued to farm, while others continued to build other buildings in the northern town. Although the third phase of the northern town had completed the city walls and some residential buildings, there were no public facilities. The next step was to build roads and public facilities, such as public toilets, public bathrooms, city streets, sewers, water pipes, and many other basic facilities. At the same time, there were many empty spaces in the northern town. Some of these spaces would be used to build houses, while others would be used to build markets and business districts. Sulan had already planned to divide the inner town market, and part of it would be moved to the outer town. As the outer town market was gradually built, the refugees and serfs who had not yet obtained citizenship would also be moved to the outer town. The northern town was still very busy. The farmland outside the town continued to expand, and the new farmland was planted according to the previous proportion. The grassroots officials in Northtown City were already very experienced in this kind of work. As long as Sulan assigned the task, the grassroots officials would complete it very well. During this period of time, the Northern Town's official training school was doing very well. With the help of the Wisdom Church's scholars, the number of officials in the Northern Town's official training school had doubled. Finally, the shortage of officials in the Northern Town's official training school had been alleviated. In fact, it wasn't just Northern Battlefront City. Even Mirror Lake City and Centaur City needed a lot of officials. Moreover, these two cities were lacking in officials. Sulan had specially assigned a group of well-trained grassroots officials to these two cities. During this period of time, Sulan had also asked his men to keep an eye on the tavern to see if there were any visitors. However, although the tavern had a recruitment attribute, it was obviously not as powerful as the recruitment order. No heroes had appeared during this period of time. Although there were no heroes, there were still some ordinary talents. Sulan had recruited a few ordinary talents from the tavern. These people were either bankrupt merchants, nobles whose families had declined, or master craftsmen with special skills. After checking their attributes, Sulan assigned them to suitable positions. The development of Northtown City required a lot of talents. In fact, any city that wanted to prosper needed a lot of talents. In addition to purchased slaves and migrated refugees, most of the people in Northtown City were people that Sulan had forcibly recruited from the northern provinces. Although most of these people were ordinary people, there were still some who were originally middle-class or upper-class people in the city. Because of the war, they were brought to Northtown City. Although many of these people didn't recognize Northtown City at first and wanted to escape, after living and working here for a while, they developed a sense of belonging. In fact, what they didn't know was that this sense of belonging was the effect of the various attributes in Northtown City. In addition, the refugees and serfs had a heavy workload, and the food was poor. It didn't take long for these people to express their willingness to work for Sulan. They wanted better treatment. Most of these people had received education and were skilled in their own fields. Therefore, the Northern Town City welcomed them with open arms. It was a sunny day. After yesterday's rain, the temperature in Northern Town City was a bit cold. Unknowingly, it was already late autumn in the Northern Wasteland. Autumn in the Northern Wasteland was very good. The first snow of winter would come in November. It would only start to thaw in February of the next year. Therefore, there wasn't much time left for Northtown City this year. A large area of farmland outside the city was sowing seeds. Sugar beets were suitable for growing in cold climates. Sugar beets produced more sugar during this season. Now, a large number of serfs were planting sugar beets. With the harvest altar, sugar beets didn't need a whole year to grow. However, this period of time was the best for both yield and sugar. In addition to planting sugar beets, some of the slaves were planting winter wheat. The demand for wheat in Northtown City was very high. Normal serfs could eat potatoes, but the caravans that came to trade would definitely eat flour. Sulan had also started to give some benefits to the soldiers and grassroots officials. For example, they would be given 10 pounds of flour or some meat every month. Of course, these couldn't be eaten. These benefits were more of a symbol of status. It made the serfs and refugees envious of those people from the bottom of their hearts. Then they would work hard, join the army, or serve the Lord. There was also good news. The chief gourmet of Northtown City, Frodo, finally succeeded in making tofu after hundreds of experiments. Last time, Sulin wanted to make tofu, but in the end he made soy milk. Although soy milk with some sugar tasted good, it was far worse than the variety of soy products. Although Sulin didn't know how to make tofu, he still gave Frodo some directions. He didn't expect the halfling to be so obsessed with food. It took him a few months to finally make tofu. Frodo used a brown, salty water, and the tofu he made tasted good. Therefore, tofu was added to the list of delicacies in Northtown City. Next, Sulin told him various ways to cook tofu, and Frodo began to study tofu again. Sulin was very supportive of Frodo. He was counting on the chef to replicate all the delicacies he had eaten in his previous life in this world. Sulin also had a deep grudge against the food in this world. Ordinary civilians basically ate mashed potatoes, potato cubes, and occasionally some fish. Although the nobles didn't lack meat, Sulin didn't dare to compliment their cooking methods. Roasting, boiling, and frying were basically the same. Stargazy pie from his previous life was probably a delicacy in this world. Fortunately, there were halflings, these little guys who like to enjoy life and eat good food. Otherwise, the food in this world would be even worse. In Northtown City, the planting of soybeans had also begun to expand. Soybeans were one of the few crops in Northtown City that could provide oil. Sulin drew out a total of 8,000 mu of land to plant soybeans and built ditches that extended in all directions. With enough labor, the land in Northtown City was reclaimed very quickly. Now, there were almost 100,000 mu of farmland in Northtown City, and the best land around the city had been reclaimed into farmland. With 100,000 mu of land planted, the harvest could easily make Northtown City self-sufficient. At the same time, there is also a large amount of surplus food to be used for brewing wine, developing the breeding industry, and supplying Mirror Lake City and Centaur City. After being self-sufficient in food, Northtown City would have a firm foothold in the northern wasteland. Food, land, and population were all very precious at any time. Although gold was precious, it was far less important to Sulin. As long as he had food, land, and population, it would be easy to accumulate wealth. After the Arcane Garden was completed, several churches had already withdrawn their people. During this time, the Temple of the Goddess of Wealth showed Sulin what it meant to be rich and willful. Compared to most temples that were built with granite and other rocks, such as the Temple of War, which was entirely built with granite. Who asked the Temple of War to be poor? The Temple of Wealth was built with pure white marble. The entire temple was built with marble. Even Sulin could not help but be shocked by the cost. In Northtown City, other than the Arc de Triomphe, which was completely built with marble, only the Temple of Wealth was built with marble. Although other churches also used marble, they were not as crazy as the Temple of Wealth. There were thousands of churches on the continent, among which there were thousands of cities that could afford to build temples. If they were built with ordinary stone, one could imagine how much money it would cost to build so many temples. Moreover, the Temple of Wealth was not only built with marble. They also used a lot of gold to decorate the temple. Many carvings, walls, pillars, and many other places were inlaid with gold. These people were not afraid that the gold would be stolen. Sulin could not help but feel envious. If he had not washed his hands of gold for many years, he could not help but go to the Temple of Wealth to steal some things. The high-grade priest of the Goddess of Wealth even blinded Sulin's eyes. The priest's robe was made of high-quality silk with a lot of golden thread sewn on it. It was completely different from the style of the priests of the Temple of Wisdom. The priest of the Goddess of Wealth had 8 rings on his hand. Did he not feel that it was inconvenient to carry things? Chapter 3:26. The priest of the Lady of Wealth was wearing all kinds of accessories, including his priest robe. Although some of them were not high level His outfit was worth at least 500,000 to 700,000 kinner. High-grade priests were already rich, and the priests of the Lady of Wealth were even richer. Apart from a portion of the church's financial resources coming from their respective caravans, shops, and land, some of it was also donations from the believers. Many of the believers were crying and begging to donate all their wealth to the church so that they could enter the kingdom of God after death and continue to live there. Some of them were healed by priests. Although wizards also had healing spells, they were far less effective than priests. For example, broken limb regrowth and soul damage. Sometimes, not only did you have to pay a certain price, but you also had to pay a certain price before the temple would allow a priest to heal you. Even Su Luan couldn't be envious of this. The wizard's regeneration potion was made according to the regeneration principle of the trolls, and the effect was good. However, the effect of the regeneration potion was much worse when it encountered strong acid and fire, but the healing spells of the priests were completely fine. Dusk. Su Lin held Phyllis's white and tender hand and took a stroll in the Lord's castle. The Lord's castle had expanded a few times, and the original inner city wall had become the outer wall of the Lord's castle. Not only did Su Lin live here, but even the families of the Lord's guards lived here. The construction of the Lord's castle was also ongoing. According to Sullen's blueprint, the Lord's castle needed to be a luxurious palace filled with art and all kinds of statues. However, this goal was still far away. Perhaps in a few years, this place would become a luxurious palace complex. In fact, Su Lin planned to build a Chinese garden outside the city when his territory was more developed. He liked that kind of garden-style residence. As the princess of the Kingdom of Florence, Phyllis had seen many beautiful manors. Su Lin saw that she was bored here, so he found something for her to do. It was to design a luxurious palace complex for the Lord's castle. Phyllis was very happy to accept the palace design, so she agreed without hesitation. This was the happiest period of Phyllis's life. As for Sullen's many women, she was already prepared before she came to the northern town. As a princess, she had seen the debauchery of the upper nobles. Compared to those, Sullen's was already considered good. Besides, Su Lin was a legendary figure with a huge territory. It was expected that he had many partners. She did not have to maintain the palace etiquette all the time, nor did she have a strict nanny to remind her. Her sisters also took good care of her, so she could completely let herself go. Su Lin was very happy to accept this situation. Of course, in some formal occasions, Phyllis still paid attention to etiquette. She was a very good partner. Nightfall. The gorgeous magic crystal lamps were lit up, and the luxurious hall was ablaze with lights. An exquisite and sumptuous dinner was served on the long table. Under the bright lights, Chris, Hathaway, Alex, Phyllis, and the two half-elf maids were all sitting quietly at the long table. The charming faces of the several beauties were tender and alluring. Chris was seductive, Hathaway was intellectual, Alex was wild and hot, Phyllis was elegant, and the half-elf maids were youthful and energetic. Su Lin couldn't stop himself from looking at all these beauties. Although they were all wearing silk dresses, their styles were different. The ladies had good figures, which were measured by Su Lin himself. They had full breasts, slender waists, and beautiful fishtail dresses that outlined the perfect curve of their round buttocks. Their eyes were moving, as if there was an invisible temptation. A fresh roast suckling pig was served on the table. The rich aroma was mouth-watering. It was all prepared by Frodo himself. At the surrounding tables, many generals and officials of the northern city were sitting upright. There were also representatives of the temples and churches. In addition, there were also some merchants who had deep ties with the northern city. Su Lin sat at the head of the table, which was at the top of the banquet. Today's banquet was to celebrate the completion of the third phase of the Northern City project. At the same time, it was also to communicate with the churches and merchants. The banquet was very successful. After the banquet, Su Lin took the ladies for a walk in the garden of the Lord's castle. They had been busy for a while, and Su Lin had not relaxed and chatted with them for a while. A light breeze blew, and the light fragrance of flowers drifted with the wind. The garden of the city lord's castle was Hathaway's masterpiece. Although the garden was not big, there were constant arcane magic circles in it that could maintain the temperature of spring. No matter the time, the flowers would bloom. After strolling for a while, Sulin went back to his old habits. He used the excuse that he was sleepy and wanted to rest. He took the ladies back to his room. In fact, even Phyllis, who was the weakest among them, did not feel sleepy, let alone Sulin, who was in human form. The ladies naturally knew what Sulin was thinking. They all rolled their eyes at him. When they returned to their room, Sulin was surprised to see that the ladies were wearing beautiful stockings of different colors. Seeing this scene, Sulin's fighting spirit soared. He also did not expect that Chris and the ladies could get their hands on stockings. Stockings did exist in this world. Stockings were usually only sold by the drows in the Underdark. They were expensive and made of underground spider silk. As soon as they appeared, they were sold out. Where did you get them? Sulin hugged Chris lazily. His hands could not help but slide down her body. I found some wild underground spiders in the Underdark, so I kept them in captivity, Chris said with a smile. Hathaway used alchemy and a half-elf master weaver to make them. What do you think? Do you like them? Chris felt Sulin's passionate gaze. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Her charming face was very flirtatious. I love them. Sulin chuckled. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Time passed by. The harvest festival in the northern town was approaching. Last year, Sulin set the first harvest festival in the northern town as the Harvest Festival. This festival was unique to the northern town. This year, the northern town had a great harvest again. During this time, the entire northern town was preparing for the festival. Currently, there were 3 festivals in the northern town. Other than the Harvest Festival, there was the New Year and Victory Day. Victory Day was the day the Arc de Triomphe was completed. Everyone in the northern town was looking forward to the festival, because during the festival, even the serfs and refugees were allowed to rest. Furthermore, the northern town would provide all kinds of delicious food, colorful fireworks, and even circus performances. With the arrival of the Harvest Festival, the entire northern town became a sea of joy. Because of the festival, all the streets in the city were cleaned. Many streets were hung with colorful lights. Charming flowers bloomed on both sides of the road. The fountains in the square were colorful under the illumination of the magic lights. All kinds of food stalls were neatly arranged. Countless people and children were enjoying the food with smiles on their faces. Many people who came to the northern town for the first time were surprised by this scene. In this era, very few lords would hold such a grand festival. Among the nobles, festivals had nothing to do with the peasants. They would hold all kinds of banquets and indulge in wine and women in the castle. They would never give a piece of bread to the commoners outside the castle. For this festival, the wizard apprentices who had studied for half a year were responsible for the fireworks. The magic fireworks were made by alchemy. They looked more beautiful than the fireworks Sulin had seen in his previous life. In addition to the magic fireworks, these wizard apprentices had also learned some Circle Zero spells and magic tricks. They could also release some magic fireworks. These apprentices also performed at the request of Sulin. The churches also participated in the Harvest Festival. For the churches, such a grand festival was a good opportunity for them to gather faith. Naturally, these churches would not let go of this opportunity. The churches prepared a lot of food and specially hired a circus to perform. When night fell, a large number of people gathered in the squares of the city. Everyone looked up at the sky curiously. Accompanied by a sharp noise, a purple ball of light flew up high. Then, with a loud bang, a bright firework appeared in the sky. As this firework bloomed, more and more fireworks also bloomed in the sky. The commoners had never seen such a beautiful scene. They were all shocked and could not close their mouths. When the fireworks ended, Sulin appeared on the high platform and waved to everyone. Warm cheers sounded. The cheers were like a tsunami. At this moment, if Sulin opened the system panel, the value of the people's sentiment at the bottom of the city would be increased to the maximum. People's sentiment changed very quickly. However, the sentiment of the people in the northern town was always around 85. After Sulin appeared on the high platform, he began to distribute a large amount of free food. At the same time, various acrobats in the square began to perform. Some young girls began to dance in the music. Young men and women also went to perform. At this time, the major temples were also doing their best to attract people to believe in their respective gods. In this environment, many people had become believers, although they were only shallow believers. As long as there were no accidents, many people would become devout believers. The celebration this time was also the day that many churches had gained the most believers. Sulin also took a few women to parade in the city. Today's festival was to celebrate with the people. The group kept waving to the crowd on both sides. Wherever Sulin went, there would be cheers. After the parade was over, Sulin took everyone to play. Because Hathaway cast a spell, they were not recognized. At this time, he did not want to be disturbed. A group of city guards in plain clothes were also around to protect them. On this day, the whole city was in a sea of joy. Chapter 3:27. The grand festival had come to an end, and Northern Town was once again bustling with activity. Sulin followed Chris to the underground world. He was going to try to breed underground spiders. It was not easy to weave stockings with the silk of underground spiders, and alchemy was also involved. The price of each pair of stockings sold in the Underdark was more than 50 kinnar. Even so, the demand still exceeded the supply. The main reason was that the quality was not good, and it was basically disposable. Sulin planned to divide an area in the underground world to breed underground spiders, and the silk produced could be used to weave stockings. The drows were very experienced in breeding spiders. Although the drows in Northern Town had left the underground world for a long time and had even mixed with humans, the method of breeding spiders had been passed down. Underground spiders were large spiders with a ferocious appearance. They had 8 limbs, and their legs were about 1 meter long. The body in the middle was about the size of a dog. Its abdomen was large, and its body was covered with short, dark gray hair. It looked ferocious and terrifying. This spider had 8 eyes and a pair of ferocious fangs in its mouth. It was the kind of monster that could leave a psychological scar. Although the underground spiders looked ferocious, they were herbivores. They liked to eat mushrooms and all kinds of fungi. Although they were poisonous, it was their weapon of self-defense. There was a silk sac in the abdomen of an underground spider, and it would produce some silk every day. However, the silk could not be used directly. It was too sticky, and it had to be processed. After Sulin learned about the living habits of the spiders, he built a large farm outside Crete. At the same time, he sent some drows to take charge of the production. Currently, there were more than 100 underground spiders in the farm, and they could produce more than 300 pairs of stockings per month. In fact, the raw materials for the stockings were easy to find, but the production was difficult. Hathaway could not spend a lot of time and energy processing the silk with alchemy. Fortunately, the alchemy part wasn't a very difficult spell. It was mainly to eliminate the stickiness of the spider silk. It took 2 days to create a runic array, and as long as the runic array was activated, the spider silk would be dealt with. This kind of work could be done by the wizard apprentices. As for the silk stockings, it was left to the half-elf weavers. Although the weaving bureau in Northern Town wasn't very famous, it could still produce silk, fine linen, cotton, and so on. However, due to the lack of manpower, the production was not very high. Currently, only a few half-elf master weavers could do fine work like knitting stockings. Sulin could only let them try to train some weaver apprentices. Just as Sulin was about to build the interior of the Adept Tower with Hathaway and the others, a guard hurried over. "Sir, the security team found some corpses in the city. Have you caught the murderer yet?" Sulin said without raising his head. In a city with more than 100,000 people, it was not a big deal to have 1 or 2 murders occasionally. Although the laws in Northern Town City were strict, there were still people who didn't believe in evil and wanted to try. "I'm sorry, sir. We didn't find the murderer, and the number of deaths is quite high." "How many? Do you have any leads?" 24. No leads yet. Hearing this number, Sulin suddenly raised his head. 24 people were killed, and you don't have any leads? I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Where are the corpses? Take me there. Under the guard's lead, Sulin quickly arrived at the crime scene. At this time, the crime scene had been isolated by the security team. As soon as he entered, Sulin smelled a strong smell of blood. After seeing the corpses on the ground, his face became even more gloomy. Sir, all the corpses were killed with one blow, and all their hearts were dug out, Harrison said as he walked forward. Sulin came closer to observe. They were both men and women, and they were about 30 years old. They were in the prime of their lives. There were signs of struggle on their bodies. Some of them even had their hearts dug out when they were still alive, so there was a lot of blood at the scene. Who found the corpses first? Sulin asked. It's Bobby. Harrison waved to a middle-aged man who looked a little submissive next to him and asked him to come over. Sir, you're looking for me, Bobby said, nodding and bowing. Tell me what you know about these corpses again. Yes, sir. Soon, Bobby told the story from beginning to end, and Sulin didn't find any clues. These people are just ordinary refugees. Who would kill them and dig out their hearts? Sulin said with a frown. Sir, I know some clues. At this time, outside the quarantine circle, a man who looked like an adventurer waved his arms and shouted, but the soldier in front of him didn't allow him to get close to the quarantine circle. Let him in. Sulin thought for a moment and said to the soldier. Then the soldier stepped aside. Hello, Sir Lord. I'm Luen. Nice to meet you. I'm a rogue. The adventurer said respectfully. Sulin waved his hand and said, I'm not interested in this. You said you have clues. Now tell me. Sir Lord, I do have some clues about those murderers, but Luen said as he made a universal gesture. As long as the clues you say are true and can help us find the murderers, I can give you 1,000 kinner as a reward. How about it? Deal. Luen quickly nodded and said, Sir, I wonder if you've heard of any rumors? What rumors? Sulin asked with raised eyebrows. Luen looked around cautiously and said in a low voice, The Heartless. Sulin was a little confused. He had never heard of this name. Seeing Sulin's expression, Luen continued, Sir, it's not surprising that you don't know. The Heartless are actually an evil god's church. They used to be active on the southern coast, but later on, they did something that caused a large number of civilian casualties and were hunted down by the forces on the southern coast. They often dig out the hearts of living people and use them as sacrifices to the evil god. Therefore, they are also called the Heartless. According to Luen's explanation, Sulin finally figured out what kind of people the so-called Heartless were. These people believed in an evil god, and this evil god's favorite sacrifice was hearts. Therefore, after these people defeated their enemies, they would dig out their hearts or use a massacre as a sacrifice to the evil god they believed in. In the end, they would dig out their hearts and use them as sacrifices. There were many types of gods in this world. Even among the Orthodox gods, there were many types. There were good, evil, neutral, lawful, chaotic, and other combinations. Apart from these gods, there were also evil gods that were not recognized. These evil gods had a part of the god's power and liked blood sacrifices. The Orthodox gods had divinity, divine titles, and divine power, while the evil gods only had a part of it. Although the evil gods would respond to their believers and give them power, they would eventually devour the power in believers. Even if the person who used the evil god's power was not killed by others in the end, the evil god would snatch their soul. Are you saying that the heartless evil god's believers have come to Northtown? Sulin said. That seems to be the case. Luen nodded and said, I suggest you seek the help of the temple. Those heartless are not weak. You are a rogue, so you should be proficient in tracking. You are also quite strong. Help me find the traces of those evil god's believers, Sulin said as he looked at the rogue in front of him. Sulin looked at the rogue in front of him and said, This rogue was a level 3 transcendent professional and was familiar with the heartless style of doing things, so it was very suitable for him to search for the heartless. As for seeking help from the church, Sulin did not consider it for the time being. The church was indeed very willing to help Sulin deal with these evil gods' churches, but this way, the church would have the opportunity to intervene in the matters of North Town, which Sulin could not accept. Okay, but tracking also requires payment. Moreover, this mission is very dangerous. I want 2,000 kinner. Wen hesitated for a moment before nodding and agreeing. Okay. Sulin nodded in agreement. After Sulin paid 1,000 kinner as a commission, Wen began his official work. As a rogue proficient in tracking, Wen was still very reliable. It did not take long for him to find some clues and start following the clues left behind. Sulin followed behind with a barbarian guard. Following the traces left behind, everyone quickly arrived outside the city. After arriving outside the city, the traces became more obvious. It was obvious that these people no longer hid their tracks after leaving the city. After a while, Sulin suddenly discovered that they had come to a cemetery. This was the place where Northtown City buried the dead. There were also cemeteries in Northtown City, but only soldiers who died in battle or citizens who paid a large sum of money could be buried in those cemeteries. Ordinary refugees, serfs, and monster slaves were buried outside the city. Although Northtown City had been established for less than 2 years, many people were buried in this cemetery. Because it was a cemetery, it was indeed hidden and deserted. The rogue walking at the front suddenly stopped and quickly walked to a cemetery. He said in a deep voice, "Look at these graves. The tombstones have been here for a long time, but the soil underground has been turned over recently." Hearing his voice, everyone stepped forward. Indeed, there was something wrong with the soil here. It should have happened in the past 2 days. Wen squatted down, picked up some soil with his hand, and asked. Then, he pushed away the weeds in front of the tombstone. There were obvious traces of movement under the tombstone. Someone opened this grave 3 days ago at most. Chapter 328. Someone had moved the grave. In this world, people respected the dead. Normally, they should not be disturbed after they were buried. This kind of behavior was prohibited by the laws of every country. This was also one of the reasons why people on the continent were against necromancers. There are necromancers around. It seems that necromancers are here. Sulin sensed a very weak necromancy aura. "Sir, should we open it?" Wen asked hesitantly. Sulin nodded. "Open it." Necromancers had appeared in this cemetery. This was not good news. The few of them were very fast. It did not take long for them to dig up one of the graves that had been turned over. When they opened the coffin, it was empty. Necromancers. This disgusting aura is definitely necromancers. I still remember their aura, Wen said with a gloomy face. Sulin's face was also a little ugly. He decided to give these people the harshest punishment for daring to cause trouble in his territory. He did not want a large number of necromancers to appear in his territory. Necromancy detection. A light flashed. There were no necromancers around, but the necromancy aura pointed him in the right direction. That direction. The group set off in that direction. They passed through the cemetery and soon arrived at a forest. Wen continued to follow. Soon, they found a very hidden cave. There were lush vines on both sides of the cave. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to find the hidden cave at all. "Don't come close." A barbarian warrior wanted to approach the cave, but he was stopped by Sulin. "There are hidden sentries outside." With the help of the strategic map, Sulin easily found 2 hidden sentries hidden in a tree and under the vines. The 2 red dots on the map were glowing purple. Sulin pulled Wen and pointed at the vines, then at Wen. He left the one on the tree to Wen. The 2 of them each took care of one of the hidden sentries. This was Wen's old profession. He couldn't compare to the barbarians in frontal combat, but he was better than all the barbarians combined. Unless the barbarians understood the ultimate meaning of the Assassin's Creed and killed all the witnesses, he wouldn't be discovered. After casting an invisibility spell on himself, Sulin's figure disappeared in an instant. Soon, there was a slight sound, and then there was no more movement. At the same time, one arrived at the target location. Throat cut, backstab, kidney shot. 3 consecutive strikes were unleashed in an instant, and the sentry was killed before he could even make sound. After clearing out the hidden sentries, Sulen led everyone into the cave. To his surprise, the cave was unexpectedly large. Sulen touched the rock wall and found traces of magic on it. The cave was not naturally formed. It should have been expanded by magic on the basis of the original cave. The air in the cave was not turbid. After Sulen cast a group invisibility spell on everyone, they began to go deeper into the cave. There were not many forks in the cave. After taking a few wrong turns, they finally came to a place similar to a hall. The hall was not small, about 500 square meters. The most eye-catching thing was a building similar to an altar in the middle. There was a blood pool in the center of the altar, and there were several smaller blood pools around it. There were more than a dozen bright red hearts on the altar. At this time, the blood pools were full of blood, and the whole hall was filled with a strong smell of blood. Blood sacrifice. Seeing this scene, Suluan immediately thought of blood sacrifice. Blood sacrifice became popular after the Witch King era. At that time, many gods accepted blood sacrifice. Through blood sacrifice, they could quickly increase their divine power. Many gods would ask their followers to perform blood sacrifice. Among them, the desert gods liked blood sacrifice. The desert gods might need thousands of slaves for a blood sacrifice. When they held a grand sacrificial ceremony, there might even be tens of thousands of sacrifices. However, later on, many gods found that although blood sacrifice could quickly increase their divine power, the side effects were very big. The resentment of the dead was also absorbed. This resentment was very difficult to remove. Once it accumulated too much, it would have a serious impact on the gods. Just like the desert gods, although they prospered for a while, they soon declined and finally disappeared completely. Later on, the gods gradually rejected blood sacrifice. Only some evil gods and demons liked blood sacrifice. Of course, some primitive tribes also liked to use blood sacrifice when worshipping ancestral spirits. Now, even many gods of the evil alignment had stopped this primitive way of sacrifice. Of course, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, still occasionally performed blood sacrifice. Just like the drows who believed in the Queen of Spiders, these drows liked to fight among themselves. A city would be divided into 8 families, and then these families would fight among themselves. Until now, there was no drow kingdom in the Underdark. Even when they attacked the surface elves, they were spontaneously organized city by city. There was no hope of winning, but they still enjoyed it. On the altar, a priest who looked a little old had a cruel smile on his face. He held a dagger with a blood groove and came to the front of a captive. The captive seemed to be under the control of the spell because he didn't react at all. With a cold light, the captive's chest was directly cut open by the sharp dagger. Blood gushed out crazily and flowed along the rocks on the altar. The crowd below became very crazy. When the blood seeped into the surface of the altar, some kind of evil and strange power also appeared. The faces of the believers under the altar showed frenzied and intoxicated expressions. The leader of the priests raised his dagger and dug out a fist-sized heart that was still beating. The hot heart was carefully placed next to the altar. The priest did not stop and then went to the second sacrifice. Blood sacrifice was a form that was difficult to satisfy the evil gods. If they could not provide a strong sacrifice, then they had to rely on numbers to please the evil gods. Often, a bloody sacrifice would last for a long time. Only when the evil gods were satisfied would they give power to the believers. If they were not satisfied, they would anger the evil gods. At that time, they would take the lives of the believers to make up for the sacrifice. Sulen looked in front of him. In his eyes, he could clearly see the rich blood-red light above the altar. Evil God, the evil god of chaos. Although Sulen could not be sure of the strength of this evil god, he was sure that it was the most chaotic and evil thing. I can't wait any longer. No matter if it was a demigod or a false god, they were all very dangerous to Sulen. However, that evil god was not here now. The prime material plane was not that easy to enter, and he could not let these people finish the sacrifice before making a move. After all, after the sacrifice, their strength would increase greatly, and that would be even more troublesome. All troops, raise your spirits. Group haste. Group enchantment weapon. Boost morale, advanced. Curse, reduces enemy's defense. Rays of light shone from Sullen's body, and then the barbarian guards were all covered. The barbarian guard strength increased by a level. Their fighting spirits soared, and they rushed forward like a whirlwind. Charge. Whirlwind slash. Dozens of barbarian guards charged at the same time, erupting with an aura like a landslide. The exaggeratedly shaped axes in their hands instantly swept up a storm of attacks. The outermost followers did not even have time to react and were directly beheaded on the spot. The moment Su Lin used his spell, the leader of the priests had already sensed it. However, he never thought that Su Lin would move so quickly and that the barbarians would be so reckless, not giving them any time to react. Damn it! Activate the Warriors of Darkness. A few spellcasters in long robes immediately used their spells. In a breath's time, a dozen figures covered in the aura of death rushed out from the corner of the hall. These figures were not slow, and they directly met the barbarians who were charging forward. However, in the face of the barbarians who had activated their berserk mode, these Warriors of Darkness were still forced to retreat despite their strength. Su Lin followed the barbarians, and with a sweep of his purple dragon halberd, he directly beheaded an evil god follower that rushed forward and then began his slaughter. Although Bladestorm was a Sword Saint specialty, other melee classes could imitate it as well. For example, Rangers could dual-wield their weapons and cast advanced haste. They could also perform a similar attack with perfect dual wield. However, the damage was far less than a Sword Saint's. Another example was the Berserk Barbarian. They had about 50% of the power of Bladestorm, but it was not too difficult for Su Lin. With his Blitz talent, greater haste, and his proficiency in spears, as well as his powerful stamina, Su Lin could easily achieve this state. Sullen's body was wrapped in lightning, and in the next second, he appeared in front of a priest. That priest did not even have time to cast a spell before he was killed by Su Lin. The purple dragon halberd swept back and forth, quickly clearing out the surrounding warriors, and then directly pouncing on another priest wearing a mask. These priests had a strong negative aura, as well as some strange chaotic energy, which made Su Lin very vigilant. They were the biggest threat to the barbarian guards. Corpses fell one after another like grass being cut down, and the evil god followers who had already reacted began to frantically counterattack. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly exploded. The space in the underground hall was limited, and in this environment, the power of roar was even greater. Everyone felt their minds go blank for a moment. The barbarians were fine, as their constitution was high enough, and they quickly recovered, but the evil god followers were not so lucky. Half of them were killed by the roar just now. Chapter 329. Lightning Spear. Dazzling lightning appeared in Sullen's hand, and a spear completely condensed from lightning instantly flew out. Boom! The lightning exploded, and the priest on the altar who was still a little dizzy was instantly hit. This high-grade priest was electrocuted into a pile of charcoal before he could cast a spell. After killing a few high-grade priests, the outcome of the battle was basically determined. The remaining evil god followers could not make any waves at all. A few of them saw that the situation was hopeless and wanted to drag a few people down with them. Unfortunately, the difference in strength was too big, and they were directly cut into pieces by the giant axe on the spot. The battle ended quickly. Johnson, go check if anyone is still alive. Kill all of them. Don't take these evil god followers as prisoners. By the way, don't touch anything that looks strange. Record it down, and someone will deal with it. After the battle, Su Lin ordered people to start cleaning up the battlefield. As for getting information from these fanatics, Su Lin did not have this idea at all. These people had been brainwashed, and it was not easy to pry open their mouths. At least, Sulin could not do it for the time being. Some of the things in the evil god's church were very strange. Many of them carried the power of the evil god. These things slowly seduced you. Whispers in your dreams were common, so the best way to deal with these things was to destroy them together. Wen stared at Sulin, dumbfounded. 2 Tier 4 priests, more than a dozen Tier 3 warriors, and dozens of Tier 1 and Tier 2 evil god followers. Such a powerful stronghold of the evil god's church was wiped out so easily. Was this still the evil god's church that stirred up trouble in the Southern Sea? Although many rumors and poems of bards proclaimed the strength of Northtown City, one heard more of it as a story. Who the hell would have thought that exaggeration in poems was not basic? Wen, go untie these people. Sulin saw that the rogue was still in a daze and directly called him over. Your Excellency, are you calling me? Wen, who came back to his senses, looked at Sulin with eyes full of awe. Is there anyone else called Wen? Go untie these people and ask them where they are from and how they were captured. Rogues were very good at this kind of interrogation, so it was very suitable for him to do this kind of thing. As for those straightforward barbarians, forget it. Okay. Wen went forward to rescue the humans who had been used as sacrifices. Just as Sulin and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, an evil force was gathering near the altar. In the hall, blood was flowing slowly like a stream. It was not only the blood of the sacrifices, but also the blood of the followers of the evil god that had been killed by Sulin and the others. The thick blood in the blood pool gradually condensed into a 3-meter-high blood cocoon. Such a big movement soon attracted Luin's attention. In the blood pool, something like a sludge monster was constantly wriggling, and a vague human silhouette could be seen in the huge egg in the middle. What is this? Sulin looked at the monster in front of him. There were too many types of monsters in this world, and many of them were not even recorded in the wizard's records. Thunderstorm. Seeing the blood cocoon in front of him, Sulin directly summoned a ball of thunder and lightning and threw it over. Lightning flashed and a lot of blood splattered, but the blood cocoon in the blood pool did not change at all. After the blood was blown up, it quickly recovered, just like the surface of the water. Immune to magic attacks? No, it was because there was too much blood at the scene. As long as the blood was not completely depleted, it would recover quickly. Looking at the blood pool, Sulin immediately understood. Then, he used his weapon to attack. Similarly, the purple dragon halberd was like cutting through jelly. There was no resistance at all. Even when he attacked, a few blood arrows suddenly shot out from the blood pool to counterattack him. Sulin waved the purple dragon halberd gently and cut off the blood arrows. After some probing, he already knew that it was impossible to end the battle before it hatched. He could only wait for it to be completely born and then kill it. The blood cocoon grew very quickly. In just a few minutes, the entire blood pool was swallowed up by it. Soon, the blood cocoon hatched. Like a slime monster, the blood cocoon stretched out its hands, legs, and head. In the blink of an eye, it became a 3-meter-tall giant. The giant's entire body seemed to be made of blood. On its head, the facial features were very blurry. Only its mouth looked ferocious and terrifying. As soon as the blood giant appeared, it directly swung its fist at Sulin. Just by looking at the size of its fist, Sulin did not doubt its power at all. Evil God Avatar, Blood Demon Form. Level. Ability. Transformation, Divine Spell Attribute. Divinity, Divine Power Infusion. Sulin stepped lightly on the ground and instantly jumped back, dodging the attack. He also used the system to identify the monster in front of him. Boom! It looked like a ball of liquid, but when it hit the ground, spiderweb-like cracks appeared. Sulin retreated while checking the system's identification results. When he saw the system's information, Sulin's expression became much more serious. He never thought that this evil god would actually use divine power infusion to forcibly change its form and create an evil god avatar. Chaos Hammer. A divine spell flew directly at Sulin. Luin's body flashed with lightning, and the next second, he appeared behind the evil avatar. This kind of teleportation-like ability was the result of his explosiveness with the power of thunder and lightning. In fact, it was not a spatial skill. After dodging the attack, Sullen's purple dragon halberd carried powerful lightning and stabbed directly at the evil god Avatar's back. Along with the dazzling lightning, the evil god Avatar's body was directly penetrated by the purple dragon halberd. However, this kind of fatal wound on a normal person was completely ineffective against this monster. The wound quickly recovered to its original state. Other than the fact that its body seemed to have shrunk a little, there were no other changes. Just as Sulin was thinking about how to deal with this evil god Avatar, the evil god Avatar in front of him underwent a shocking change. It did not even turn around. A blurry face appeared behind its original head. Its two arms directly attacked Sulin. F***CK. The sudden attack instantly hit Sulin. Sulin only had time to block it with his purple dragon halberd before he was sent flying a few meters. This evil god Avatar could actually change its form at will. It did not need to turn around at all. The front and back were completely the same. Sulin only felt a burning pain on his skin. A layer of the skin in front of his chest had been corroded. This evil god Avatar's blood was highly corrosive. Without much time to think, Sulin twisted his body in midair. The tip of his foot kicked hard against the wall. His body abruptly changed direction and dodged the enemy's next attack. Thunder territory. Dazzling lightning appeared in the hall. Sulin directly activated his thunder territory. Powerful lightning gathered on his body. The surrounding air flashed with lightning from time to time. Lightning spear. Countless power of thunder and lightning quickly gathered in Su Luan's hands. This time, he did not use all the thunder and lightning to form a thunder spear. Instead, he combined the power of thunder and lightning with the purple dragon halberd. With the power of thunder and lightning, the purple dragon halberd was filled with a powerful pressure. The evil god Avatar roared. Its explosive power instantly increased. It charged at Sulin at an astonishing speed. Facing the evil god Avatar's charge, Sulin was not afraid. He waved the purple dragon halberd and met it head-on. Blood and lightning collided fiercely. The flickering lightning illuminated the entire underground cavern as if it was daytime. The splashing blood and lightning were like a beautiful, blooming flower. Accompanied by an astonishing aura, they constantly clashed in the air. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded. When Sulin smashed the purple dragon halberd in his hand with infinite power, the evil god Avatar's body immediately exploded violently. Blood splattered everywhere. The lightning and blood kept canceling out. A large amount of blood evaporated. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Blasphemous language. A very evil language rose from the bottom of Sullin's heart. The voice contained an extremely chaotic and evil power. A sharp pain came. Sullin's eyes were still cold. With strong resistance and talents like Iron Will, Sullin's resistance to this kind of ability was very high. He was not afraid of the enemy's attack at all. Although the evil god Avatar was not the evil god's main body, it still had many of the evil god's abilities. For example, the evil god's force field. Under the protection of this force field, only high-level magic weapons could cause damage. A few barbarian warriors seemed to have found an opportunity. Their sharp axes flew out instantly. However, although these axes were well-made, they were obviously ordinary items. They could not cause any damage to the evil god Avatar at all. The axes were directly bounced off the evil god Avatar's body and did not cause any damage. Sulin, who was in his best state, displayed strong combat power. The evil god Avatar did not gain any advantage in the fierce battle. Instead, it was defeated by Sulin, who was skilled in martial arts. For a moment, the Avatar became a size smaller. After all, the evil god was not the main body's general. The divine power it transmitted was limited. If this continued, Sulin was confident that he could completely exhaust it to death. After realizing that it could not kill Sulin, the evil god Avatar instantly pounced on the barbarian warrior with a huge axe who attacked it just now. The evil god Avatar with the ability to change was very fast. It arrived in front of the barbarian in an instant. Its huge fist turned into a sharp sword the moment it attacked, and instantly pierced through the barbarian's chest. The barbarian's body was like a deflated balloon. The blood in his body was sucked out in an instant. Seeing this, Sullen's body flashed and immediately rushed up. The purple dragon halberd drew a cold light and instantly cut the blood sword in half. Unfortunately, it was too late. The barbarian had already turned into a dry corpse. Chapter 330. Damn it. The lightning in Sullen's eyes intensified when he saw the mummified corpse. The evil god's clone didn't bother with Sulen at all. After Sulen arrived, the evil god's clone rushed toward the nearest barbarian warrior. It was obvious that the evil god's clone wanted to use the barbarian's blood to replenish his energy. Sullen's expression changed. He instantly understood the evil god's clone's intention. Everyone, get out of here immediately. The barbarians heard the order and immediately retreated. Sullen's body flashed with lightning, and he appeared in front of the evil god's clone in the next second. He didn't dodge at all and directly crashed into the evil god's clone. Thunder roared and lightning filled the sky. Suluen's body was forced to retreat several steps before coming to a stop. However, the evil god's avatar wasn't any better. Its body was completely enveloped by lightning, and its body made of blood became even smaller. There were many traces of corrosion on Sullen's body, but these traces quickly healed under his regeneration ability. It wouldn't take long for them to be completely healed. At this time, because of Sullen's obstruction, the evil god's clone lost the chance to kill more barbarians to replenish his energy. All the barbarians took this opportunity to retreat from the underground hall. Mystic Ice Slash. Looking at the liquid-like evil god's clone in front of him, Sullen's heart moved. A cold chill appeared in an instant, and in the next second, 3 ice blades rushed toward the evil god's clone that had just broken free from the lightning. The evil god's clone couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the 3 ice blades. At the moment of impact, ice crystals appeared on its body and quickly spread. In just a breath's time, half of the evil god's clone's body was frozen. Seeing that the skill was effective, Sullen's body moved and a powerful energy was instantly released. Then, a few mystic ice slashes were released consecutively. The evil god's clone's speed was greatly reduced after being frozen. After being hit by a few mystic ice slashes, its body was completely frozen. Sullen's body flashed and instantly appeared in front of the evil god's clone. The purple dragon halberd in his hand didn't stop at all. Under the dazzling lightning, he slashed at the evil god's clone. Bang! Blood-red ice crystals fluttered all over the sky. Under this powerful attack, the evil god's avatar was directly shattered into countless pieces of red ice crystals. Seeing this scene, Sulun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No, it's not dead. At this time, Sulin suddenly realized that the system's clone didn't receive any EXP, which meant that the evil god's clone didn't die just now. At this moment, the ice crystals on the ground had melted, and countless drops of blood quickly gathered in the center. In the blink of an eye, the evil god's doppelganger appeared before them once more. It really has an immortal's body. Su Luan frowned and said, "If the first time doesn't work, then the second time. I don't believe your divine power is endless." Seeing that the evil god's clone had just recovered, Sullen's body flashed and rushed up again. Although it was only an evil god's clone, it was impossible to kill it in this way. Sullen didn't have any good ideas. He could only exhaust the enemy in front of him bit by bit. Facing Sulin, the evil god's clone didn't have any advantages other than strength and regeneration. Its speed was inferior, and its control spells were basically ineffective. On the contrary, it was controlled by Sullen's spells. In this situation, it was nothing more than a guerrilla war. Now that the barbarians had retreated, Sulin didn't have to fight it head-on. Thunder roared and lightning flashed in the underground hall. Sulin, who had changed his fighting style, became more relaxed. The evil god's clone tried to rush out of the hall several times, but it was stopped by Sulin. Its blood was constantly being consumed, and the evil god's clone became smaller and smaller. Thunderstorm spell. Mystic ice slash. 3-inch lightning shrouded the evil god's clone, and its body became slightly stiff. In the next second, a few mystic ice slashes were already prepared, and the evil god's clone was turned into an ice sculpture, which was then smashed into pieces by the purple dragon halberd. As a warrior and a part-time wizard, although Surin's original energy value was abundant, he couldn't hold on for much longer. However, the piece of tungsten steel he had equipped came in handy. The mana recovery effect of the tungsten steel could restore his energy at all times. Coupled with the mana recovery potion made by Hathaway, Surin could still hold on for a long time in this battle of attrition. The evil god's clone in front of him experienced what it meant to be bombarded by spells this time. Originally, the evil god's clone was very difficult to deal with when it turned into a slime-like form. Its recovery speed was fast, it had no vital points, and it was immune to most of the physical attacks. However, it was unlucky enough to meet Su Lin, who could break its energy field, so its defense was greatly reduced. In this battle of attrition, it was slowly being worn down by Su Lin. As time went on, the evil god's clone's body was not much stronger than Sullen's. At this point, its power was no longer as strong as Sullen's. It was completely suppressed. The evil god's clone kept roaring, but it couldn't change the situation at all. It's time to end this. Su Lin looked at the evil god's clone that was being destroyed and restored again. He gently waved the purple dragon halberd in his hand, and the lightning in the air suddenly surged. Thunder Prison. Countless lightning bolts suddenly exploded, and the blue lightning power quickly gathered and completely wrapped around the evil god's clone. Countless lightning bolts kept exploding in that small space, and the evil god's clone was attacked by thousands of lightning bolts every second. The blood clone was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boom! The dazzling lightning exploded, and the entire underground hall shook slightly. Thunder Prison exploded with powerful power, and the evil god's clone was completely destroyed in this attack. Ding! You have killed the evil god's clone. You have received 42,500 experience points. Target has divinity detected. Extracting target's divinity. Extraction successful. You have received 3 divinity points. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god's clone. You have received 2 platinum treasure chests. You have received the item Lubon Remit Scroll X1. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the evil god's clone. You have received 1 legendary skill point. The system's prompt sounded in his ears, and Su Lin slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he removed the Thunder Domain state. Next, Su Lin didn't look at the other rewards. Instead, he prepared to absorb the 3 divinity points that he had just received. Divinity was a very special power. It was like the power of blood, but it was very difficult to integrate into the blood. The descendants of the gods were born with divinity points. This divinity was inherited from their parents, and divinity and divine power had to be condensed by themselves. Of course, they could also kill other creatures with divinity and divine power to take it. Su Lin didn't plan to walk the path of the gods. This path wasn't easy. After becoming a god, even if your will was strong, you would still be affected by your divinity, and divinity. As a god, if your will wasn't strong enough, even your divinity might interfere with your thoughts. Among the gods in this situation, one of the more famous ones was Sheres, the cat and dance goddess. This goddess divinity was feline, sensual pleasure, and wandering. She also had wanderlust. She often liked to descend to the material plane to wander around and enjoy all kinds of pleasure. During the time of troubles, she was targeted by the dark goddess. Then, under the temptation and calculation of the dark goddess, she gradually began to experience all kinds of dark pleasure. If the goddess of love and beauty, Shuni, hadn't intervened in time at the critical moment, the dance goddess would have undoubtedly been controlled by the dark goddess and become her training puppet. Because of these factors, some powerful ancient gods resolutely gave up their divinity and chose to live in seclusion. The first god of death, Jurgal, and Gaia Mother did this. Jurgal, the god of death, was more thorough. He divided his divinity among 3 gods and created 3 powerful gods. At first, Jurgal was called the Lord of the End of all things. This was the final form of death. He divided his divinity into 3. So there was the god of strife, Ban, the god of the dead, Mirko, the god of murder, Baal. This action even directly led to the time of troubles. Gods had their own responsibilities. With the corresponding divinity, they would bear the corresponding responsibilities. For example, the god of death had to maintain the operation of the river Styx and receive and distribute souls. The god of light had to protect justice. The goddess of nature had to maintain the normal development of the natural world. Sulen didn't want to be bound by these, so he didn't intend to become a god. Divinity was also contaminated with various wills and spirits. Sulen had already experienced it when he first integrated divinity. In order to completely integrate divinity, the original spirit imprint in the divinity must be removed. Relaxing, Sulen adjusted his mind to the best state and then began to integrate divinity. At this moment, Sulen suddenly appeared in a world of blood. Countless distorted figures were constantly entangling him. Sulen frowned slightly. He was already mentally prepared for this situation. Lightning bloomed from Sulen's body and then killed all the distorted figures around him. Then, countless hideous monsters appeared in this space. Hellfire burned, and Sulen began to kill all kinds of monsters. At the same time, a figure hidden in the depths of the monsters suddenly launched a sneak attack. However, Sulen had already detected its movements. As soon as it made a move, it was nailed to the ground by a lightning spear. "I've been waiting for you." Sulen sneered as he looked at the shadow in front of him. "You want to steal my power? You'll pay the price." The shadow kept struggling, but it didn't have any effect. "If I can kill you once, I can kill you again," Sulen said with disdain. Then, another lightning strike completely scattered the shadow. "I'll remember you. I curse you." With a flash of lightning, the shadow completely disappeared. However, just as the shadow disappeared, a mark appeared on Sulen's body. "The curse of the evil god. It's really against me." Sulen looked at the mark and curled his lips. Chapter 331. Sulen's consciousness was completely erasing the spiritual imprint that the evil god had left on the divinity before absorbing it into his body. If one could see Sulen's blood at this time, they would find that there was a hint of gold in his originally red blood. Most of the time, divinity was expressed in the image of the bloodline. Of course, some divinity was expressed in other aspects. The most special case was the demigod lich. Liches did not have a drop of blood on their bodies. They were just a pile of bones, but they had divinity. When it came to the research of divinity, even the arcanists of the past did not know much about it. In fact, other than the gods, the demigod lich was the one who had the most research on divinity. It was very difficult for ordinary arcanists to fuse with divinity. It was all thanks to the system that Su Luan was able to do so easily. Sulen's consciousness appeared in the endless starry sky. He saw endless stars in the astral plane. Those stars could be independent planes, the divine kingdoms of the gods, or some barren half-planes. Although these stars looked very close, most of them were actually projections. Sulen stood in the void, the endless source sea above his head. The vast and boundless energy made Sulen's heart palpitate. The huge power of the rules was also displayed in front of him. Then his consciousness began to fall, and it was getting faster and faster. It was as if he was falling from a high altitude in an instant. When Sulen opened his eyes again, he was still standing in the underground hall. The surrounding scenery had not changed at all. The big pit on the ground, the mottled bloodstains, and the pungent smell of blood. It was as if the scene he had just seen was an illusion. Only a black mark on his arm reminded him that everything just now was not an illusion. Curse of the evil god. You have been marked by the evil god. Just as Sulin stared at the mark, the remaining power of the evil god around him quickly gathered together and formed a very abstract ghost face. No, no, no. One can escape. I will catch you. An inexplicable language sounded. Sulin glanced at the ghost face and curled his lips. You only know how to play tricks. Then, he held his left hand with his right hand and straightened his left arm. He pointed his index finger at the ghost face and shouted, "Come here." The ghostly face twisted and changed. Coward! Casually, a bolt of lightning flashed and scattered the distorted ghost face, completely eliminating the last trace of the evil god's power. Sulin relaxed a little after completely eliminating the evil god's power. Although he acted as if he didn't care, he didn't relax at all when it came to the evil god. As long as it was related to a god, it was basically a difficult guy to deal with. Although the evil god had left a mark on him, Sulin still couldn't help but feel excited. He had gained a lot on this trip. The most precious thing was the 3 points of divinity. There weren't many ways to obtain divinity. There were all kinds of divinity creatures, demons, abominations, and ancient evildoers, but the premise was that you could defeat them and kill them. With the addition of these 3 points of divinity, Sulin had already gathered 5 points of divinity. He was still 5 points away from the lowest level of demigod. Now, he had more divinity than most divine creatures. In addition to these divinity, killing the evil god's incarnation also gave him more than 40,000 experience points. In addition, 2 platinum treasure chests were dropped. This was the first time 2 platinum treasure chests had dropped from a monster. Sulin opened the storage space and chose to open the treasure chests. A gorgeous special effect flashed, and the familiar sound of the system rang in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item Big Dipper Nectar X2. Congratulations, host. You have opened the platinum treasure chest. You have obtained the item 9 Bulls and 2 Tigers Pills. After hearing the name of the item, Sulin immediately took out the 2 items. Sulin had already used the Big Dipper Nectar several times. This item could directly increase one's strength or vitality by 3 points. Sulin's strength had now reached 50 points, which was a critical point. If he wanted to increase it, he would need 3 attribute points to increase his strength by 1 point. He planned to continue increasing his vitality. 50 points of strength was already very high in the material plane. Only dragons and some giants could surpass Sulin in strength. Moreover, the benefits of adding strength to constitution were also obvious. The most obvious one was having more HP and being able to resist attacks. The other bottle of 9 Bulls and 2 Tigers Pills was open for the first time. This item was also only sold in the treasure pavilion in the game. The price was not cheap. Moreover, the treasure pavilion was completely random. If one was not fast enough, or if one was too far away, the treasure pavilion would disappear if they appeared frequently. 9 Bulls and 2 Tigers Pills. Bottle carefully refined spiritual medicine using dozens of rare medicinal herbs and several natural treasures as the main ingredients. After use, 1 free attribute point will be increased. Note, 5 pills per bottle. Although 1 pill could only increase 1 attribute point, the effect was not as good as the Big Dipper Nectar and the Wisdom Leaf. However, it was still a free attribute point. Sulin could add it to his agility or charm. Now, the experience required to level up was too much. Moreover, each level only gave 2 free attribute points. If Sulin wanted to make up for his shortcomings, he had to rely on this. Without hesitation, Sulin consumed the Big Dipper Nectar and chose to increase his vitality. A slightly cold energy appeared in his body, and then it became extremely hot. Sulin only felt a tearing pain in his body and bones. It was as if countless ants were gnawing on his body. In just a moment, Sulin felt as if he had been in the past few years. His body was sweating profusely. After resting for a while, Sulin did not continue using it. He planned to go back and use it again after a period of time. If his attributes increased too much at once, it would affect his control of his body. After putting away the remaining 2 bottles, Sulin looked at the other item, the Luban Remnant Scroll. This was a severely damaged scroll. There were some symbols on it, and it looked like a tattered scroll. However, this was only on the surface. Sulin directly flipped through its attributes. Luban Remnant Scroll. This scroll contains a lot of information and knowledge about various machinery and woodworking. Unfortunately, due to the passage of time, it is incomplete. However, it still has some effects. After using it, it can speed up the research of machinery. Sulin casually put this Luban Remnant Scroll into the storage space. He planned to go to the Weapons Bureau when he returned and see the progress of the crossbow research. The last remaining legendary skill point was also very precious. Currently, legendary skill points could only be obtained by killing legendary enemies. The effect was also very powerful. It could be used to upgrade high-grade talents or skills to the legendary level. Of course, it could also upgrade skills below high grade by 1 level. However, doing so would be a complete waste. Sulin was a little hesitant. The talent that he could upgrade now was Advanced Regeneration. After upgrading, it could reach the legendary Regeneration level. At this level of regeneration, he could already regrow broken limbs. As long as the heart and head were not damaged, other injuries would be healed. The other was Forbidden Magic. However, to upgrade the effect of Forbidden Magic, he needed 2 legendary skill points. He only had 1 now. After some hesitation, Sulin decided to keep this legendary skill point for the time being. He would wait until he accumulated more points to upgrade Forbidden Magic to the legendary level. The legendary Forbidden Magic could be used on legendary spellcasters. Its effect was to temporarily cut off the spellcaster's connection with the elemental energy of the outside world. If the spellcaster wanted to cast a spell, they could only use the mana stored in their body. Moreover, the mana consumption would increase exponentially. When casting a spell, the spellcaster would use their own mana to trigger the elemental energy of the outside world to form a resonance effect. Then, the spellcaster would cast the spell without using too much mana. However, after being Forbidden Magic, the spellcaster would need to provide all the mana to cast the spell. The mana of a legendary spellcaster was probably only enough to cast a level 9 spell. This skill could cripple most of the spellcaster's power. In the Underground Hall, the barbarian warriors were collecting the spoils of war. After dealing with the evil god believers and evil god avatars, the barbarian warriors who had just retreated returned. There were several other passages in the Underground Hall. These passages led to the storage room and the residences of some high-ranking members of the church. Although the evil god's church looked like underground rats, they were actually very rich. The churches of the gods would abide by the rules of the game. The evil god's church did not have so many concerns. There was once a relatively remote noble who died in an accident, leaving behind only a widow and an orphan. Then, some relatives appeared out of nowhere and used various methods to control the mother and son. Then, they carried out all kinds of activities. It was not until a high-ranking member of the church passed by that they were discovered. This place had become the lair of an evil god's church. In the end, when the evil god's church was destroyed, the nobles and the church paid a heavy price. Several high-ranking members of the evil god's church were still able to escape with a large amount of wealth. These evil god churches would often tempt some foolish nobles, such as prolonging their lives, gaining power, or promising to revive their loved ones. Many nobles felt that they could control these churches, but they didn't know that these nobles were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered in the eyes of these evil god churches. After a while, a barbarian warrior came in front of Sulin and bowed. "Your Excellency, all the spoils of war have been cleared out. Do you want to take a look?" "Very good. Did you find any strange items?" Sulin turned and glanced at him. The barbarian warrior immediately replied, "I found a few statues and some strange decorations. Take me to see them." Sulin followed the barbarian warrior to another passage. Soon, he saw some items piled up on the ground. As soon as he approached, he felt a twisted, evil power. Chapter 332. Sulin casually picked up a statue. He didn't know what it was made of, but it looked like jade. Although it looked ordinary, it contained a trace of evil energy. He put more force into his palm, and the statue couldn't take it anymore. It cracked, and the evil energy inside spread out. A lightning flashed, and the evil energy was instantly dispelled. Then, Sulin destroyed all the items in front of him that contained evil energy. Without these things, the evil god would have to spend a lot of effort to quietly develop his followers. Sulin was more than happy to create some trouble for him. After dealing with these things, Sulin asked his men to bring the trophies and the bodies of his comrades back to Northern Town. This time, they killed a barbarian berserker and some others were injured. The injured ones could be healed with physical healing, but the dead ones had to be cremated. Because they were killed by the evil god's incarnation, there was a lot of negative energy on their bodies. If it wasn't removed, the bodies would be resurrected as undead creatures. The best way was to animate them. Of course, they could also find a priest to purify them. However, the evil energy was not ordinary. Only a bishop could purify it. The loot from an evil god's church was about 30,000 gold coins, some gold and silver equipment, and some weapons and armors. At the same time, they also rescued a dozen or so refugees. According to Wen, these refugees came to Northern Citadel with a caravan, but they were intercepted by the evil cultists halfway. It turned out that the caravan was actually the evil cultists in disguise. They killed people in Northern Town because they didn't have enough sacrifices. Northern Town was recruiting refugees, and many caravans did the same. The competition was fierce, but the number of evil god's followers was too small. The evil god's sacrifice couldn't be delayed, so they had to start with Northern Town. However, they didn't expect Northern Town to act so quickly. Before the blood sacrifice was completed, Sulin and his men came knocking on their door. They pushed all the way and even broke the crystal. Sulin took the team back to the Northern Town. In the following time, he took the Big Dipper elixir and 9 bulls and 2 tigers pills. His constitution increased from 38 to 44, and his agility increased from 32 to 37. The 5 points of divinity also brought some changes to him. The first was the addition of the Divine Bloodline talent in his attribute pane. Divine Bloodline. With the Divine Bloodline, you have gradually broken away from the boundaries of mortals and approached the direction of gods. Your lifespan has begun to become longer. Your aging speed has slowed down. Your potential has increased. You have obtained some divine abilities, your natural armor +1, your resistance to various abnormal statuses +1, and when performing various tests, you have a higher chance of passing the tests. Acquired ability, language proficiency. Language proficiency. The power of divinity allows you to communicate with most intelligent beings. Sulin was a little surprised by the effect of the divine power. He wanted to know what would happen when the divinity reached the demigod level. After spending a few days familiarizing himself with the increased attributes of his body, Sulin continued to deal with the affairs of the territory. In order to prevent the appearance of evil god followers in the territory or the establishment of evil god follower strongholds, Sulin stipulated that all outsiders must register at the city hall and apply for a temporary residence permit. After having a temporary residence permit, they were allowed to live in the city. Even if they went to stay in hotels, they would need to show a temporary residence permit. Without a temporary residence permit, all hotels, warehouses, and rental houses would not be allowed to live. If someone violated the rules, they would be detained immediately, their residence qualifications would be revoked, and a high fine would be imposed. Although it would be very troublesome to do so, it would also greatly reduce the chances of evil god followers sneaking in. In fact, Sulin wanted to find a few paladins to cast Detect Evil on those people, but after thinking about it, he canceled the idea. Paladins were very annoying professions. These people were very paranoid about justice. If they were to cast Detect Evil, more than 70% of the nobles in the world would be glowing red. Some people once asked the paladins for help. After the paladins cast Detect Evil, more than 30% of the people in the city were glowing red. The whole city was almost overturned by them. The paladins all wore the same silver-white knight's armor and were equipped with a knight's longsword. They had a friendly smile on their faces, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of them. Generally speaking, paladins were a group of very charming existences. Using the standards of the previous world, they were perfect idealists. They were tolerant of the good camp and cold to the evil camp. If it was in other cities, it would be fine, but in a developed city, it was a trap. The merchants in this era were not good people, especially those who dared to do business in the Northern Wasteland. The Northern Wasteland was a place outside the law. If they met other caravans in the wild, they would be alert immediately. If they found that the other caravans were weak, they wouldn't mind taking on the role of bandits. Most of the merchants relied on the nobles. Most of the time, they would do some illegal things. It was good enough for most of the merchants to be neutral. Most of them were already leaning towards the evil camp. There were only a few merchants who were truly good. If these merchants did not have a strong background and strength, they would have been divided up by other merchants. In short, it was really difficult for good people to do business in this world. It could be said that at least 1/3 of the merchants were leaning towards the evil camp. It was just that the degree of leaning was not high. Even those merchants who were neutral had a lot of blood on their hands. If he used detect evil at this time, he would most likely be glowing red. If he was seen by the paladins, there was a high chance that he would be killed. The paladins were indeed very kind. They were not hypocritical like the nobles. They could not tolerate evil in their eyes. They were also the guardians of justice. They were pious, strong, brave, fearless, compassionate, humble, loyal, protecting women and children, upholding justice. Almost all the knight's virtues could be applied to them. If the paladins used detect evil on Sulin, the red light on Sullin's body would probably be no less than that of those murderous executioners. He had enslaved at least tens of thousands of people, which was also considered evil in the eyes of the paladins. Although it was because of him that those refugees could survive and had hope for the future, it still did not change the fact that Sulin was enslaving and oppressing the weak. The paladins were a group of very special people. They firmly believed in order and kindness. They had a strong will and belief. It was not an exaggeration to say that the difficulty of becoming a paladin was 1 in 10,000. It was not a matter of talent, but whether your heart believed in justice and kindness. If the paladins doubted faith, belief, and justice, then the power of the paladins would decline rapidly. They might become an ordinary warrior, or they might fall and become a dark warrior. Although paladins were not popular among the nobles, they were the most popular among the lower-class people. It was precisely because of the existence of this group of people like paladins that the civilians of this world had a much better life. The paladins' first belief was justice, and their second belief was God. In their hearts, justice was above everything. Because of their special profession, the paladins were naturally immune to fear, disease, and could perform healing magic. They also had high magic resistance. It was a very powerful profession, but because of various reasons, the number of paladins had always been small. Sulin did not want to see any paladins come to Northern Town. Although he did not like the paladins, he had to admit that the world could not do without them. In order to cooperate with the temporary residence permit, Sulin also announced the implementation of the household registration system in Northern Town. Many of the original residents of Northern Town were divided into areas and counted. After all, they worked together in groups. It was not difficult to add the household registration system now. It did not take long for the grassroots officials to finish counting. The system also reflected the birth of the household registration system. The stability of Northern Town directly increased by 13 points. After the household registration system was established, Sulin went to the Weapons Bureau in Northern Town. Under Sullin's command, the Weapons Bureau had been studying crossbows. After a period of research, there were some results. For example, the range of the crossbow had increased, and its power had increased, but its weight had increased, and its structure had become more complicated. The more complicated something was, the more likely it was to have problems on the battlefield. The ideal crossbow had to be simple in structure, fast in loading, long range, high in power, high in accuracy, and light in weight. However, this was only a dream. After Sulin came here, he checked the latest crossbow. He was still not satisfied. The structure of the crossbow was too complicated and the failure rate was very high. He found the Book of Luban and chose to use it on the crossbow. Ding! Are you sure you want to use the Book of Luban on the crossbow? Yes. With a flash of light, the Book of Luban in the storage space disappeared. At the same time, in the system interface, the Weapon Bureau's logo showed an accelerated research symbol. The craftsman seemed to have new ideas and began to experiment. With this buff, the research progress increased by several times. Soon, a new crossbow was completed. Sulin brought people to the training ground for training. A group of soldiers held the crossbow and began to shoot at the targets in the shooting range. After some testing, Sulin was satisfied with the crossbow. After the improvement, the range of the crossbow had increased to 120 meters. 100 meters could penetrate inlaid iron armor. 80 meters could penetrate ordinary iron armor, and 50 meters could penetrate full-body armor. This was very powerful. Of course, the shooting speed of the crossbow did not increase. In order to be effective, the crossbow formation was still needed. The structure was simpler, the failure rate was lower, and the reliability was improved. Sulin had decided to equip the army with this crossbow. Chapter 333. Armor-piercing crossbow. A crossbow made of hardwood, steel, beast tendons, and other raw materials. It has a decent range and armor-piercing ability. Requires a set of armor-piercing arrows. Attack speed. Slow weight. Heavy, armor-piercing +1. Range +1. Sulin looked at the heavy crossbow and nodded in satisfaction. Although it still had many flaws, it could be used in a real battle. Sulin put down the crossbow and asked, "How much does it cost to make this crossbow?" A craftsman with calloused hands hurriedly took the crossbow and said, "My lord, including the cost of labor and materials, the cost of making this crossbow is around 30 gold coins. If we can mass produce it, the price will be slightly lower." A crossbow was not as simple as a crossbow. It would cost a lot of money to maintain it. A crossbow would cost more than a bow. Make 3,000 crossbows first. Sulin decided after some thought. 3,000 crossbows would cost 90,000 kinner per crossbow. If they were to include the arrows needed for maintenance, the crossbows would cost at least 100,000 kinner per crossbow. "Yes, my lord. I'll get the workers to prepare it. During production, follow this method of production." Sulin took out a piece of paper and said. On the paper was the assembly line method. Not only was it fast, but it was also not easy to leak the information. It also lowered the difficulty of production. The crossbowmen's training had started a long time ago. The crossbowmen of northern Garrison City were only equipped with iron-plated armor and a longsword. They did not have shields or other protective equipment. They were not expected to rely on longswords during their training. They were only equipped with longswords just in case. The crossbowmen were led by a human General Sulin had just discovered, Cecil. Their main training was formations and crossbow operation. Cecil was not a hero. At most, he was an elite leader. However, he still had a chance to become a hero. Northern Garrison City's army had already exceeded 10,000 people. The ratio of the population to the army had reached a shocking ratio of 10 to 1. It was a relatively rare ratio on the continent. Fortunately, Northern Garrison City was rich enough to support them. With the harvest altar, Northern Garrison City would not run out of food. The Northern Wilderness. The Lotus Mountain Range was like an enormous dragon crawling across the wasteland to the north. It started in the southwest and extended to the northeast. It was around 800 li long. The mountain range was able to block the cold wind from the ice fields, which was why the wastelands in northern Garrison City were not too cold during winter. In the vast area south of the Sierra de Lotus, many tribes lived here. Northern Garrison City occupied an area in the southwest of the Sierra de Lotus. At this time, in a wasteland far away from here, the weather was very cold. Snowflakes were floating in the air, and messy tents could be seen everywhere. Smoke rose from the tents. This was a tribe of orcs, but what was strange was that other than orcs, there were also some gnolls and trolls. These gnolls and trolls didn't exist as slaves. It looked more like they were working together on an equal footing. Bang! A loud sound came from the tent, followed by the roars of the orcs. That land must belong Stormwind. The Bloodblade Jackalans won't give up the loot they deserve. That is the promised land given to us by our Lord Yinagu. Come on, the promised land is bullshit. If you want to take it, just say it. Don't make so many excuses. A tall troll sneered. How dare you blaspheme our Lord? I will kill you and sacrifice you to our Lord. The gnoll roared. Come on, see if I don't smash your head. The scene in the tent was very heated. It seemed that a fight would break out in the next second. The gnolls, and the trolls stared at each other fiercely. They did not give in at all, but they tried their best to restrain themselves. All right, let's calm down. What is the purpose of our gathering here? I think everyone knows. An old gnoll shaman in the corner said. If Sulin saw him again, he would definitely recognize that this gnoll shaman was the great shaman of the gnoll tribe that he defeated. After the defeat of the gnolls, Sulin killed the gnoll chieftain, but the gnoll shaman disappeared. One had to know that the gnolls had chased after the gnolls, but the gnoll shaman still escaped unscathed. The old gnoll's skin was dry like tree bark. If humans gain a foothold in the wilderness, they will slowly expand according to their inertia. If we can't pull out that nail as soon as possible, it won't be long before there is no room for us to live in the northern wilderness. I'm not exaggerating. Cough, cough. The old gnoll coughed violently. His thin and withered body gave people a feeling that it would break at any time. Hearing the old shaman's words, the gnolls and trolls did not refute. Back then, the Fireblade tribe was not weaker than them at all. However, after a decisive battle, the Fireblade tribe disappeared. Only the old shaman and the remaining gnolls joined the Stormwind tribe. And the trolls, along with their ancestral spirits, were killed by him. Now, we haven't even defeated those humans, and you want to divide the spoils? Don't you think it's too early? The first thing we need to deal with now is to defeat the humans. As for the spoils, cough, cough. We'll divide the spoils according to the contribution in this battle. The old shaman finished speaking in one breath. As if he had exhausted all his energy, he sat aside and did not speak anymore. Okay, we'll divide it according to the old shaman's method. The gnoll and the orc looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Sulin did not know that the gnoll, and the troll tribes were preparing for war. He was now listening to the little succubus report. The little succubus body was curvy and very petite. After coming in, she sat directly on Sullin's lap and began to report the output of the underground world during this period. This month, 103 pounds of gold, 1,526 pounds of silver, 11 tons of iron, 23 gems, 37 grams of mithril. How much spider silk was produced? The little succubus was very elastic, and it made Sulin feel a little hot. He reached out to hold the little succubus and put her in a proper position. This month, 56 bundles of spider silk were produced. I've already given them to Hathaway to deal with. Hey, be gentle, don't tear my stockings. This is the last one I have this month. I'm paying attention. Sullin's movements were very skillful. The little succubus was wearing a slim-fit dress today, and it outlined the curves of her body incisively and vividly. Sulin, who had already trained his spear skills to the Grandmaster level, had long been able to move at will. The two of them were like inlays, and it was seamless. Move a little. Move a little. I can't, my whole body is numb. Half an hour later, the battle was over. Chris's body was as limp as a beautiful snake. Sulin let her rest here and got up to tidy up the scattered documents on the ground. I told you to be gentle. This stocking is ruined again. The little succubus who had recovered looked at the damaged stockings and complained. Next month, the spider silk production will increase. I'll give you more, Sulin said with a smile. That's more like it. The little succubus snorted. Sulin was secretly amused. I'll give you more, but you'll still be torn apart by me. After the main body of the wizard tower was completed, Hathaway, Karina, Alex, and Grace began to build the inside of the wizard tower. The wizard tower needed a lot of energy channels to transmit the energy from the elemental pool to every part of the wizard tower. This required a lot of magic crystals. The magic crystals produced by the crystal beasts in the secret plane had to be first supplied to the wizard tower for a long time. The wizard tower also needed to build an elemental pool. This was the source of energy for the wizard tower. For a large wizard tower like the one built in Northern Town, a normal elemental pool could not supply it. The size of an elemental pool was divided by the amount of energy stored in it. A standard elemental pool of the lowest level, after being filled with elemental water, would contain 100,000 degrees of energy. Wizards set the energy consumption of a level 1 spell, Arcane Missile, to 1 degree. A 100,000 degree elemental pool would have enough energy to cast 100,000 arcane missiles. This kind of elemental pool was usually equipped with a small wizard tower. A 100,000 degree elemental pool could not drive the wizard tower to fly. Even the wizard tower's ultimate weapon, the magic pulse rail gun, could only be fired once, and it needed to be charged. This 100,000 degree elemental pool was not good enough for Sulan. Even Hathaway was not willing to install it in this wizard tower. This wizard tower was designed and built according to the standards of a legendary wizard. Even the space reserved for upgrading to a floating space tower was prepared. Therefore, the elemental pool that Hathaway was going to build was a large one. The energy standard was more than 1 million degrees. At present, the upper limit of such a large elemental pool was 5 million degrees. It was not cost-effective to build a bigger one. The construction of an elemental pool required many magic materials such as magic gemstones, mithril, magic steel, arcane dust, astral dust, and so on. The larger the elemental pool was, the more materials were needed. When it exceeded 1 million degrees, the number would increase exponentially. In fact, the materials needed to build an elemental pool that could hold 5 million degrees could easily build 5 elemental pools of 1 million degrees, and there would still be leftovers. Therefore, basically no one would spend a lot of materials and energy to build an elemental pool of 5 million degrees. Generally speaking, an elemental pool of 2 million degrees was enough, unless you wanted to build a floating space city. However, even a super large elemental pool with 5 million degrees of energy could not make a medium-sized city fly. The most cost-effective was an elemental pool of 2 million degrees, which was what Hathaway was going to build. The location of the elemental pool was at the bottom of the wizard tower. There were 3 underground floors of the wizard tower, with an area of 3,000 square meters. This floor was all built with obsidian, and was blessed with hardening to be strong enough. Chapter 334. The elemental pool technology was actually an energy supply device in the early days of the Arcane Empire. Since the emergence of the Mice Energy Core, the elemental pool technology had gradually been converted to civilian use. It used the elemental channel technology, which poured the energy of the 4 major elemental planes into the elemental pool through the principle of elemental siphoning. The elemental pool technology was mature. Although the energy efficiency was not high, there was no need to worry about exhaustion. As long as the elemental pool was not damaged, it could continue to operate for thousands of years without being damaged. In many relics of the Arcane Empire, the magic constructs could still operate normally after thousands of years. A large part of the reason was that the elemental pool continued to provide energy. Hathaway built the elemental pool on the 3rd underground floor. It was the energy center of the wizard tower. Through the energy channel, it could complete the transmission of magic and transmit the energy in the elemental pool to the inside of the wizard tower. Magical crystals were the most cost-effective material for making energy channels. As a matter of fact, the ancient arcanists were able to obtain large amounts of magic crystals cheaply by breeding crystal beasts. This was something that the wizards of today could not compare with. After all, not everyone could afford to cover an entire wizard tower with magic crystals. The third underground floor of the wizard tower. Hathaway had made a circular pool with a diameter of 20 meters in the wizard tower. The pool was located in the center of the wizard tower. The surrounding ground was paved with white marble blocks. These marbles had been treated with magic. They were hard and durable and had a good insulation effect. The depth of the pool was 1.5 meters. The whole body was piled with marble. After the piling was completed, all the marbles were connected into a whole body using stone to mud, and then solidified with mud to stone. There was also a layer of thorium coating on the surface of the marble. Thorium was a substitute for mithril. Its nature was similar to mithril, but the effect was much worse. The whole pool was coated with a layer of thorium. Next, Hathaway needed to use mithril to engrave a super-large energy gathering array in the pool. This process alone consumed a lot of magic materials. Although the value of thorium was not as high as mithril, it was still very expensive. A full layer of thorium consumed 200 pounds of thorium, which was worth 200 kinner. In addition to the mithril used to engrave the runic array, only the rich could afford it. Next, various magic materials needed to be added to the elemental pool. Arcane dust and astral dust needed to be integrated into it to reduce the consumption of energy conversion. After these materials were perfectly integrated into the elemental pool, the basic structure of the elemental pool was completed. Of course, this project was not made by Hathaway alone. Everyone in the Wizard Tower, including Sulin, was involved. It took them 3 days to complete the construction of the elemental pool. After completing the elemental pool, the work was only half done. Next, he still had to engrave 4 runic magic circles that connected the 4 major elemental planes. Hathaway took out a silver-white carving knife and carefully engraved the runes in the 4 directions of the elemental pool. The elemental extraction and transmission circle was very complicated. A slight mistake would result in failure, and a new one would be needed. After Hathaway was done, she summoned a ball of elemental fire and controlled it to melt a piece of mithril. She then used the wizard's hand to merge the melted mithril into the rune circle. Hathaway was the only one who could do this. After all, she was the only master alchemist in Northern Town City. After the construction was completed, Hathaway built a platform about 1 meter wide in the center of the elemental pool. She then engraved a complex runic magic circle on the platform. In the center of the runic magic circle, a diamond the size of an egg was integrated into it. Next, 4 magic gems were needed to replace the earth, fire, wind, water, and fire gems. 4 magic gems of the same quality and size were integrated into the 4 corners of the elemental pool. As the gems were integrated, the entire elemental pool shook slightly. Then, traces of strange energy appeared in the elemental pool. At the same time, Hathaway, Karina, Alex, and Grace stepped forward and stood on the earth, fire, water, and wind elemental runic magic circles. A powerful elemental energy appeared in the surroundings. This elemental energy wrapped around the 4 of them in an orderly manner and lifted their bodies into the air. The melodious and mellow Nesser language echoed. This was a spell used to communicate with the 4 elemental planes. As the voice echoed, generation after generation of silver elemental energy rose, and 4 complex runic arrays appeared on the bodies of the 4 people. Soon after, the space of the entire 3rd floor of the Wizard Tower began to shake. In the next second, 4 spatial cracks appeared on the runic arrays beside the 4 people. Looking through the distorted spatial cracks, one could see the deep blue sea, the boundless sky, the thick and solid earth, and the world of flames burning the sky behind the spatial cracks. These 4 cracks were connected to the 4 great elemental planes. As soon as they appeared, abundant elemental energy appeared in the 4 runic magic circles. Then, the 4 elemental energy poured into the platform in the center of the elemental pool. After the earth, fire, water, and wind elemental energy underwent a strange fusion. Azure spring water flowed down from the platform. It was the elemental energy that had condensed into liquid form. Following the appearance of the elemental water, the four spellcasters sighed in relief. As the elemental energy stabilized, the four elemental channels slowly disappeared. However, the elemental energy continued to appear and fuse with the elemental water, appearing in the elemental pool. The elemental pool was successfully built. At the same time, the elemental water started to appear in the elemental pool. The concentration of elemental energy in the entire third floor of the underground floor started to rapidly increase. In less than 10 minutes, the concentration of elemental energy had increased by several times. The elemental pool, made by Hathaway, could hold 2 million degrees of energy. It could support the consumption of the entire elemental pool and also support the daily consumption of a large golem legion. Naturally, the cost of such an elemental pool wasn't low. Just the cost of the materials was more than 1 million kinner. The existence of the elemental pool transformed the entire wizard tower into a place of active elemental energy. Within the range of the wizard tower, all spellcasters' mana recovery speed would be accelerated, their meditation efficiency would increase, the difficulty of casting spells would be reduced, and their mana consumption would be reduced. Elemental pool, large current status. Charging. Current energy, 100,000/2,000,000. Changed environment. Land of elements. Casting difficulty, -20%. Casting consumption, -20%. Mana recovery, +50%. Meditation efficiency, +25%. The elemental pool would change this area into a land of elements. Living in such an environment would have many benefits. Different environments would promote the evolution of creatures in different directions. According to some books and records left behind by Arcanists, some floating space cities that entered the astral plane had evolved into a subspecies of humans because they had lived in the astral plane for a long time. The humans in the floating space cities had lived in the astral plane for a long time. This kind of astral plane humans had a longer lifespan than ordinary humans. Moreover, talented astral plane humans would awaken some spiritual talents or master some spell-like energy. These people were born as psionists and could easily become wizards. Of course, living in such an environment for a long time would also cause some problems. For example, after appearing in some areas where elemental energy was scarce, these astral plane humans would not be able to adapt. It was like a fish out of water. Although it would not be life-threatening, their spellcasting ability would basically be crippled. In serious cases, they would even develop symptoms of magic addiction. Of course, after adapting for a while, these problems would disappear. Therefore, astral plane humans did not like to enter the material plane. Although the land of elements was rich in elemental energy, this situation would not occur. After all, the concentration of elemental energy could not be compared to the astral plane. Moreover, because the astral plane was not bound by the rules of the material plane, human souls could have deeper contact with this kind of energy. In fact, astral plane humans evolved from the soul, not from the body. After the construction of the elemental pool was completed, the construction of other areas in the wizard tower began. There was a treasure room, a prison, a living room, a guest room, a library, a bedroom, a laboratory, a meditation room, a console, a control center, a runic barrier, a training ground, a warehouse, a war room, a golem army, and an ecological garden. Many facilities needed to be built. Among them, areas such as the living room, guest room, bedroom, library, and these were built very quickly. However, the construction of some areas was much more difficult. For example, the ecological park. Sulan intended to learn the construction method of the secret realm and build one of the floors of the wizard tower into an ecological park. This ecological park would use space folding and space expansion technology. This technology could expand a one-story wizard tower that was originally only about 2,000 square meters by 10 times or even 100 times. Then, space folding technology would be used to place this ecological park in the Wizard Tower. Hathaway was not very familiar with space folding and space expansion technology, so she did not directly use it in the Wizard Tower. If there was a problem with this kind of spell, the consequences would be very serious. Sulen did not want his newly built Wizard Tower to be broken or tilted. Only after he was familiar with it would Sulen use this technology in the Wizard Tower. After the Wizard Tower had an ecological park, many special experiments could be carried out. Other than the ecological park, the laboratory and meditation room in the Wizard Tower were also very important. These two places needed to be isolated with rune circles. No matter if it was an experiment or meditation, it was taboo to disturb. If there was a problem, the consequences would be very serious. The rest of the places, such as the treasure room and the prison, also needed to be strictly protected. The construction of the entire Wizard Tower was progressing very slowly. Such a huge Wizard Tower, with 10 floors and 120 meters, had an area of 30,000 square meters. It would take a lot of time to only rely on 4 wizards. Laying the energy channel in the entire Wizard Tower was not a small project. Chapter 335. Large amounts of resources were consumed, and the Wizard Tower was being built bit by bit. At the same time, the construction of the North Town City did not stop. Sulen had already passed down the city's construction plan and steps. Large amounts of basic construction had already been started, and a large amount of manpower and resources had been invested into the construction of the North Town City. The orc laborers lifted heavy stones to tamp down the road, while the goblin slaves flattened the bricks one by one. The gnolls pushed heavy stone rollers to flatten the ground, while the kobolds swung their hoes to dig for ores. Merchant groups from all over the continent were transporting all kinds of resources to the North Town City to be sold, and then they would leave with other goods. The whole city was full of life. However, the number of monsters around the North Town City had increased recently. As more and more crops were planted in the fields outside the city, goblins and kobolds would often sneak in to steal food. Although the North Town City had an army patrolling regularly, many farms far from the city were still damaged to varying degrees. There was nothing they could do about it. Winter was coming, and food was scarce in the wasteland. The goblins and kobolds had started stealing from the farms to survive. 100,000 acres of land was too big, and the northern wasteland was too vast. The North Town City's army could not cover every area. In order to reduce the damage to the farms, Sulen had no choice but to start clearing the land again. Of course, it was not without benefits. The North Town City was developing, and it needed a large amount of strong labor. The goblins, kobolds, and gnolls were here to work for the North Town City. Whether it was the goblins, kobolds, or gnolls, they didn't know how to farm. Instead, they liked to plunder, so they often died in winter due to lack of food. Although Suluin treated these monsters as slaves, he also let them eat their fill. As long as they worked in Northern Town City, goblins, kobolds, and gnolls wouldn't starve to death. Compared to other lords of this era, Su Luan was very kind and benevolent. Of course, those who died from exhaustion or accidents were not included. Ever since the farms outside the North Town City were destroyed, Sulen had sent out scouts to track down the monsters. Even the Cryopterists had joined the search. With the Cryopterists in the air and the scouts, Sulen believed they would soon find the monsters. As expected, it did not take long for the monsters to be found. The monsters were hiding in a forest. Sulen would not let these slaves who had delivered themselves to his door. 30 miles outside the North Town City, in a forest. "My lord," a scout came out of the dense bushes and quickly walked by Sulen. "The monsters are hiding in the forest. They don't seem to have noticed us. Get ready for battle. Don't let any of them escape this time." Sulen spat out the straw in his mouth and waved to the army behind him. This time, apart from the regular army, Sulen also brought a lot of militia. Training alone would not make good soldiers. Only after strict training and experiencing a few battles could the militia truly transform into soldiers. During this time, more than 100 crossbows had been produced in the North Town City. They had all been given to the militia to equip, while the rest of the militia were armed with other weapons. The tribe that the scouts found was a tribe of bugbears. Bugbears were like goblins. They were evil, stupid, and greedy in nature. However, as the most powerful subspecies of goblins, they were tall and strong. It could be seen from their name that bugbears were as strong as bears. Sulin didn't care if these bugbears were strong or not. In his eyes, bugbears were very good slaves. They were strong and worked hard, but they ate a lot. Bugbears were as poor as goblins, but their discipline was a lot better. When the army of a Northtown city quietly surrounded them, the bugbears realized that something was wrong. As creatures that lived in the wastelands, they were highly alert to danger. This was a medium-sized tribe of 2,000 people. There were 300 bugbears, 500 earth goblins, and the rest were green goblins. After realizing that the situation was bad, the bugbears and earth goblins immediately formed a formation. After seeing the bugbears' movements, Sulin immediately understood that they had been discovered. There was no time to explain, so Sulin immediately ordered the army to attack. The camp of the goblins was very simple. Many of them had only dug shallow pits. The camp was very messy and dirty, so Sulin didn't let the army rush in. The bugbears and earth goblins had already formed a formation. Although their weapons looked very simple, their formation was very decent. Seeing this situation, Sulin was also interested. It was a good opportunity to let the militia see some blood. Crossbowmen, get into formation. With his order, the crossbowmen behind him immediately got into formation. It only took half a minute for them to complete the formation. Load. Asterisk creak, creak, creak. Asterisk the sound of crossbows being loaded echoed. More than 100 crossbows were loaded, and the cold arrows flickered with a chilling light. Aim. The first row of crossbowmen took a step forward and squatted down. At the same time, they leveled their heavy crossbows and pointed at the goblins not far away. The goblins saw that there weren't many enemies, so they immediately waved their weapons and rushed over. Even the bugbears maintained their formation and raised their simple wooden shields and spears as they moved forward. 5 shots ready. Sulin raised his arm and swung it down. Release. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of bowstrings kept ringing, and then a row of crossbow bolts flew out in an instant. The goblins in front fell like grass being mowed down, and some crossbow bolts even penetrated 2 goblins in succession. In an instant, a large number of goblins in the front row died. After the crossbowmen fired their arrows, they immediately retreated to the back through the pre-reserved passage. Then they stepped on the foot of the crossbow and began to load the crossbow with both hands. The second row of crossbowmen quickly stepped forward and fired the crossbow bolts in their hands. Then the third row, the fourth row, and the fifth row. The whole crossbow formation was like moving clouds and flowing water. It was like a war machine running at full speed. Every crossbowman was like an insignificant part of this machine. After the fifth row of crossbowmen finished firing, the first row of crossbowmen, who had already been prepared, went forward and fired again. They continued to attack according to the command. Row after row of crossbow bolts were fired continuously. The aggressive goblins were immediately stunned. A large number of goblins died, and the bugbears in the battle formation did not have any effect. Ordinary wooden shields could not stop the crossbow bolts at all. For a time, the goblins suffered heavy casualties. Sulin did not let the crossbowmen attack for too long. After 4 rounds of attack, the goblins were completely defeated. Sulin did not let the crossbowmen continue to attack. After all, he still needed the slaves to work. After seeing the goblins being defeated, Sulin immediately ordered the regular army to capture them. The whole battle only lasted for a dozen minutes. It took a lot of time to capture the slaves. Fortunately, Sulin had ordered the soldiers to surround the place in advance. Except for the dead goblins, the rest of the goblins were all captured. After the cleanup was completed, Sulin ordered people to escort the slaves back to northern Battlefront City. He continued to lead the rest of the soldiers to continue the cleanup in the wasteland. In the next few days, Sulin used the opportunity of clearing out the monsters as an opportunity to train the crossbowmen. Not only did he capture a large number of slaves, but he also let the militia complete the special training and become soldiers. After more than a year of development, there were many dog-headed traitors, goblins, and jackals among the slaves in northern Battlefront City. In order to obtain a better life, these monsters had completely adapted to their identities and helped northern Battlefront City to transform and exploit their own kind. All the troublemakers were picked out and locked in prison or killed directly. The other monsters quickly adapted to their identities. The number of slaves in northern Battlefront City increased again, and the construction of the city gradually sped up. Sulen planned to establish a principality after northern Battlefront City was completed. In fact, northern Battlefront City could already be declared a state, but he did not want northern Battlefront City to be a construction site when the declaration was made. Sulen wanted northern Battlefront City to be a dignified, beautiful, prosperous, and powerful city when the declaration was made. He did not want to make it look like a self-entertaining ceremony. In the outer city of northern Battlefront City, a large number of slaves were digging the foundation and laying the roads under the instructions of the supervisors. All the roads in northern Battlefront City had to be paved. The main roads were made of bricks or slabs, while the other roads could be paved with stones. Every street had to have public toilets and bathrooms, and every street had to have a small park with fake mountains and fountains. Every street also had to have a fountain. The outer city of northern Battlefront City was divided by roads. The whole city was like a giant chessboard, and the blank areas on the chessboard were the streets and markets. Hundreds of thousands of slaves and workers were building under the blueprint. After a series of exterminations, the number of monsters in the territory was greatly reduced. Many places were completely devoid of monsters. To prevent the monsters from regenerating and destroying the farms, Sulen assigned the soldiers in northern Battlefront City to other places. Apart from leaving 2,000 soldiers in the city, the rest of the soldiers were divided into two groups by Sulen. Half of them were stationed at the edge of the territory in groups of 20. Their job was to warn the others, and the other half would lead the army to exterminate the invading monsters after receiving the warning. At the same time, the groups of 20 were responsible for exterminating small groups of monsters that appeared in the territory. While northern Battlefront City was thriving, the dark clouds of war were slowly approaching. Chapter 336. Northern Wilderness. In a desolate and barren gravel area, an adventurer team was slowly moving forward. This team was a standard 5-man team. There was an armored warrior, a rogue, a ranger archer, a dwarf defender, and an experienced captain. In fact, the best adventurer team also needed spellcasters, wizards, or warlocks, but spellcasters rarely joined this kind of team unless they were looking for something. Of course, this kind of situation usually meant that things would be very troublesome. Boss, we've already walked so far. Should we take a break first? The armored warrior in the team said as he stretched his shoulders. As a warrior, he was wearing a mail armor and an inlaid iron scale armor, plus some other things and weapons. It could be said that he carried the most weight. Even if the warrior's physical fitness was good, he still felt tired. The middle-aged man in the lead stopped and looked around at the sky, then looked at the other team members, and then said, "Well, let's go ahead and rest for a while." As a qualified leader of an adventurer team, there were many things that he had to pay attention to. Although he wasn't the strongest in the team, he was definitely the most experienced. When going on an adventure, he had to take everyone's stamina consumption into consideration. The best situation was to have enough stamina whenever they encountered an enemy. After coming to a few big trees, Captain Karen ordered the rogue, "Ben, go around and check the surroundings. Report back immediately if you find anything. The others should take the time to rest." "Understood." The rogue nodded, then leaped lightly and quickly scouted the surroundings. This adventurer team set off from Northtown City. Northtown City had now become the main foothold for many adventurer teams when entering the northern wilderness. Although the northern wilderness was desolate and cold with a harsh environment, it still produced a lot of good things. Adventurer teams often returned from here with a full load, but there were also many adventurer teams that never came back. About a quarter of an hour later, a sharp whistle sounded, and several people who were resting under a tree immediately stood up. The captain in the lead said in a deep voice, "There's a situation. Everyone follow me." A small team quickly rushed in the direction of the sound. These people were very experienced. Even if they were moving quickly, they still squatted and used the surrounding grass as cover. As an adventurer team, they lived a life of danger. Once they discovered a situation, they would immediately send out a signal. "Stay hidden," a ranger suddenly said, as if he had noticed something. The team that was moving forward immediately crouched on the ground and hid their bodies completely. Then, they carefully looked around. "What did you find?" the captain asked in a low voice. "Look at the sky." The ranger pointed to the sky, which was clear and boundless. Karen looked for a while, but didn't see anything. Just as she was about to ask, her eyes suddenly swept over a black spot. The black dot quickly grew bigger, and a wyvern appeared in the sky. On the wyvern's back was a green-skinned figure. It was a beast man. "It's the orc air cavalry." Karen's eyes narrowed. "Be careful and hide. Don't let them discover you." After clearly seeing the appearance of the black, Captain Karen was shocked and hurriedly had the others hide. After everyone hid in the bushes, the two-legged flying dragon quickly flew over them, but didn't discover the people hiding here. After seeing the two-legged flying dragon leave, the four people breathed a sigh of relief and then carefully moved in the direction of the rogue signal. Soon, they found the figure of the rogue not far ahead. At this time, he was wearing a khaki cloak, a straw hat, and a lot of straw on his body. This outfit looked very professional at first glance. After seeing everyone, he crouched on the ground and gestured to everyone, while the others carefully crept over. "What did you find?" Everyone imitated the appearance of the rogue, put on a simple disguise, and then asked carefully, "Look there! Hiss!" This is, after seeing the situation in front of them clearly, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They saw that under the mound in the distance, along with the rise and fall of the earth, an army was continuously advancing. This army was a little strange. There were orcs, gnolls, and trolls. The huge army was slowly approaching from afar. The army was winding and winding, and it was at least a dozen miles long. It looked like a winding dragon. "This is the orc army?" the dwarf next to him asked in a low voice. At the front of the army, there were some wolf riders. As a mobile troop class among the orcs, there were still a lot of wolf riders. Following closely behind were some tall gnolls. Unlike ordinary gnolls, these gnolls were high-level gnolls. They were powerful, bloody, and brutal. In the rear of the army, the trolls were slowly moving forward in armor. Why do I think it looks like an alliance of several races? Such a long army, there are at least tens of thousands of people. A person next to him whispered, "More than tens of thousands, at least 30,000 people. What are these gnolls, orcs, and trolls forming an alliance for?" The rogue said. The middle-aged captain rubbed his chin and then said, "Which enemy in the wilderness is worthy of their attention? Let them join forces." Northern Town City. Everyone looked at each other and replied in unison. "Immediately send this information back to Northern Town City. Let's go. As long as we successfully send it back, according to the Lord's generosity, we will be rich this time." At this moment, everyone in the team immediately reached an agreement. After the evil creature incident last time, Sulan issued a large number of wilderness intelligence gathering missions. He wanted to use the strength of these adventurers to gather information. As soon as the voice fell, the rogue in front said in a serious voice, "The situation is not good. The wolf riders are coming. Their dog nose is very sensitive." The ground shook, and then a large number of wolf riders began to disperse and investigate the area around the team. These wolf riders moved quickly, and their mounts had a sensitive sense of smell. They wore simple leather armor and wielded cane scimitars in their hands. Their strength was not bad, and they were qualified scouts. Not good. We are now on the path of the wolf riders. If we don't leave, they will find us. The rogue said, "Retreat, retreat now." The captain did not hesitate and immediately made a decision. Woo woo woo. A wolf's howl sounded in the wilderness. Everyone no longer hesitated and immediately retreated. The wolf riders moved very fast in the wilderness. If they did not retreat now, they would not have a chance. The wolf riders could easily catch up with them. The group quickly retreated. After retreating a little, they did not care about continuing to hide their bodies and accelerated in the direction they came from. The wolf riders were very fast. It did not take long for them to reach the place where everyone was hiding. Woo woo! A warg sniffed around and howled in the direction where the few of them had escaped. "There is the smell of humans. Chase them. We can't let them escape. Kill them all." Several orcs immediately reacted, their faces showing ferocious expressions. Woo woo woo. With a howl, the wolf riders no longer hesitated and began to quickly chase in the direction of the smell. A team of wolf riders chased behind, and another pair of wolf riders flanked them. The adventure team was running at full speed. The rogue took out a magic scroll and directly tore it open without hesitation. A wave of elemental energy was released from scroll. Group haste. A pale green light enveloped everyone, and wind elemental energy surrounded everyone. Everyone who was running felt their bodies become lighter, and their speed instantly doubled. The group quickly ran in the direction of the northern city. These magic scrolls were sold by Hathaway's alchemy shop in the northern city. It sold rune scrolls, magic potions, enchanted weapons, and many other types of items. It also bought all kinds of enchanted items in large quantities. Many adventurer teams would spend a sum of Kinnor here to buy life-saving items or potions. Very recently, the adventurer team in front of them had bought one. Group haste lasted for an hour. After using it, it could greatly increase one's speed. With the effect of this scroll, the wolf riders would not be able to catch up to them for an hour. When the wolf riders saw the humans suddenly accelerate, they immediately had their mounts chase after them. However, compared to horses, mount wolves had much less stamina and couldn't charge long distances. Although the wolf riders kept chasing, the human silhouettes were still getting farther and farther away. But at this time, two wyvern riders suddenly rose from the rear of the orc army. As the orc tribe's only flying combat unit, wyverns were few in number. Moreover, it was difficult to tame them. Under normal circumstances, the orcs wouldn't dispatch such an army. It was clear that after seeing the humans about to escape, the orcs finally couldn't hold back. The two aerial knights quickly flew past, their huge wings constantly flapping. Although the humans were very fast after using haste, the distance between them was quickly shrinking under the pursuit of the aerial knights. "We're in trouble. It's the aerial knights. With our current speed, we can't escape," the captain said anxiously as he looked back at the approaching silhouettes in the sky. "Split up and escape. There are only two of them. The five of us will split up and run. If one escapes, one escapes. After escaping, immediately return to the city and warn the Lord. If the others die, quickly distribute the rewards to the deceased relatives and friends. Please." "Understood." "Agreed. That's good. Everyone, I wish you good luck. Run for your lives." After saying that, everyone immediately scattered and fled. Chapter 337. Northtown City, Lord's Castle. Sulen, who had just finished his special training, was soaking in a hot spring. Anna and Angela, who were wearing translucent gauze, were helping him wash his body. The hot spring was surrounded by steam, and the two maids' fair, jade-like skin was faintly discernible under the gauze. If there was water on it, it would be no different from being transparent. After soaking in the hot spring, Sulen wore a thin linen robe and went back to his study to deal with government affairs. At this time, there was a rush of footsteps outside the door, followed by a series of knocks. It was already afternoon, and the meeting hall was about to get off work. Under normal circumstances, everyone would report the situation at this time, let alone report to Sulen. If someone came at this time, There was a high chance that something big had happened. "Come in," Sulin said as he put down the document. A servant pushed the door open and hurriedly said, "My lord, the beacon tower reported that there's an army coming from the northeast." Sulin's face changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "How many people? How far are they from the territory?" The specific information was reported to us by an adventurer. Our patrol team found him being chased by the wolf riders. After they rescued him, they told us the news. When they sent someone back to report, they also sent people to investigate. I believe there will be more complete information soon. "Where is the adventurer?" Sulin asked. "He is waiting in the servant's room." "Bring him here." "Yes, my lord." About a few minutes later, Sulin saw the adventurer in the study. The adventurer looked very bad. There were bloody marks on his face and arms, and his armor was damaged. There were also a few bandaged wounds on his body, and there were traces of blood seeping out. Judging by his appearance, he should be a rogue. Sulin looked at him and said to the servant next to him, "Give him a chair." "My lord, please save my companions. They're probably still being chased by the orcs," the adventurer said anxiously. "Don't worry. The patrol team has already gone to rescue them. If they are still alive, they will definitely save them. Now, tell me what you saw. How many people are there in the orc army, and how far are they from here?" Next, the adventurer carefully described the information he knew in detail. After hearing that the enemy was not only orcs, but also gnolls and trolls, Suluin's face became a little dignified. The army was more than 30,000 people, which made Suluin frown. "Activate war mobilization immediately." After listening to the adventurer's information, Sulin immediately said, "The army will be on alert immediately. All leave will be canceled. Except for the injured, all soldiers will return to the army. Notify Centaur City and tell them to immediately move to Northtown City and Mirror Lake City. Centaur City will be temporarily abandoned. Inform all citizens, caravans, and adventurers that Northern Town City is now in a state of emergency. All city gates are closed, and all serfs and refugees working outside the city are to return to the city. Harvest the food that is about to be harvested. If you can't harvest it, destroy it all. Don't leave a single grain for the enemy. Send out war mobilization orders. The council hall will return to work immediately. Ask them to assist the security forces in maintaining order in the city. Ask them to organize logistics teams to distribute food and supplies. Send out orders to the security forces. No one is allowed to go out on the streets without a token from the city hall or the army. Violators will be arrested and interrogated immediately. Anyone who dares to take advantage of the situation and cause trouble is allowed to be executed immediately. After a series of orders were sent out, Northern Town City immediately entered a state of war readiness. The markets began to close, and so did the taverns. The refugees and serfs outside the city also returned to the city. The goblins, kobolds, gnolls, and orcs were all locked up. The urgent sound of a bell rang, and everyone knew that war was coming. The army began to move immediately. All the soldiers that were sent out to maintain order in the territory and chase away the bandits were all called back. At the same time, Sulin also temporarily recruited some soldiers from the centaurs and half-elves. This was the agreement they signed when they joined Northern Town City. After arranging all these things, Sulin went to the Weapon Bureau. After a period of busy work, the Weapon Bureau had produced a total of 500 crossbows after adopting the assembly line production method. Now, all the crossbows needed to be equipped to the army. In addition, all kinds of war resources were being moved out of the warehouse. Bundles of arrows, weapons, armor, rolling wood, stones, and kerosene were brought out. Hathaway and Chris, who had received the news, also came to help. Karina and Grace had already gone back to recruit more people. Alex originally wanted to bring the harpies from Eagle Fort, but Sulin asked her to wait. It was not good to reveal all the cards in one go. Eagle Fort was located in a very hidden place. The 3,000 harpies were also a surprise force. If used well, they could turn the tide of the battle. He did not want to expose himself right now. Many caravans that came to trade with Northern Town City chose to leave before the enemy arrived. Of course, some caravans expressed their willingness to fight with Northern Town City. Many adventurers in the city also asked to join. For these people, Sulin sent people to do a simple reorganization. He did not expect these people to go to the battlefield. He just wanted them to follow the security army to maintain order. The next morning, the centaurs brought a lot of resources to Northern Town City. The Little Mare mission brought 400 centaurs to the drill ground. After sending the message yesterday afternoon, Mission immediately asked the centaurs to pack up. Luckily, the centaurs were nomadic, so it was easy for them to leave. It only took them one night to prepare everything. The next day, before dawn, they left Centaur City and went to Northern Town City. Sir Sulin, I'm here. After seeing Sulin, the Little Mare Mission's eyes lit up. She naturally went up and gave him a hug. One had to admit that the centaurs' bodies were really good. You came at the right time. Your equipment is ready. I'll take you to get it now, Sulin said to the Little Mare with a smile. This time, I need you centaurs to fight outside the city. As cavalry, you can't be trapped in the city. Your mission is to harass the enemy and cooperate with us during the battle. Someone will contact you when the time comes, Sulin said as he walked. Understood, the Little Mare nodded. Northtown City had less than 1,000 cavalrymen, and all of them were centaurs. If there were 3,000 centaur cavalrymen, he would set up a camp outside the city to form a triangle with the city. No matter which side the army attacked, Northtown City would be able to deal with it easily. There were less than 1,000 people here. If they set up a camp, they would not be able to hold it. Therefore, Sulin simply let them harass the enemy outside the city and suddenly attack at the critical moment. This is your equipment. Sulin brought the centaurs to a warehouse and pointed at the weapons and armor in front of them. Centaurs usually brought their own weapons. They were good at centaur longbows. Sulin gave them inlaid iron scale armor, chain armor, spears, and javelins. They were meant to harass the enemy and needed mobility, so he did not prepare heavy armor. Seeing the warehouse full of equipment, the Little Mare was so surprised that she could not close her mouth. She immediately ordered people to distribute the equipment. After arranging the centaurs, Sulin left. Soon, a messenger came in and gave the latest information to Sulin. After taking the leather tube, Sulin took out the information and quickly browsed through it. The information was about the enemy sent back by the scouts. After some investigation, he finally had a clear understanding of the enemy's strength. Different from the 30,000 people before, this time the orcs, gnolls, and trolls had gathered a total of 40,000 soldiers. There were trolls, wolf riders, sky riders, elite gnolls, and orcs. They were all very powerful. The scouts even found some simple siege weapons. This army was still 60 miles away from Northern Town City. The wolf riders could reach them in a single charge. The war came faster than Sulin expected. In the afternoon, the first wolf riders appeared outside the city. These wolf riders ran around the city and kept roaring. Sometimes, they would purposely make a fierce face. This was one of their psychological tactics. If they encountered a timid soldier, it was very likely that they would be scared to the point that their limbs would go soft. But this time, their calculations were wrong. Most of the people in Northern Town City were professional soldiers. All of them had been through many fierce battles. The wolf riders' faces were completely useless. Tell Mission to take some people to clean up these barking dogs. They're too noisy, Sulin said expressionlessly. Soon, the order was given, and the 800 centaurs were ready to set off. Just as the wolf riders were demonstrating in groups of 3 to 5, they were surprised to see the city gate suddenly open. Just when they thought the enemy inside was about to surrender, a thunderous sound of horse hooves rang out. Not good, it's the cavalry. Get in formation, get in formation. When the leader of the wolf riders heard the voice, he instantly shivered. They were very clear about the battle between cavalry. With the wolf riders' current scattered state, it would be a complete massacre if they were to face the cavalry. The centaurs didn't even give the wolf riders a chance to organize themselves. The 800 centaurs charged towards the wolf riders as soon as they came out of the city. The centaurs immediately drew their bows and knocked their arrows as soon as they were within range. A wave of arrows rained down on a large number of wolf riders. The distance between the two sides was very short. After only 3 rounds of arrows, both sides began to engage in close combat. However, at this moment, the leading centaur whistled and a shocking scene appeared. In an instant, all the centaurs turned their horses around and completed a turn at top speed. At the same time, another wave of arrows rained down on them. Chapter 338. Seeing the centaur's action, Su Luan was also surprised. Only a centaur could do such a trick. Even if there were humans who could do it, there were only a few who could do it. Most people would be directly thrown off in the extreme speed, not to mention shooting arrows at this time. Their racial talent was something no other race could compare to. After a few waves of arrow rain, the wolf riders were completely scattered. They were not scattered in the first place, so after being caught off guard, they began to run. However, the centaurs would not let these orcs go. The hatred between them and the orcs was a life and death struggle. Su Luan watched as the centaurs used all kinds of methods to slowly wipe out the wolf riders in front of them. Other than the ones that ran away in advance, the rest all died on the land outside the city. He believed that with the help of the orcs' flesh and blood, the plants on that land would flourish even more next year. After clearing out the wolf riders, Mihian did not return to the city. Instead, he waved at Su Luan from afar, and the centaurs left in another direction. The centaurs were heading towards Mirror Lake City, which would be their supply area. After the centaurs took care of the wolf riders, no other orcs came to fight. In the evening, the orc army finally arrived. The army of more than 40,000 people with a huge black mass. It was a perfect example of the saying, 10,000 people is endless. The army did not rush to attack just because the wolf riders had failed. After arriving, the army began to set up camp. After seeing the army on guard, Su Luan gave up on the idea of attacking before they settled down. This army was very vigilant against the northern city. They did not let their guard down just because they outnumbered the northern city by a few times. Su Luan watched for a while. After seeing that there was no opportunity to attack, he arranged for people to be on guard and left the city wall. The night was dark, and the empty wilderness was very quiet. The stars were shining in the sky. The northern city and the orc army did not do anything this night, but both sides knew that this was only the last bit of peace before the war. Su Luan slept very well at night. Hathaway, Chris, Alex, and Phyllis were all there. Early the next morning, the orcs' attack began. The orc army did not charge forward immediately. Instead, they sent a large number of goblins and kobolds as cannon fodder. These monsters were like weeds in the wilderness. The orcs could gather a large number of monsters as cannon fodder as they advanced. These goblins and kobold were forced to rush towards the city wall under the supervision of the orc army. The humans guarding the city walls began to fire arrows. Su Luan was very clear about the beastmen's intentions. They were trying to deplete the city's defensive resources. Su Luan didn't care about this. After all, the northern citadel had plenty of war resources. Even if they weren't enough, he could still transfer more from the underground world through the teleportation formation. Archers ready. Seeing a large number of enemies approaching, the messengers quickly passed down the order, and all the archers began to draw their bows. 80 meters ahead, shoot back and cover the area with a rain of arrows. Bang! The bowstring vibrated, and countless arrows flew up like a dark cloud. After reaching the highest point, they turned around and fell, hitting countless enemies who were charging. Sieges were the cruelest battles. There weren't many battle formations here, and the beastmen couldn't play this game. They could only rely on swarming the city like ants. The beastmen sent out cannon fodder to deplete the northern citadel's strength. Su Luan didn't use too many tricks. He only had the archers, crossbowmen, and militia take turns attacking. There weren't many opportunities to farm experience so easily and safely. For the entire morning, the beastmen only used cannon fodder to attack. After a wave of cannon fodder was defeated, they would regroup and send another wave. After this happened a few times, the morale of the cannon fodder was extremely low. They were unwilling to fight, even when faced with the orc army's machetes. After seeing this, the beastmen commanding the battle had no choice but to stop. In the afternoon, the official siege finally began. Thousands of orc army began to push heavy siege weapons forward. Compared to the cannon fodder in the morning, this army finally put a lot of pressure on the northern citadel. Woo woo woo. A deep horn sounded, and the Orc Alliance army swarmed forward like a tide. The catapults were loaded with huge rocks, and then slowly pulled open. When the arms of the catapults were pulled to the limit, the catapults suddenly launched. The millstone-sized rocks flew over a distance of more than 300 meters and smashed into the city wall. Bang! With a loud sound, the boulders shattered, and a dent appeared on the city wall. At the same time, more boulders fell on the city wall. Many soldiers were directly crushed by the boulders falling from the sky. Ballistae ready. Creaking sounds that made one's teeth ache sounded. Dozens of ballistae on the city wall were pulled open. 3-meter-long spears were installed on the ballistae like arrows. Light the fire. The soldiers on the side tied the prepared materials to the ballistae and lit them up. Fire. Following the order, the soldiers on the side immediately pulled the trigger. With a muffled sound, 3-meter-long bolts instantly flew out. These bolts were targeted at the catapults in the distance. Although this kind of heavy and crude-looking catapult looked ugly, it was a very strong threat. Dozens of ballistae fired at the same time. Although most of them did not hit the target, there were still a few bolts that hit the catapults hard. The 3-meter-long spears instantly pierced through the catapults, and the flames quickly burned. The Beastmen army was not affected too much. They raised their simple shields and rushed to the bottom of the city wall. At this time, the city wall had become a bloody meat grinder. The Beastmen and trolls rushed up the city wall crazily. The human spearmen, who had been prepared, immediately went up. As soon as the Beastmen showed their heads, the spearmen instantly pierced their vital points, and they fell directly from the ladder. The high-level gnolls shuttled through the army. They were agile. Although they did not have the strength of the beastmen, their agile bodies allowed them to dodge more attacks. These agile high-level gnolls were very fast. After a few jumps, they could climb up the city wall and directly pounce on the human defenders. A spearman instantly stabbed out with his spear and crushed the throat of a beastman who had just climbed up the city wall. Before he could retract his spear, a black shadow suddenly rushed over. The next second, a cold light flashed. The spearman covered his throat with both hands and fell down powerlessly. Before the black shadow could get up, a soldier beside him stabbed out with his spear. After countless training, these soldiers had turned stabbing into instinct. A phantom appeared, and the high-level gnoll felt a sharp pain in his heart. The next second, he fell into endless darkness. Fireball. A fireball suddenly flew up from the bottom of the city wall and smashed hard on the city wall. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and a gap was instantly blasted open on the city wall. A few nearby soldiers were blown far away. Sullen's eyes were cold. He looked at the Beastman shaman a few hundred meters below the city wall. He reached out and grabbed a spear from the side. Lightning flashed, and there were constantly lightning snakes swimming on the spear. Sulin raised the spear and threw it directly at the Beastman shaman a few hundred meters away. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. The Beastman shaman who was about to continue casting looked up as if he sensed something. Then his chest was instantly pierced by a spear. A large amount of lightning power exploded in an instant, and the Beastman shaman was directly electrocuted into a pile of charcoal. As Sulin made his move, the spellcasters on both sides also began to move. A cold aura gathered in the sky. Hathaway's loose wizard robe fluttered. She raised her magic staff and pointed it directly in front of her. Ice Storm. Spell maximization plus spell level up. In front of the city wall, a huge ice vortex with a diameter of 50 meters appeared. Countless ice blades appeared and spun rapidly. The moment they appeared, the blue ice blades were dyed red by blood. The entire ice storm turned red in an instant. The enemy soldiers who were within the range of the ice storm were instantly cut into pieces by countless ice blades. When a surrounding Beastman army saw this, they all began to dodge. However, before they could do so, the ice storm suddenly expanded in all directions. Countless ice islands spun and flew outwards. Everywhere it passed, there were corpses everywhere. Chain of fireballs. Karina snapped her fingers, and the surrounding temperature suddenly increased by 12 degrees. In the next second, 5 football-sized fireballs appeared. As she pointed lightly, the fireballs instantly flew towards the dense crowd below the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded. A large number of Beastman army soldiers were blown to pieces by the fireballs. The shockwaves rolled. The Beastmen, gnolls, and trolls that were within 5 meters of the explosion were directly burned into charcoal. Seeing this, the Beastman shamans continued to cast spells to attack. Lightning, ice, fire, all kinds of spells were cast one after another. The number of casualties on both sides increased rapidly. Group haste, group elemental resistance, group bear's endurance, raise your spirits. Beams of light rose from Sulin and Hathaway. The light quickly spread and soon covered the entire city wall. After the buffs, the combat power of the northern battlefront city soldiers was greatly increased. Their morale was boosted, and they all became braver and better at fighting. Sulin even saw a barbarian berserker jump up with a giant axe and split a football-sized fireball in half. The collapsed fireball scattered, and the flames engulfed him. However, when it reached him, it was quickly extinguished. A beam of light flashed, and it didn't cause any damage. The northern battlefront city soldiers' strength was greatly increased. The Beastman army that was attacking continuously was instantly stunned. Before this, they could still climb up the city wall. However, after this wave of attacks, they were all chased down. After seeing this, the Beastman commander could only temporarily stop the attack. The tide-like army slowly retreated, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. P.S. Sacrificing a book, The Amazing Life of a Tycoon, a story about how he made billions through the efforts of the system. Chapter 339. The setting sun was like blood. The north wind was howling. A few vulture cries came from the sky. The battle had just ended, and the whole battlefield was filled with the thick smell of blood. A large number of orcs and gnolls were lying on the ground, but there were not many trolls. Unless they were killed by fire or strong acid, the trolls would only be injured at most and would recover in a short time. Team 1, go back and rest. Team 2, keep watch. Seeing that the enemy had completely retreated, Sulin immediately arranged for the army to rotate and send the wounded to the field hospital. Sulin cast a physical healing spell on some of the more seriously injured ones. There were many healing potions stored in the northern battlefront city. These potions were considered inferior potions, so even apprentices could make them. They were also very cheap. The main ingredient was the 7-leaf flower. Its main function was to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and speed up the recovery of wounds. After the battle, Sulin became even busier. Although the orcs had been defeated today, the northern battlefront city had also suffered a lot of casualties. At the same time, a fierce argument was going on in the orc army's camp. Salen, your people must be the main attackers tomorrow. Yes, you trolls must be the main attackers. Salam the orc and Jin the high gnoll said loudly. In today's battle, both sides had suffered heavy losses, but the troll casualties were very low. This time, the alliance, which had been formed by relying on benefits, suddenly had problems. The orcs and gnolls, who had suffered heavy casualties, worked together to pressure the trolls. No, we have an agreement. All 3 sides will send out the same troops. Rant the troll refused without thinking. Yes, we have an agreement. But my people have suffered heavy casualties, and you trolls have suffered few casualties. This is not fair. Yes, you are not afraid of injuries, and you have strong recovery abilities. You should be the main attackers. The orcs and gnolls said unhappily. We trolls have suffered few casualties because of our race's talent. Our attack on the battlefield today was not weaker than yours at all, Rance said loudly, and a deep crack appeared on the ground with a casual punch. After that, the three sides had another fierce argument. In the end, the trolls agreed to be the main attackers tomorrow. After all, the trolls were alone with the orcs and gnolls working together. However, it was not without benefits. The trolls agreed to be the main attackers, but they would also get more loot. After a fierce argument, the three parties finally reached an agreement. The night soon covered the land. Sulun hadn't rested yet. At this time, he was staring at the strategic map. The camp of the allied orcs was 15 miles away from the city. At this time, on the map, a small green team was quietly waiting outside the camp of the allied orcs. This group was the Little Mare's Centaur cavalry. It was obvious that she was preparing for a night attack. Hathaway, Alex, get ready. We're going out of the city later, Sulin said as he swallowed a piece of barbecued meat and drank a glass of milk. Leave the city? Hathaway was a little surprised. They came all the way here. As the host, we should show them some hospitality. Let's treat them to a fireworks show tonight. Sulin winked at Hathaway and said. Hathaway saw the smile on Sullen's face and instantly understood. A fireworks show is a must. Sullen, do you need me to bring the children? Alex said with a smile. No, this is just an appetizer. The three of us and Mission's cavalry will be enough. Suluin hurriedly stopped him. If he let Alex take the harpies out now, although they would achieve good results, they would only be able to defeat the coalition army at most. Suluin intended to completely devour this army. Even if he couldn't devour them, he would at least severely injure them. Okay then, Alex said with a little regret. After dinner, Sulin rode the Pegasus and left Northern Town City. Hathaway curled up in Sullen's arms while Alex flew beside them. The three of them quickly arrived at the bush where the centaurs were hiding. Mission, how are the preparations? Sulin said to the little mare. It's ready. The soldiers are resting. Mission was obviously happy to see Sulin. It's still early. Let the soldiers rest. Sulin took out a delicate magic clock and looked at it. Sulin planned to attack at 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. There were still 2 hours before 1 o'clock. At this time, the orcs had already started to rest. Only a few soldiers were standing guard in the lee of the wind. While there was still time, Sulin cast an invisibility spell on himself and observed the orc camp from a close distance. He was looking for the best attack range. At the same time, he needed to mark the enemy's traps one by one and destroy them in advance before the attack. Trolls and orcs were good hunters. In order to prevent a night attack, it was natural for them to set up traps around the camp. Time slowly passed by. Sulin retreated from the orc camp. After some investigation, he found a weakness of the orc army. Although the three races formed an army, they looked united but were actually divided. The three races had their own camps, and their camps were a little far apart. It was obvious that the three races were still on guard against each other. This was a normal phenomenon in the wilderness. In the wilderness, even allies had to be on guard against betrayal. This had nothing to do with morality. This was how they survived. If you underestimated your enemy, you would be stabbed in the back by your allies. The three camps gave Sulin the feeling that they were three hedgehogs for warmth. This arrangement gave Sulin and the centaurs too many opportunities. Soon, it was 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. The sky was very dark, and the moon was covered by dark clouds. The night was dark and windy. This was the perfect time to kill someone. Tell everyone to get ready. Sulin closed the magic clock and gave the order. The centaurs who had been waiting for a long time all stood up. The bushes were filled with sparse sounds. Sulin took out the sky lamp and waved it. A ray of light quickly spread out. Group invisibility. At the same time, Hathaway also took out her staff. 2 rays of light flashed in succession. Silent. Hide your whereabouts. Even with the support of invisibility, the movement of a team of over 1,000 people could still be easily detected by others. Now that Hathaway had cast 2 spells, the noise was almost inaudible. Seeing this, Sulin once again cast more spells on the army. Group Magic Weapon. Everyone get ready. Bear's Endurance. Owl's Insight. Elemental Resistance. Group Haste. Rays of light were cast by Sulin, Hathaway, and Alex. The aura of the centaurs reached its peak. After casting the spell, Sulin pointed the spear in his hand. Move out. The army slowly moved out. The centaur army wasn't far from the Beastman army's camp. When they were about 1 kilometer away from the enemy camp, the centaur cavalry loudly set off. The thunderous sound of their hooves couldn't be hidden even with spells. Cavalry needed distance to move, so they could display their maximum speed from here to the Beastman army's camp. Sulin rode his Pegasus and rushed out. The 800 centaurs followed closely behind. The thunderous sound of the horses' hooves quickly awakened the orc army. But before they could put on their armor and pick up their weapons, the centaur army had already rushed in. Chain Fireball. 5 football-sized fireballs fell from the sky and instantly blasted a huge hole in the orc army's camp. The centaur cavalry rushed in through the hole. The centaur cavalry were like tanks as they charged forward at high speed, sending the gnolls flying. The impact of more than a ton of force caused the gnolls' chests to cave in. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. Bursting flames. Dazzling flames rose in the camp. Hathaway pointed her staff, and the camp instantly turned into a sea of fire. Sulin's sneak attack on the high-level gnolls was a decision made after careful analysis. Gnolls had lush fur all over their bodies, especially in winter. In order to resist the cold, gnolls' fur would be even more exuberant. Their fur, which used to keep them warm, was now a fatal poison. Gnolls did not care about hygiene. No, there were not many in the wilderness who cared about hygiene. The orcs were like this, the trolls were like this, and even the centaurs were like this in the past. It was only later that Sulin made a change. The greasy and dirty fur immediately burned when it came into contact with fire. Many gnolls were directly burned into balls of fire. The centaur cavalry did not stop at all. After rushing into the camp, they immediately formed an alliance and continuously set fire. Fire arrows fell from the sky, and everywhere they went, flames rose. Rainstorm. Traces of moisture quickly gathered in the air, and the dark clouds in the sky also sank a little. Soon, drops of rain fell from the sky. The skinny gnoll shaman let out a sigh of relief. The fire in the camp was suppressed by a lot. You reacted so quickly, Sulin said with a little surprise as he reached out to catch the raindrops. But it's still too late. Throw the kerosene. With Sulin's order, the centaur cavalry immediately threw out clay pots. The pots broke and brown sticky oil flowed out. Fire arrows. Fire. Hundreds of fire arrows flew out in an instant and directly ignited the kerosene. The kerosene, which had been mixed, immediately rose into a 2-meter-tall flame. The raindrops did not have any effect on the flames. The kerosene was a spell-casting material made by the wizard apprentices. Under normal circumstances, it was used together with grease and burning hand. Hathaway adjusted the ingredients to make it easier to burn. Tornado. Alex summoned 4 giant tornadoes. The tornadoes directly rolled up the burning tent, and the flames began to spread quickly. Chapter 340. The sky was dripping with rain, but the flames in the camp did not weaken at all. The appearance of the tornadoes not only spread the flames further, but also directly scattered the dark clouds in the sky. The effect of the rainstorm spell was greatly reduced, and with the destruction of the tornadoes, the effect of the rainstorm spell became smaller and smaller. The gnoll camp was completely ignited, and Sulin also began to retreat with the centaurs. After such a long time, the orcs and trolls began to gather. If they did not leave now, they would be entangled with them. The Centaur Knights quickly retreated. Some gnolls wanted to chase after them, but they were shot down by the Centaur Knights, nailing the gnolls to the ground. After rushing out of the camp, they saw the orcs and trolls rushing over. However, with their speed, they could not catch up with the centaurs. As soon as they rushed over, the centaur army had already easily retreated from the battlefield. After leaving the battlefield, the centaur didn't stop. Instead, it turned around and left the area. After the centaur's attack, the beastmen would definitely increase their surveillance of the area. If they continued to stay here, it would be very dangerous. The beastmen also had cavalry and aerial knights. Sulin and the others separated from Mission halfway. Mission continued to lead the centaurs to the south, while Sulin, Hathaway, and Alex returned to the northern city. The next day, the weather was clear, but the orcs did not attack. The attack last night caused the gnolls to suffer heavy losses. 80% of their tents were burned, and thousands of people were injured or killed. This was already a huge blow to the gnolls, so the orc army did not attack the city today. The morale of the Alliance army had plummeted. After some rest, they launched another attack on the third day. Unlike the previous few times, this time there were more trolls in the attack. After seeing this situation, Sulun immediately ordered the logistics department to send the water demon venom. The water goblin venom was made from the acid of the legendary water goblin that Sulin had killed in Mirror Lake. Sulin had personally experienced the corrosive nature of the water goblin venom. It was perfect for dealing with trolls. Muffled sounds of war drums came from the back of the orc army. The muffled sound of war drums spread throughout the entire battlefield. As the war drums sounded, a strange power quickly spread. The fighting spirit of the orc army skyrocketed. Their eyes turned blood red, their muscles bulged, and their veins began to twist and swell. One by one, the figures of the shaman priests appeared. The leading shaman seemed to have 1 foot in the grave, but his aura was unusually strong. He held a white-boned scepter in his hand and wore clothes that were decorated with all kinds of gems, beast bones, and feathers. It roared at the sky. Then, the desolate song that had been passed down since ancient times rang out. Its old body stood straight at this moment, and a wild power began to gather on the battlefield. The chief of the orc army rode on a tall land dragon and raised an exaggeratedly huge axe. He looked at the battlefield in front of him and roared, "For the tribe, for the Stormwind clan, for the sake of our future generations." Bang! The huge battle axe sliced through the air and smashed into the ground. The orc chieftain pointed at the towering walls of the northern town city. Countless orcs roared in anger. They held their crude weapons and pounded their chests with their left hands. Their morale was raised to the highest point. Stormwind! 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 Countless orcs madly shouted the name of their clan and looked at the city wall with bloodshot eyes. At the same time, the trolls on the side also gave it their all. The trolls prayed to their ancestors. The totem pole shone with a red light. Wherever it went, the trolls felt a sudden surge of power in their bodies. Cold, hunger, and death. This was a battle that would determine the future of the trolls. Since the destruction of the troll empire and the trolls were driven to this barren land, the shadows of hunger and death had always shrouded them. They had lost a lot of their words, history, and even culture. Only a few priests still remembered a few words passed down from ancient times. Now it was time for the trolls to rise again. As long as they defeated the humans in front of them and occupied this fertile land, the trolls would rise again, and they would become the new king of the troll empire. All the warriors had joined the battle. In order to prepare for the consumption of this war, whether it was the trolls, the orcs, or the high-level gnolls, they had all bet on it. If they took over this land, they would be able to return to glory. Once they lost, everything would be over. The war must end with one side completely defeated from the beginning. The Orc Alliance army, which had no way out, burst out with amazing combat power. Sulin stood on the city wall and looked at the army opposite him. He did not expect the Orc Alliance army to want to fight directly. Since you want to fight, then come on. Looking at the Orc Alliance army that was full of fighting spirit, Sullen's heart was filled with pride. The establishment of a kingdom must step on countless corpses. Endless blood will dye my carpet red, and countless bones will build my stairs to the throne. The wails of the enemy are my hymn, and the cries of the soul are my epic. The ancient sacrificial war song sounded. The eyes of countless orcs and trolls turned red, and they went berserk. The orc priests used the power of the beast god to cast war spells, and the trolls awakened their ancestral spirits. Although they didn't have their own gods, their countless sacrifices had created another kind of power. The souls of the heroes who died in battle didn't return to the river Styx. Instead, they stayed in the form of ancestral spirits somewhere in the Grey Waste. They continued to increase their strength until one day they successfully became gods. Although the shaman doctrine was rough and ancient, it was still powerful. Su Luan raised his purple dragon halberd high up in the air. Powerful lightning energy revolved around him. His body was lifted up into the air by this powerful energy. A thundercloud vortex appeared in the sky. In the dusky sky, countless lightning bolts crisscrossed. Violent lightning snakes kept rolling around, giving people a feeling of the end of the world. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket suddenly fell. Sulen was like the incarnation of the thunder god. The bright lightning lit up the sky, and then a powerful force appeared on the battlefield. Sulen pointed his purple dragon halberd, and the tall Arc de Triomphe in the city shone with a strange light. A powerful force suddenly spread out from the Arc de Triomphe, and it immediately covered the entire city. Song of Triumph. The unique ability of the Arc de Triomphe was activated. A passionate song came from the sky, and a golden light rose from the Arc de Triomphe. Then, a faint golden shadow appeared. These were the soldiers of the Northtown city who had died in battle. Now, under the powerful power of the Arc de Triomphe, they were resurrected in the form of battle souls. If the Arc de Triomphe existed, then after thousands of years, it would accumulate a shocking number of battle souls. These battle souls might even evolve into powerful heroic spirits. Unfortunately, the Arc de Triomphe existed for too short a time. It could not unleash its full power. The passionate song rang out, and the morale of the soldiers of the Northtown city was instantly boosted. The morale that had dropped because of the actions of the Orc army was instantly boosted. Amidst the chaotic drumming, the Orc army charged forward like a tidal wave. The trolls were right at the front. The soldiers of Northtown city had been prepared for this. They immediately poured out the water demon acid. The pungent acid corroded the trolls and turned them into corpses. When the trolls were attacked by the acid, it was like metal falling into concentrated sulfuric acid. Their skin and flesh were instantly torn apart. The trolls screamed in agony. However, this scene did not make the berserk trolls retreat. All the trolls, orcs, and gnolls attacked without fear of death. They would not stop attacking until they fell. Hathaway took out her magic staff and nodded to Alex and Karina behind her. The three of them stood in a triangle and began to prepare their spells. Flaming Storm. Combination spell. Spell maximization plus spell upgrade. A powerful mana fluctuation instantly appeared on the battlefield. A ball of fire descended from the sky, instantly enveloping a 200-meter radius around Northgard City. Then, the fire began to spin rapidly, and a giant fire tornado appeared on the battlefield. The entire world seemed to have been ignited in an instant. The terrifying heat spread out like waves of air. Along with the violent energy fluctuation, the flaming storm engulfed all the enemies in the surroundings and turned them into charcoal. Moreover, the entire spell was moving rapidly, leaving behind a scorched earth. The beastmen, trolls, and gnolls didn't have the slightest ability to resist such a powerful spell. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 enemies died in this terrifying storm of flames, and the entire battlefield was instantly cleared out. Flaming Storm was a combination spell that Hathaway had researched. It required the cooperation of 3 great wizards to cast, and its power was far beyond that of an ordinary level 8 spell. It could be said that it was only a step away from a legendary spell. The tide-like orcs' attacks paused for a moment. Although the flaming storm was powerful, it quickly dissipated. The orc army had entered a berserk state. They could not retreat, even if they wanted to. Su Lun's body floated in the air, and a thundercloud shrouded the sky above the northern town. Accompanied by the roaring wind and the surging thunder snakes, the skies seemed to be stirred by a powerful force at this moment, forming a terrible vortex. The world was dark. It gave people the illusion that the world was coming to an end. Rumble. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Dozens of bolts of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, and powerful lightning flashed. Large numbers of orcs, trolls, and gnolls were instantly turned into charcoal. Countless lightning snakes continuously jumped about, and for a moment, the entire area turned into a lightning prison. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.